This guy does part-time jobs for the gods, and every time he finishes a project, he earns divine currency, which he can use to buy SS rank skills and rare items. Meanwhile, others awakeners stuck with abilities they once awakened. So he's the only one who can become a real invincible god with an unlimited number of abilities. But before he got this cheat system, his life wasn't rosy at all. In a world where people awaken unique abilities called talents, Damduk is just an unfortunate guy with nothing special going on. Because of that, even landing a basic corporate job is next to impossible for him. In a society ruled by the talented, there's simply no place for a talentless fool like him. All he can really do is curse the gods and complain about the miserable life he's stuck with, a life shaped by the talent he never had. But then, everything changes when he's struck by a thunderbolt out of the blue. The strike is so brutal that the poor guy ends up gasping for his final breaths as the world starts fading from his eyes. Miraculously, he wakes up. He's alive and completely confused. That's when he notices a strange notification window floating in front of him. Something about job listings. He stares at it, not sure what the hell's going on. And then, the notification suddenly changes. It almost feels like a prompt sent by the gods themselves. The scene shifts, and our guy is just sitting in his room, low-key questioning whether gods even exist. He's never actually confirmed their existence, but after getting smoked by a bolt of lightning seconds after roasting them, they feel pretty damn real. He starts wondering if this was some kind of divine punishment. Normally, when someone gets struck by lightning, they're either dead or clinging to life. But this guy, not a single scratch. The only difference is this floating notification window above his head, casually offering him a job listing. At first, he assumes it's some kind of status screen, the kind ability users see when they awaken powers. And for a second, he gets excited, thinking maybe this is it. Maybe this is his awakening moment. He tries the usual code word, saying, status window, like it's a magic phrase, but nothing happens. Confused, he starts second-guessing what this thing is, since it's clearly not the standard power user menu. Instead, it looks suspiciously like one of those part-time job application panels, and as soon as he thinks that, the notification begins moving around on its own. That's when it clicks. This is literally a job application screen. Well, that's very ironic. The guy's been juggling multiple part-time gigs just to survive and take care of his mom, and now the gods themselves are tossing him more shifts. But since he's got nothing to lose, he decides to go with the flow. These are apparently divine part-time jobs, and the listings are all neatly organized. He picks one and tries to apply, but the screen hits him with a reality check. He doesn't have enough divine power. The system's crystal clear about that. You need DP, divine power, to access these jobs. The notification panel informs him that DP is power used by the gods. And obviously, since the guy doesn't even have abilities, it makes sense that his DP is sitting at a nice fat 0. Still, the idea that his life could change from this is tempting enough to keep him going. All he has to do is help create some Midgard dungeons. Just straight up labor. As long as you're passionate, you're good. And the pay is 12 TORs. Seeing the word dungeon, he starts wondering if this is related to the dungeons that show up on Earth. And then it hits him. It's the gods. They're the ones behind these dungeon appearances. Curious, he looks again at the salary and starts thinking about how to exchange TORs for actual money. But before he can spiral too hard into finance mode, he accepts the job on impulse. And just like that, he gets snatched out of reality and thrown into some random location. He's completely thrown off by the new environment, but there's no time to process, because some giant monster charges at him out of nowhere. And before he can even react, the beast is suddenly grabbed by the neck. He's been saved. And standing there is this massive, jacked dude asking him if he's the part-timer. Without waiting for an answer, the guy casually introduces himself as Thor, God of Thunder. He picks our boy up and starts walking like it's business as usual, ready to brief him about the job. Our guy takes a closer look. Full beard, huge build, and that's definitely Mjolnir he's holding. No doubt about it, this is Thor. Still, the whole thing feels unreal, and the guy's struggling to believe that this is actually the real deal. Thor, noticing our guy's complexion, then randomly asks him if he's the god of Asia. Our boy's obviously confused, but then realizes Thor actually thinks he's a god. And as he looks around, he notices that everyone in this place is some kind of god or deity. Realizing he's the only human in the room, he panics for a second, but decides to play along. He lies and says he's in charge of a small mountain. Shockingly, it works. Thor totally buys it and even says he's heard of mountain gods before. Apparently, they've got a reputation for being super passionate. But then Thor hesitates, saying Damduk looks a bit too human. Our guy starts sweating internally, thinking he's about to get exposed. But he pushes through, claiming that he lives among humans to understand how to help them better. Thor seems satisfied with that answer, and even praises him for caring about humanity, saying that's exactly the mindset he's looking for, especially since they're building a place for humans to face serious trials. The scene jumps again, and Thor now asks if Damduk knows about the Minotaur Labyrinth. He confirms, and Thor points toward the concept, telling him he'll be helping construct that very labyrinth. While Damduk watches the insane dungeon gate with amazement, one of the old gods casually tells him to keep it moving since they're actually busy. The scene shifts, and we see our guys putting in some work. He hears the workers mention a need for support in wheelbarrowing over in Sector E6, and of course, without hesitation, he signs himself up. The gods, surprisingly, notice how hard he's grinding, and one of them even throws him a warning to watch his step before he ends up face first in a ditch. Damduk, still in cheerful NPC mode, tells them to save him if that happens. The scene shifts, and our guy's now standing next to a red god. Our boy asks if that's all for today, and the god confirms. He casually asks how Damduk feels about this kind of work. Our dude just shrugs and calls it what it is: manual labor. The red god tells him to chill since they're almost done, then drops the info that they'll be riding in a carriage to their next location. Inside the carriage, the red god wonders aloud if all Asian gods are naturally this hyper, but Damduk immediately clears that up, saying it just depends on personality. The red guy throws him a compliment, telling him he's been getting a lot of praise lately. Our bro literally starts glazing himself, thinking that he's fully aware of how impressive his people skills are. He's already plotting how to use all this divine networking to his advantage down the line. They arrive at the next site, and the red god lets him know that they'll be doing the heavy lifting from this point forward. Apparently, they're also setting up booby traps, which immediately catches Damduk's attention. But while he's walking around thinking about it, the red guy shouts at him to stop, pointing out that he nearly stepped on a live trap. He calmly shows Damduk the exact spot and tells him to be more careful next time. Then, without missing a beat, he gives him the full breakdown of all the trap locations, and Damduk's realized now that this job's low-key dangerous. The red god reminds him to take notes since this is his first rodeo with dungeon setup. He explains that gods nowadays love throwing humans into random trials, and the lower gods don't get a say in any of it. They just do the grunt work and pay their bills. Turns out dungeon construction is a non-stop business, so work never runs out. He then mentions that the room they were working on earlier is already done and tells Damduk to check it out. What he sees is straight up unreal. The size and detail makes it hard to believe something this massive was cooked up in minutes. Damduk's just standing there wondering what's supposed to go down in a place like this. The red god tells him to put down the wooden box they've been hauling, and then casually drops that it'll serve as the first real trial in the dungeon. He pops the box open, and Damduk sees what he thinks are just round rocks, until the red god corrects him. He reveals that those are poisonous spider eggs. The red god explains that if they leave these things here now, they'll be full-grown hellspawn by the time the dungeon goes live. Damduk's curiosity gets the better of him as he notices something weird nearby. There's a big monster just chilling inside a giant box. He asks what it is, and the red guy tells him those are lizard men. Damduk finds it interesting enough to go poking around and notices a transparent spot under their necks. He reaches out to touch it, but the red god stops him cold, warning that the creatures haven't fully materialized yet, and that spot is basically a critical hit zone. Next, the red god leads him to the section reserved for a goblin ambush. He explains that if any humans make it this far, they're basically at the final stretch of the labyrinth. Damduk finds the whole setup shady as hell. And just like that, something moves from a nearby opening. Suddenly, a goblin jumps out of nowhere, scaring the ever-living shit out of our guy. But weirdly enough, the goblin ends up laughing with the red god, who admits he was just messing with him. Still, when the dungeon officially goes live, these goblins won't be pulling pranks. They'll be lethal and way too clever for comfort, and Damduk knows that better than anyone. With that out of the way, the two finally arrive at the end of the labyrinth. Damduk immediately recognizes it as the boss room. As he's inspecting the place, he gets approached by none other than the hammer-swinging god Thor. Thor greets him with the title of God of Mountains and says everyone's been raving about his work. Damduk thanks him, and Thor notes how weirdly polite this dude is. He asks to confirm that all the monsters have been placed, and the red god confirms it's all set. With that, Thor decides it's time for the gods to return home. Sogod swings Mjolnir and sends Damduk flying out of the realm as our guy freaks out midair. Next thing he knows, Damduk's back in his apartment, trying to mentally process how insane that dimensional jump was. He even thought he was about to get exposed as a human when Thor pulled the hammer stunt, but somehow everything checks out. All of it was real. Damduk's practically glowing with excitement. He's officially awakened as an ability user, and right on cue, the system window pops up, confirming that his paycheck has been deposited. Bro's face lights up as he scrambles to check how much cash he just secured. The system loads, and what he sees next is nothing short of amazing. It's the Emporium of Gods. In this divine emporium, weapons of unfathomable power are displayed. There's the javelin of Odin that never misses, and the neon lion armor that straight up cancels every physical hit. At this point, Damduk realizes the glory of the Emporium of Gods. Damduk starts checking out the warrants, and they aren't just some throwaway items either. These are the warrants of actual gods, and they're all just sitting here, waiting to be taken. Our guy, staring at the lineup, seriously considers what would happen if he bought them all. He knows the truth. He'd stop being human and start living as an actual god. It's his golden moment, and he's ready to turn his entire life around. But of course, our guy's gotta get slapped by reality, as he realizes he can't afford even a fraction of what's here. The cheapest warrant costs 70,000 TOR, and he's sitting on a sad 12. Our guy starts wondering what he can buy with this measly amount. As he scrolls, a bunch of abilities suddenly light up in front of him. He can't believe his eyes. These gods are literally selling abilities. The irony stings because he never had a single ability of his own, and now here they are, just casually offering them up. One of them has a price tag that grabs his attention. 12 TOR. Exactly what he has. Our guy's losing it right there, completely shocked that these divine tier abilities are going for so cheap compared to everything else. But it starts making sense. The gods don't need abilities. They're born with them. What they care about are warrants and god tier weapons. But that still doesn't convince our dude, because the stuff here, all of it is S-class. As he continues scrolling, he lands on one called Swordsmanship Ability SS. It reminds him about that dream of being a noble swordsman he used to have. Now bro can just buy his way through his dream. So he confirms the purchase, and right away, a strange aura wraps around him. He's unsure if anything's actually happened. It all feels unreal. He remembers the time he worked his ass off and couldn't even get an F-class ability. Compared to that, this feels like a cheat code. Then the Emporium of Gods drops another bomb. Apparently, buying his first ability comes with a buy one get one free offer, so he can choose another that matches the rank of his skill. Our guy is on the verge of tears now, not from sadness but from pure disbelief. He picks a combat ability, and it feels like he's won the jackpot twice in one spin. He's not just a classy swordsman now, he's a full-blown combat expert. But that joy doesn't last long. Suddenly a wave of nausea hits. His entire body starts aching. The system tells him that his body's undergoing a full-scale upgrade to handle the new powers. He collapses. His lungs expand. His stamina surges, and every second of it hurts like hell. The system lets him know when the upgrades are finally complete. And just as his consciousness fades, he sees his mother. For some reason, she's apologizing like it's her fault he suffered so much. He tells her to stop worrying, because he's already got abilities now. There's no reason for her to carry that guilt anymore. And just like that, he wakes up. His head feels like it's been hit by a truck, and he wonders if he passed out. That image of his mother makes him wonder. If it was just a dream? He can't tell. But when he checks, the status window is still there. It confirms everything. He really does have swordsmanship and combat abilities now. And apparently, he's been classified as a lowest rank god. He figures that's probably the reason he was able to apply for the jobs. But as much as he wants to enjoy the moment, the irony makes him realize his life up until now has been nothing short of a joke. From being an ability-less loser to someone now working under actual gods. That's when he gets a call. It's his mother. Bro can't wait to tell her that he finally got abilities. But something's wrong, because she's panicking and tells him not to come to the hospital. He's confused, obviously, and asks what's going on, but she doesn't explain. She just keeps insisting that he stay away. He's still trying to understand what's happening when the hospital staff suddenly takes over the call. They identify him as his mother's guardian and inform him of an emergency. A dungeon entrance has opened near the hospital. They explain that they tried reaching out to him earlier, but none of their calls went through. And until things settle down, they won't allow any visitors. But Damduk's not having it. He's running full speed, desperate to get to her. The scene shifts. Chaos has taken over the area. Military units and helicopters swarm the zone. Reporters flood the streets. And the army sets up barricades, warning civilians to stay out. This is now a restricted danger zone. Right then, a cab pulls up. Damduk steps out, completely thrown off by the level of panic. He's still trying to figure out what the hell is happening. And right on cue, the system pops up. Hyperfocus has been activated. Instantly, Damduk's senses sharpen to insane levels. He can hear conversations from far off. He catches pieces of chatter from a soldier talking to a friend, revealing that hunters are being summoned from across the country. There's even a rank 8 hunter on site. That's when it finally clicks. This is what hyperfocus is. Damduk knows there's no time to waste. He runs to one of the military officers and tells him that his family member is inside. But the soldier won't budge. This is still an active zone. The labyrinth dungeon hasn't been cleared, and they're not letting anyone through. When Damduk hears the word labyrinth, something sparks in his head. That word definitely rings a bell. And then, without warning, lightning crashes down from the sky. A massive surge of energy explodes outward, sending people flying in every direction. Damduk watches the chaos unfold, but then he sees it, something too familiar. He realizes that this is the exact same dungeon he created on Thor's orders. Back when Damduk was building this labyrinth, he thought it was nothing short of a masterpiece. But now, standing here again, knowing that this dungeon might be the death of people he cares about, it's hard to believe he once admired it. He never imagined he'd see it again, let alone under these circumstances. As he tries to understand why this dungeon even exists in the present, a civilian runs up to him, completely out of breath. Damduk helps the guy to his feet, only to hear that he should run too because this place is far from safe. And just as he hears this, a knife comes flying right at him. His instincts take over, and he dives out of the way, throwing the civilian out of harm's way. One glance at where the blade landed, and it's clear. If he had moved even a second slower, he'd be done for. That's when Damduk notices another civilian shouting at him to get out. This guy isn't just panicking. He's seconds away from getting gutted by a lizard monster with a knife pressed against his face. The soldiers nearby don't waste time. They immediately command their units to open fire, and a rain of bullets pours down on the monsters. But as expected, the shots barely make a difference. Meanwhile, Damduk ducks behind some rubble, fully aware that the crossfire could easily take him out. But the moment feels even worse when one of the lizard freaks locks onto him and charges straight at him, clearly ready to kill. Right then, hyperfocus activates and it saves his ass. Damduk catches the monster's knife midair without breaking a sweat. For about 2 seconds, he looks like an action hero, but then starts whining about the little cut that catching the knife caused. His focus shifts immediately to the same civilian who was barely breathing earlier, now getting targeted by another lizard monster. Before the thing even touches the guy, Damduk yanks the creature back with full strength, saving him just in time. The soldiers notice what just happened and call for an immediate ceasefire. Watching all this, they can't help but wonder what kind of brain-dead hunter would jump into a fight like this with 0 weapons. And they're not wrong, because Damduk definitely jumped in without thinking. Now he's surrounded by the lizard monsters. No clue what his next move is. One of the lizards lunges at him, and even though Damduk apologizes like a scared little loser, his body moves on its own. Hyperfocus kicks in again. He starts weaving through the attacks like it's nothing, clearly seeing every move before it happens. Then out of nowhere, his combat ability flares up. Damduk throws a punch so hard the monster gets launched across the battlefield. He stands there stunned, unable to believe what just happened. But there's no time to waste. 2 more monsters are on the way. One of them charges, and Damduk sidesteps it with ease before landing a clean hit. The second one isn't any smarter, and Damduk jumps into the air, slamming it down with a dropkick. Everyone watching is stunned. No one can believe this guy just wiped out 3 lizard monsters without touching a weapon. And while Damduk stands there, acting like it was just another day, a man walks up and questions his affiliation. The guy seems unfamiliar with Damduk and introduces himself as Namgung, the head of the Sungun Guild. After shaking hands, Namgung points out that it's rare for guild members to act solo like this, so he asks if our guy's a free hunter, which Damduk confirms. Impressed, Namgung asks if Damduk would be interested in joining them to clear the dungeon. Damduk was clear not expecting that, but the offer reminds him that he's no longer some useless, abilityless reject. And since he knows the monsters won't stop pouring into the city unless someone does something, he accepts the request without hesitation. The next scene jumps forward, with the entire guild moving together through the dungeon, Damduk included. He's relieved he still remembers the layout, especially considering he was the one who built the damn thing. He stops and tells the group to hold back for a moment, and without waiting for permission, claims he'll be leading the way. That instantly rubs one of the guild members the wrong way, some blonde-haired clown who doesn't like being told what to do by a free hunter. He insists that when someone's rolling with a guild like theirs, they're expected to follow orders. Damduk doesn't argue. He just calmly explains that there are several booby traps ahead, and it's safer if he goes first. Namgung thanks our guy for the concern, but insists their scouting team already cleared the path. Damduk isn't buying it. He casually picks up a rock and tosses it ahead. The ground reacts instantly as a wave of spears shoots up from below, revealing the so-called cleared path was anything but safe. Damduk explains that these traps work based on decompression, and they're strong enough to rip straight through armor like it's nothing. The simplicity and lethal nature makes them dangerous as hell. Impressed, Namgung remarks that our guy knows everything about the dungeon. Damduk freaks out, knowing that if he accidentally lets it slip that he helped build this place, he's basically exposed. So he plays it cool and brushes it off as a trade secret. As he continues scouting for more traps, Damduk suddenly halts. Namgung asks what's wrong, and Damduk warns that things are only going to get more dangerous from here. He tells everyone to get ready, because what's coming next isn't going to be pretty. Inside the dim room, one guild member crushes a spider underfoot, only to immediately curse at the mess left on his shoe. As his companion complains about the unbearable heat, the other asks him if he had dozed off during the briefing. He explains that the spider webs aren't just traps, they're transit lines for the spiders themselves. Burning them won't solve anything, it'll just speed up their movements. However, doubts don't end there. The guy still questions whether their so-called hero might actually be a spy, sent in by a rival guild. Damduk casually reminds them that he can hear every word they say. He glances over at the same room where he and Red God had earlier left the spider eggs. There's no point taking the long route when he already knows where the spiders hatch. Without hesitation, he starts burning the webs himself. The other guild members eventually catch on and assist with torches, spreading flames through the sticky threads. Just as the room begins to clear, Damduk's hyper-focus kicks in. He hears it, faint voices crying out for help from somewhere up ahead. He immediately stops the others from lighting more fires, informing them that people are trapped inside. Not long after, the guild leader confirms what Damduk had already sensed. There are survivors in the next room, and saving them is now their top priority. The leader explains that once they enter, they need to form a defense formation. Namgung looks at Damduk, unable to explain how the man seems to know exactly where people are hiding. Without further hesitation, he tells the support team to follow Damduk's lead from now on. Damduk is stunned for a moment. He's never commanded anyone before, yet now the entire support team is under his direction. One girl steps up, casually thanking him for helping them avoid the traps so far, and says they'll be counting on him again. She raises her hand for a shake. Damduk stands there, awkwardly unsure of how to respond, but eventually gives in and accepts it. Before he can say anything about his lack of experience, she cuts him off, telling him not to worry about giving orders. All she wants from him is the survivor's location. The rest is their job. It's simple. Damduk nods and mutters his agreement, still a little thrown off. He asks her to let go of his hand, and she asks if he ever uses a weapon. Caught off guard, he admits that he never has. She tells him to at least carry a sword, and just like that, walks off. After a moment, Damduk realizes he never even told her his name, yet somehow she already knows it. Before he can reflect any further, someone calls out, telling everyone to get into position. They're moving in. Inside the next room, darkness settles over them like a curtain. One of the members whispers that it's quiet, but Damduk knows better than to let his guard down. In the very next moment, he yells for everyone to look up. A massive creature descends from above. One member screams for help, but the leader intervenes, slicing through the monster and barking orders to stay calm and stick to the plan. Damduk and the others resume their positions, focusing on defense and avoiding contact with any poison. Damduk's hyper-focus sharpens again, allowing him to trace the exact spot where the survivors are hidden. He calls it out, and the group rushes to help. Wrapped in webs, the survivors barely move. The team cuts through the sticky layers to free them one by one. But just when things seem manageable, more spiders crawl out of the shadows. Damduk throws a survivor over his back and guides everyone to the safe zone. Namgung observes the whole scene in silence. He doubted Damduk before, but watching him now, it's obvious that the man knows the dungeon's layout as if he designed it himself. While chaos erupts behind them, the leader slashes another spider down. Namgung knows Damduk's abilities are crazy. Damduk signals that another survivor is nearby. A support member shouts for the injured to be moved in a certain direction, pointing the rest of the group to the exit path. Soon word spreads that all survivors have been pulled out, and most are still in good shape. The leader's clearly relieved. He announces that only the combat team will proceed while the rest can take a break. But before that, he asks Damduk to step aside for a quick conversation. Damduk's nerves start creeping in. One of the guild members nearby watches him with silent envy. The leader then recounts that among the trapped were 2 police officers, 10 hunters, and a handful of scouts. He thanks Damduk outright, pointing out that without his intervention, they might have set the entire place on fire and killed everyone. Damduk's humbled by the praise. Namgung jokes that if he didn't know better, he'd assume Damduk created this dungeon himself. He laughs it off nervously and says it's not like he's some kind of god. The leader smiles and says he's just joking, and the so-called hero quietly shifts his attention to the danger and suggests they gather the rest and keep moving. Eventually, they reach a large stone door, and carved into the surface is a strange symbol. One of the guild members eyes it curiously, wondering about what it is, but the hero immediately informs everyone that they're goblins. The others scoff at the idea of goblins. After everything they've faced, goblins are nothing but a joke. The guild members complain, saying our guy hyped this up as the next boss fight, only for them to face goblins. They feel played. But the hero's mind is racing for a solution, searching for any way to get through the chamber safely. He quietly considers whether his hyper-focus skill might help. Then, without much confidence, he asks to enter the goblin chamber alone. But one of the members immediately shoves him, taunting him for letting praise from the leader get to his head. They've taken down goblins more times than they can count. If he's scared, he's welcome to stay behind. Even the leader speaks up, saying he doesn't support sending him in alone. The hero agrees but adds one condition. Once they enter, everyone must follow his lead. The leader accepts, knowing our guys probably got some ideas. Meanwhile, one brown-haired guild member is seething inside, clearly frustrated. He had planned to show off his skills this round and earn some points with the leader, but the hero is cutting into his spotlight. He glances over at his blonde-haired partner, muttering that they can't just let the hero do everything himself. The other man nods in quiet agreement. Together, the group steps into a massive hall. The blonde guy looks around and announces that it's just an empty chamber, nothing out of the ordinary. But the hero immediately tells him to lower his voice. Something isn't right. There's a presence lurking. The man sighs, unimpressed. The brown-haired one mocks him, throwing out a sarcastic remark about how maybe there's a giant roach hiding somewhere. His blonde partner joins in, adding that even if a goblin does pop up, they'll just protect the hero, so he might as well relax. But the mood changes instantly. Every torch in the hall flickers out, and darkness swallows the space whole. Confusion erupts as members shout for someone to relight the flame. The hero stops them immediately, urging them not to use any light. But the brown-haired one has had enough. He snaps back, saying they can't fight blind and questions what kind of hunter is afraid of a few goblins. He calls the hero a coward and defiantly lights the torch. The moment the flame sparks to life, the hero's face twists in terror. He yells for everyone to get down. The leader reacts fast, grabbing his students and ducking low. The two cocky members freeze as they hear the tension in the hero's voice, but it's already too late. The blonde guy turns to speak, still trying to act like nothing's wrong, but something stops him. His partner is done. He's got 3 arrows lodged deep in his chest. A second later, a dozen more pierce through his body. The leader watches in horror as the torch slips from the man's lifeless hand and hits the ground. The dim light reveals the corpse of the brown-haired member, covered in arrows. His partner stumbles back in shock, unable to process what just happened. Panic spreads quickly. The group shouts over each other, desperately trying to figure out where the attack is coming from. The leader screams at them not to move. Then, the leader finally understands. This is why Damduk warned them about the light. The hero calmly explains that goblins fire towards light sources. That's why they stayed hidden when all they heard were voices. The leader still doesn't understand why they held back even after hearing them speak. But Damduk knows the answer. Goblins like to toy with their prey. They enjoy watching people tremble in the dark. Far above, one goblin grins in the shadows, silently laughing at the chaos unfolding below. Namgung points out that even if they know the goblin's game, they can't fight without light. Someone has to risk using it, but the hero says he doesn't need light to fight. The leader finds that hard to believe, but the hero tells him to leave this area to him. His skill is active. He turns to the rest, fully aware of their nerves, and tells them to stay quiet and not move. Activating his hyper-focus skill, the world around him sharpens. He can see all the goblins now. Without wasting time, he goes on the offensive. One by one, he strikes them down, weaving through the darkness. The hero makes it look easy. The blonde-haired guy's furious to see that Damduk is literally the goat, but the prick still believes he could have done it himself. The hero is just stealing the spotlight. But the leader doesn't see it that way. He admits he's never seen anyone fight like this in all his years as a hunter. The hero simply smiles and says he just got lucky. Even he can't believe what he just pulled off. Then, without another word, he turns toward a massive door at the end of the hall. This is the final stop. Labyrinth ends here. This is the boss room. The moment Namgung stands before the massive door, he knows what's waiting beyond it. This is the final boss. The leader wonders if the monster's in hiding, but Damduk shuts that down immediately, because there it is. A giant cow-looking ass creature. One of the hunters questions if that thing is really the dungeon's guardian, and Namgung confirms it. It doesn't move though. It's just standing there, like it's giving them a chance to figure something out. But Damduk gets a sick feeling in his gut when a notification window pops up in front of him, informing him that a minor Minotaur human sacrifice event has started, and the dungeon demands 5 sacrifices. Meanwhile, the guild leader begins barking orders. The combat unit will split up and strike from both the front and the back. But as far as Damduk can tell, no one else can see the same warning he just got. Still, he figures there's gotta be a hint hidden somewhere in this mess that'll help them beat the dungeon. And if that's true, he has no choice but to say something. As the strategy discussion unfolds, Damduk approaches Namgung. The leader, mid-plan, tells him to hold on. But the moment Damduk mentions that it concerns the labyrinth, the man gives him his full attention. Watching Damduk take the spotlight again makes Blondie's blood boil. The clown can't stand how Damduk keeps swooping in with his hero moves. Staring down the giant cow, he declares that this thing's about to get destroyed. He doesn't give a damn about the rules and about teamwork. The idiot plans to take down the final boss with his F-rank shooting skill. The fool shortens the distance between himself and the monster, convinced he's about to win the whole dungeon solo. Damduk warns him not to do anything reckless, but the dumbass yells at our guy, accusing him of wanting all the glory and assuring Namgung that he'll handle this beast himself. And just like that, the moron steps into the center of the labyrinth, triggering the boss. A notification confirms it. Now the dungeon will randomly choose 5 sacrifices. Blondie doesn't realize what he's just done, but Damduk and the gold leader panic. The idiot looks around, still confused, and the leader straight up calls him a brain-dead fool. He asks him if he even understands the consequences of what he's triggered. Damduk tries to steady the situation, reminding everyone that now's not the time to throw blame. The monster finally reacts. A barrier shoots up, separating Blondie from the rest of the team. He screams and begs to be let out, but it's no use. The guild leader tells everyone not to panic. They need to focus and act now. There's no time to reorganize. The guild leader declares that they'll attack with whatever they've got. He volunteers to act as the distraction and charges at the monster with his axe, while the others set up the formation. He even lands a clean hit, which has the guild members cheering like this fight's already over. Damduk is just as surprised by the strength on display. But then something feels off. The attack did absolutely nothing. The leader realizes the impact felt like hitting solid metal. As he processes this, Damduk yells for him to dodge. Our guy realizes it's not the monster couldn't dodge. It just doesn't need to move, since its durability is through the roof. The old man doesn't react in time. The monster retaliates, grazing him with a weapon, and even that small scratch sends a jolt of pain through his entire body. The leader instantly understands that charging in without a plan will get them all killed. He orders the entire team to encircle the beast and gather as much data as possible without taking direct hits. Damduck can't help but respect the guy's quick thinking. But even with a sound plan, it's clear the monster has no weaknesses. It doesn't even care about range. Then Damduck spots something. A burst of electricity that's too familiar. In a flash, he realizes what it is. This monster isn't just any beast. It's got Thor's warrant embedded in its body. Lightning begins to build as the creature charges its attack. The leader notices too and tells everyone to brace for something serious. He sees an opening and tries to rush in again, but Damduck knows better. He warns them all, but it's too late. The monster unleashes its attack, and the guild leader gets wrecked. When the dust settles, he's down. Everyone just stares in disbelief. The one man they all relied on is completely out of the fight. And the worst part? They can't even escape. Since the barrier's still up, the guild members are on the verge of losing it, unsure what to do now. Damduck can't accept this. This isn't how he goes out. He remembers everything he's been through to get here. All the times he survived. It can't end in a place like this. He reaches for the one card he hasn't played yet. His trump card. Damduck pulls out a sword. He's been saving it, but now's the time. And just like that, he activates his swordsmanship skill. Our boy activates his SS grade swordsmanship and dared it to come at him. The monster charges without hesitation, ready to crush him on the spot. Meanwhile, the guild leader lies defeated, barely able to move. He watches helplessly, knowing full well how this should end. If his own axe couldn't scratch the beast, then a sword in Damduck's hands won't change anything. He wants to tell him to run, but there's no strength left in his body. And then our guy slices off one of the beast's horns like it's a paper prop from a school play. The guild freezes. No one understands what just happened, but Damduck does. For him, it was just a matter of having the right tool. Now that he's holding this sword, he knows exactly what to do. The strangest part is, he's never even touched a blade before, yet somehow it fits perfectly, like it's been waiting for him since day one. The beast roars and charges again, shaking the ground with every step, but our hero's already gone. In a blink, he moves through the monster's defenses and lands clean hits across its body. His movements are so cracked the leader can't even register them. That's when the truth settles in. Damduck was never meant to fight with fists. He was built for the sword, and even though the beast is taking damage, its thick hide is keeping it on its feet. In the corner, the blonde guy is still spiraling like it's his first raid, but the leader ignores it. He already knows. Our guy isn't just surviving. He's fighting like one of the best swordsmen alive. The guild leader doesn't need long to realize that Damduck's skill isn't the issue. It's the busted excuse for a blade he's swinging around. The weapon's already falling apart, and it's clear it won't last much longer. It's just a piece of junk, and it's in the hands of someone who actually knows how to use it. Damduck picks up on that too. The damage output is weak, but the weak points are still there, so all he needs is one clean opportunity to strike. With that in mind, our guy charges in again, determined to end it. But the result is barely even cosmetic, just a surface scratch, and now the sword's officially dead weight. Still, he isn't panicking. He knows it's a game of patience and precision now. One weak spot, one clean opening, and it's over. The monster doesn't give him long to think, charging up for its big move. But this isn't new. The guild leader, still slumped on the sidelines, immediately recognizes the wind-up. It's the same ability the beast used earlier. What surprises him is Damduck's stance, perfectly lined up to counter. He isn't sure how, but our boy's already in place. There's no time to waste, so the leader decides he has to help. He remembers the hidden trump card, Damduck's strange ability to fight without needing to see, and forms a quick plan. The blonde coward's still shaking in his robe, so the leader eyes the weapon he's hiding and tells him to toss it. It's the only option left. At the same time, our boy takes one last swing with the broken blade, and just like that, it shatters completely. The beast is fully charged, ready to wipe the floor, but the leader's call comes just in time. The coward throws the sword, and Damduck catches it midair without flinching. With zero hesitation, our hero makes one final move and brings the ugly freak show down for good. The scene cuts away, and now we're watching reporters broadcast from outside the dungeon. It's been 5 hours since the monster waves stopped. The world outside has no idea what went down inside. Cameras roll as the dungeon doors finally open. Light pours in, and the victorious team walks out. Among them is Damduck, face steady, energy spent but intact. As soon as they're out, he asks how the leader knew he'd catch the sword. The old man casually explains that Damduck's ability to fight without looking made it obvious. Damduck laughs, admitting that if he was wrong, our boy would have been absolutely cooked. He thanks the leader for saving him, but the old man pushes the credit back, saying that it was Damduck who saved the city. The praise hits different this time. Our boy remembers the days when he had nothing. No abilities, no support, and no one who believed in him. But now he's stronger, smarter, and more respected than ever. That weight of inferiority is finally gone. So yeah, our guy throws his hands up in celebration, knowing full well he earned every damn bit of this win. We shift scenes to Sanlim University Hospital. Our hero's made his way here to check up on his mom, stressing over whether she's okay. Luckily, she's doing just fine, and our boy finally lets himself breathe. As he chills for a sec, he glances up at one of the hospital TVs, and there he is, all over the news. On screen, he's getting mobbed by reporters. Dude looks half happy, half terrified. Media attention isn't really his thing. They're throwing questions at him from every direction. What went down in the dungeon, whether he almost died, his name, his sword skills, if he's in a guild. It's chaos. Our guy can barely keep up. He asks them to slow the hell down and talk one at a time. He tells them straight, no, he's not in a guild. Yes, there were some close calls, but he fought like hell to protect the people he cares about. The reporters, hungry for drama, immediately twist it, asking if he's saying guilds are useless now. Damduk claps back with some heat, throwing shade at the Hunters Association. That's quite the bold move. Before they can drag it any further, he slaps the TV off. Watching himself stumble through that interview, instant second-hand embarrassment. Just then, his phone buzzes. It's some article about him, with a crystal-clear shot of him mid-battle against those giant-ass lizards. He's stunned. With all that chaos, someone still managed to snap a wallpaper-worthy pic. He jokes to himself about Korean news agencies being sneaky little devils. Then out of nowhere, he gets a pop-up. He's just earned 1,000 divine power points. That catches him off guard. He remembers he needs divine power to unlock more job options from the gods. Right on cue, another window opens up, revealing a new job is now available. That gets him hyped, and without wasting a second, he taps confirm. Boom. An offer from Hephaestus, who's god of blacksmiths. Hephaestus is hiring for a bodyguard, and our guy's definitely up for it. Sure, he applies and finally leans back, thinking he's earned some rest. But he's not very lucky. Suddenly, another alert pops up. 3 gods are reviewing your application. He nearly shits himself. Panicking, he smashes the sign-up button without even reading the fine print, and just like that, he's yanked out of reality. Damduck crash lands again, and groans about how brutal these summons always are. He squints around, trying to figure out if this hell-hot place is Hephaestus's forge. It's boiling in here, and before he can complain more, this huge-ass god materializes behind him and nearly gives him a heart attack. Hephaestus asks if Damduck Yu's the new guy. Damduck Yu practically folds in half, bowing so fast it's a blur. That makes the god chuckle. Says Damduck Yu reminds him of Earthlings, which only stresses our guy out more. He thinks he's blown his whole not-a-god cover. But then Hephaestus calls him the god of mountains. Says he knows Damduck Yu's got a thing for humans. Heard about how he went off in Thor's dungeon. Guy has no idea Damduck Yu's not divine. He even compliments him. Says it takes real guts to win Thor over. Our boy exhales. He's not caught. Not yet. Hephaestus laughs again. Says Damduck Yu's got balls. Complaining about the heat of a god's forge right to his face. Damduck Yu stammers out an apology. The god waves it off and tells him to follow. He'll walk him through the job. He picks up this weird-ass horn instrument and blasts it. The sound damn near blows out Damduck Yu's eardrums. 3 dwarf blacksmiths come sprinting in, bowing and greeting our guy like he's royalty. Hephaestus tells them Damduck Yu's running security for the day. The dwarves instantly ask him to keep them safe, and our hero, still overwhelmed, asks for the same back. First time in a smithy, after all. Hephaestus hypes the dwarves up, says they might look like tiny pups, but they're absolute monsters when pushed. He then tells Damduck Yu he's been losing track of stuff lately, especially a pendant he was crafting for Freya, goddess of love and beauty. Damduck Yu's eyebrows hit the ceiling. That kind of gift going missing? Someone's got balls. Hephaestus agrees, says it's been giving him non-stop headaches. Damduck Yu glances at the dwarves again. They don't exactly look like thieves or shady types. He files the thought away. Before heading off, Hephaestus tells Damduck Yu he's got to run to Mount Olympus and leaves the smithy in our guy's hands. As a parting gift, he tosses him the freaking Hercules club. Damduck Yu inspects it like a kid with a new toy. It's absurd. Every swing has a 10% chance to knock any living thing clean out. Basically a divine stun gun. Our hero's lit up, holding what's basically a legal cheat code. Damduck Yu asks what he's supposed to do with it, to which Hephaestus grins and tells him to show the dwarves who's boss. Sounds friendly, but there's a hint of don't let them walk all over you in that tone. He heads out, leaving the forge behind in Damduck Yu's probably 2 human hands. Our guy turns back to the dwarves, still holding the god-tier bat, and gives them one more polite nod. The moment Hephaestus disappears, the dwarf blacksmiths drop the act without hesitation. Their faces twist with hostility, their tone sharpens, and the shift in atmosphere hits Damduck Yu instantly. That's when it clicks. Hephaestus didn't hand over the Hercules club out of kindness. The god knew exactly what was coming. Damduck warns them to back off before things escalate, club in hand and ready. He tells them it'd be a shame if someone got smashed. For a second, it almost feels like he's got control. Then a wall of weapons fills his vision, and whatever confidence he had collapses. A dwarf flashes a smug look, raises a device, and fires. And just like that, our boy drops and everything goes black. When he wakes, he's tied to a stone pillar, head ringing, and voices echo through the forge. The blacksmiths are already plotting. They're ditching the place, fencing Hephaestus's gear, and splitting the profit. One of them twirls Freya's necklace between his fingers, already thinking about the sale. Damduk's jaw tightens. He wants to break free and put them down, but the ropes won't budge. A dwarf spots our guy and notices that he's awake and says it's impressive he's still conscious after that dose. Calls him a scrawny god with fast recovery. They don't know the truth. Damduk Yu isn't a god, just a human intern stuck in a divine disaster. He tells them again they're making a mistake, that Hephaestus will lose it once he finds out. Reminds them stealing from Olympus isn't something they walk away from. They laugh like it's a joke. One of them says if they feared gods, they wouldn't be stealing from one anyway. Another says they've got what they came for and it's time to finish it. Another tranquilizer is already being prepped. They scoff at how underwhelming Damduk turned out to be, as they expected more from Hephaestus's assistant, but all they got was a guy tied to a post. Damduk growls that they'll regret it, but they just mock him harder. But while they celebrate, they miss the quiet work behind his back. He's been cutting the ropes with a hidden blade since he woke up, and now the final thread snaps. The dwarfs don't even see it coming. Damduk Yu tears through the chaos as he swings the weapon Hephaestus gave him and brings it down with brutal force, clearing out the room in a storm of violence. The blacksmiths go down hard, gagged and tied up, left in a heap like traitors should be, and our boy tells them they brought this on themselves. But even as he lashes them to the ground, he knows he barely made it through. He recalls talking to the woman in the Sungun Guild, and how she advised him to carry a weapon, realizing if he didn't listen to her, he wouldn't have walked out of this. He sees it then, the necklace made for Freya, lying tossed aside like garbage, so he picks it up without a word. Outside, things have already gone south as the rest of the blacksmiths have packed everything, armor, tools, whatever they could carry, and now they gather like they're waiting for something big, while a fat dwarf calls for silence and announces that Red Fist, the king of the dwarfs, is about to speak. Red Fist steps up and starts ranting about how they've had enough, how Hephaestus turned his back on them, and how today's the day they get even. He claims they've got power now and aren't afraid to use it. The whole crowd goes wild, yelling for revenge like they've been waiting for this moment forever. Our guy stays hidden and doesn't breathe, but something shifts and a loud crash gives him away, and every head turns toward the sound. He tries to act normal, says something dumb, but nobody's buying it. The blacksmiths lose it, demanding to know how he got out, and weapons come out again. Damduk ducks behind a pillar as darts fly past, and he remembers Hephaestus calling them loud dogs. It sounds ridiculous to him now. Red Fist spots the two guards knocked out and tied up, then tells the group this isn't about the part-timer, because their war is with Hephaestus, not some outsider, and there's no point in killing someone who's not even part of it. So they give him a choice: join them and help take down Olympus, or walk away and keep quiet. But if he chooses wrong, he dies. Our boy hesitates, stuck between two bad options, because if he leaves, the gods will blacklist him, but if he stays, the blacksmiths will crush him. Either way, he's screwed. The blacksmiths think he gave up, and Red Fist smirks, congratulates him for making the smart move, and throws in a jab about him being a low-tier god. Damduk doesn't even react to that. He just wants to know why they're betraying Hephaestus when they used to be his crew, and warns that they're poking something way bigger than they can handle. He calls Hephaestus one of the 12 major gods, the god of the forge, and says once he finds out what they've done, there won't be a single blacksmith left standing. That's when one of them loses it. He pulls out a weapon and decides our guy's asking for it. But Red Fist stops him. The smirk is gone now, and his voice turns cold as he says Damduk crossed the line. Then he goes further, drops the insult he's been holding back. Hephaestus isn't a god, he's trash. Damduk is silenced by this fact. He simply asks what the hell that's supposed to mean. The dwarf says it's exactly what he means. If anything, crook might be a better word. The story spills out without warning. Hephaestus once arrived at the dwarven mountain with promises that glittered brighter than any forge. He offered them everything, tools beyond imagining, a workshop tailored for gods, and a future paved in molten gold. The dwarfs followed, eager to build beside a god. And that was the mistake. At first everything worked. The pay came like clockwork, meals were hot, breaks were respected, and the work was smooth. But slowly, without anyone realizing, their passion slipped through their fingers. The hunger to create greatness dulled into comfort. The fire that once drove them flickered and died. Red Fist's voice shakes with rage. He believes none of it was an accident. In his eyes, Hephaestus did it all with surgical precision. He didn't want legends. He wanted labor. He took wild craftsmen and turned them into obedient hands. He replaced legacy with compliance. Damduk Yu listens, unimpressed. He still doesn't see where the actual crime is. Red Fist's fury boils over. Without Hephaestus, their names would have burned themselves into history. They would have become myths. But instead, they got silenced, replaced. And Hephaestus, that manipulative bastard, planned every step of it. So no, crook doesn't cut it. Red Fist wants a better word. Damduk mutters under his breath. Trash works. But not for Hephaestus, for the dwarfs. The fact they're still chasing revenge over something so hollow makes them look pathetic. Holding on to bitterness like that doesn't make them noble. It makes them weak. This doesn't sit well with the dwarf. But Damduk raises a hand and requests him to listen through. If they follow through with this plan, if they steal from Hephaestus out of spite, no one's going to see legendary craftsmen. They'll see thieves. No different from any other gang desperate for relevance. Their names won't be remembered. Their legacy will be nothing but smoke and ash. Damduk then suggests something. If the dwarfs really want to prove something, they should aim higher. Fight the one who carries the legacy of Hephaestus. If they can beat the one who carries the god's weapon, then that can restore their legacy. He adds one last insult, claiming that if they can't take down one guy with one weapon, then maybe they really are beneath Hephaestus. That's when a higher-ranking dwarf finally snaps, lifting his tranquilizer and suggesting they shut Damduk Yu up for good. Definitely not what Damduk was going for. However, Red Fist's pride takes the hit, and as he steps forward, shaking with rage, it's clear he's not walking away now. The challenge is accepted, and whatever happens next is on Damduk Yu. The dwarf raises his hammer and swears he'll prove it's better than some god-forged club, calling Damduk Yu an idiot for running his mouth and promising to crush him flat. He charges, and though Damduk Yu dodges just in time, the hammer smashes into the ground, shaking the entire forge. It doesn't even land, but the floor still cracks. Red Fist isn't bluffing, he's dangerous. And as he tells Damduk Yu that cheap tricks and borrowed gear won't win him anything, he makes it clear he isn't impressed. But Damduk Yu isn't backing down, because he still plans to win. Red Fist swings again, yet Damduk Yu moves too fast, and the hammer cuts through an afterimage. He laughs, pointing out that the swing just landed on a ghost. Red Fist looks at him with new respect, realizing this kid's fast, but Damduk Yu only smiles, because he hasn't even gone all out yet. Then he points at Red Fist's boots and mocks them, saying they look like something from a cartoon Viking. Red Fist groans, tired of the talking, but something in Damduk Yu's stance catches his attention. It's too calm, and he warns him not to get cocky. That catches Damduk Yu off guard, since he didn't expect the dwarf to notice. Yet Red Fist simply says only a fool wouldn't. No one's handled that club like this before, not even the gods. Damduk Yu says he's sharp, and that earns him a grin. Red Fist hasn't enjoyed a fight this much in years, and for the first time, he might have found someone on his level. The other dwarfs are stunned, because their boss doesn't say things like that for no reason. Red Fist apologizes for holding back and says that ends now, while Damduk Yu tells him to bring it. They clash again, fast and brutal, and neither can land a clean hit until their weapons collide. The sound is deep, not just metal, but something else entirely, like a forge waking up, like a smithy's heartbeat. Red Fist freezes, because that sound hits something inside him. He hears fire, he hears soul, he hears himself again. Damduk Yu's words echo in his head, about being trash, and for once, Red Fist doesn't argue. He remembers how easy it was to punish others and how hard it was to face the truth. He sees the day Hephaestus gave them the forge, the day they left their caves to chase greatness, and how they came up short. Their skills weren't enough. He calls it pathetic. All those sacrifices, all that hope, wasted. His grip weakens, and Damduk Yu takes the chance and swings. The club knocks the hammer clean out of Red Fist's hands as it flies across the room. He looks at his empty hands and lowers his head. Our guy's lost. Damduk Yu lifts the club, ready to end it. But the strike never lands, because another hand grabs the club mid-swing and stops it cold. Hephaestus stands between them, calm but angry, and as he looks around the ruined forge, he says that for a second, he thought he walked into the wrong place. Hephaestus enters the wreckage surveying damage he thought would be minor. He expected maybe a broken chair or two, not a full-blown battlefield. He looks around the smithy and notices a pile of stolen godly belongings. He raises his voice, ordering someone to explain what the hell went down. Before anyone else can speak, Red Fist takes full responsibility. He says it was his idea. The rest of the dwarfs, he insists, are completely innocent. The dwarfs begin panicking, begging him to stop. Their loyalty is real, but so is their fear. Hephaestus cuts through the noise and demands to know what exactly Red Fist was trying to pull. In Red Fist's mind, this was always his burden. They followed him because they trusted him, which makes him the one to take the fall. However, before he can explain further, Damduk Yu casually shrugs and says it was all him that caused this shit. He apologizes for the mess and laughs it off like it was no big deal. Red Fist looks at him in disbelief, wondering what he's doing. Damduk doesn't stop. Instead, he doubles down and tells Hephaestus that Red Fist was just following orders. Hephaestus is visibly confused. Last time he checked, Damduk Yu's job was guarding the smithy, not wrecking it. Damduk Yu makes up another story, and hands over the necklace he was supposed to deliver to Freya, goddess of love. This shifts the conversation entirely. Hephaestus lights up, clearly surprised to see the pendant again. Damduk Yu reminds him they talked about it during their first meeting. Red Fist realizes with horror that it's the same necklace he gave to those two dwarfs who had captured Damduk Yu. If Damduk Yu tells the truth, the dwarfs are completely done for. Hephaestus asks where the necklace came from, and Red Fist braces for the worst. However, Damduk Yu spins another story. He says the dwarfs found it while cleaning the forge. Apparently, guarding this place got boring, so they all helped out to find it. The dwarfs are frozen in confusion, Damduk-yu adds that being smaller made it easier for them to search through tight spaces. Hephaestus asks Red Fist and asks if that's true. Before Red Fist can respond, the god of blacksmiths shrugs it off. He says it doesn't matter. As far as he's concerned, Damduk-yu protected the forge and recovered a lost relic. That counts as a win. Damduk-yu exhales in relief and mutters thanks to every god in the pantheon. Hephaestus ruffles his hair and calls him a good kid. He finally understands why Thor's so fond of the god of mountains. Then Hephaestus notices Red Fist's hammer. He says he thought the dwarfs had lost their edge until he heard that impact with Damduk-yu's club. That sound, he says, was impressive and full of passion. He examines the hammer, and there's not even a single scratch, which is impressive to the god of blacksmiths. Hearing this, the king of the dwarfs gets emotional. Hephaestus chuckles. He says he's always appreciated that kind of craftsmanship and looks forward to working with the dwarfs again. The dwarfs also seem to carry the same enthusiasm. He turns back to Damduk. He expresses gratitude for the collaboration and says he has a gift. And then the god opens a chest. Damduk-yu looks inside, expecting a legendary weapon. He thanks Hephaestus early but immediately regrets it. Inside is nothing but a puny little fox. Damduk-yu is about to complain, but before he can, the creature transforms. The fox stretches and becomes a glowing sword. Hephaestus explains that it's not a normal animal. It's the moonlight fox. It can transform into any weapon, and it represents the essence of all arms. The god glances at Damduk-yu, slightly disappointed that the kid doesn't seem that excited. He jokes that maybe he'll just give it to a dwarf instead. At that moment, Damduk-yu flips. He immediately starts praising it, claiming it's incredible and legendary. Seeing this, Hephaestus says he thought Damduk-yu didn't like it, but Damduk-yu insists it was just a formal reaction. He was trying to stay cool. He picks up the fox and names it Snowy because it's fluffy and white. And then Hephaestus performs a quick ritual and transfers ownership of the moonlight fox to Damduk. And just like that, the god confirms that the fox is officially his now. The god also adds a bonus. It's a bag of his old scrap weapons. He says that they're useless to him, but maybe Damduk-yu can find a use for them. Handing Damduk his bonus, Hephaestus says he has other matters to handle and departs. Damduk-yu is left holding a massive sack of divine scrap metal, and after Hephaestus is gone, Red Fist approaches him. He wants to know why Damduk-yu lied. After everything, why he still chose to save them. Damduk-yu answers immediately. He reveals that the reason is simple. He sees himself in them. They're broken and struggling, trying to claw their way back from their lowest. Surprised, Red Fist asks if that's the only reason. Damduk-yu nods. He says he doesn't want anything in return. It just felt like the right thing to do. He steps toward a glowing portal back to Earth, and then drops a bomb by revealing that he's pretty sure Hephaestus knew the truth all along and just chose not to say anything. Red Fist bows to Damduk and says, on behalf of his entire clan, they'll try to rise again and do better. He thanks Damduk-yu sincerely as our guy steps through a portal. Back on Earth, Damduk-yu stands outside a hunting department store, hauling a giant sack of divine scrap over one shoulder, calculating how much money he can make selling god-crafted junk to regular people. The grind continues. The scene opens with Bae In-ji, recently appointed CEO of the hunter department store. At 37, he's just secured the position and already carries himself like he belongs among the country's elite. 1 week in, and he believes the rest of the world is beneath him. While basking in his own importance, someone approaches. He turns and sees Damduk-yu. The sight alone disrupts his smug composure. To Bae In-ji, Damduk looks like a nobody, someone who can't possibly be a proper hunter. The summon following him only reinforces the idea. No weapons, no gear, just an unremarkable man who must be scavenging leftovers from other people's dungeon runs. Suppressing his irritation, Bae In-ji leads him to the appraisal center. An elderly appraiser greets them, and Damduk places a set of weapons on the table. The moment the appraiser sees them, everything changes. He asks where they came from. Damduk casually says they're from odd jobs. Bae In-ji immediately accuses him of bringing in fakes, demanding the appraiser confirm it. But the response is immediate. In 4 decades of experience, the old man says he's never seen anything like this. All the gear is 4-star grade, high quality and authentic. Bae In-ji is stunned. None of it makes sense. How someone like Damduk could possess gear like this is beyond him. He starts considering unlikely explanations, black market deals, hidden wealth, something that could make this all add up. Then he shifts. He invites Damduk to the VIP lounge, putting on a polite face. The appraiser follows, and once seated, he estimates the total value of the items, close to 3 billion won. Damduk is visibly shocked. These were leftover scraps from Hephaestus, yet they're worth more than he expected. The appraiser adds that with the right buyer, the price could double. Bae In-ji panics. This isn't a simple transaction. It's a jackpot. He tells himself he has to secure the entire deal. He tries to act composed, offering to handle negotiations. But before he can finish, Damduk says he's ready to sell everything. Bae In-ji freezes, asks him to repeat it. Damduk does. Relief washes over him, until Damduk adds that he won't be selling anything to the hunter department store. He's going somewhere else. Bae In-ji's hopes collapse. The fallout is immediate. Within days, he's fired from his position, removed just a week after his appointment. Meanwhile, Damduck sells the gear elsewhere. The total payout reaches 3.8 billion won. The store staff can't hide their shock. He still looks the same, but now he's wealthy, and he knows exactly where he's going first. He visits his mother at the hospital, carrying bags of gifts. She's surprised, not just by the visit but by the sudden change. Another patient points to the TV, where news of Damduck's dungeon run is playing. The anchor confirms that he cleared it on his own. His mother turns to him. He explains he recently awakened, and everything happened quickly. She tears up, overwhelmed with relief. Years of guilt fall away. On screen, Namgung from the Sangan Guild credits Damduck with the dungeon's success. Damduck doesn't think he deserves the praise, but his mother smiles. He checks his interface and sees that the more people talk about him, the more divine power he gains. Job offers begin pouring in. One offer promises the Apple of Immortality, something that could cure his mother's cancer. Before he can respond, news breaks. A gate has opened in Gyeonggi-do, Yogan Province. It's not a dungeon, but a portal. Monsters are spilling out, and hunters can't enter. Snowy starts behaving strangely. Damduck receives a vision tied to the gate. He doesn't hesitate. He tells his mother he has to go. A nearby patient reminds her, this is what hunters do. Outside, monsters are tearing through the city. Guilds fight to hold the line. And there, stepping into the chaos, is Damduck Yu, with Snowy perched on his shoulder as the sun sets behind them. The chaos has calmed for a moment. One last monster drops to the ground, twitching, as a hunter stands over it. He glances around and asks the team if that was the last one, and it turns out it is. So the squad agrees to take a breather and wait for the next wave. But before anyone starts relaxing too hard, one of the chief hunters snaps back into drill sergeant mode, reminding everyone to keep it tight and act like professionals. They've got reporters watching, and the last thing they need is to end up memed on the evening news. Down in the restricted zone, a hunter spots something that definitely doesn't belong. A random dude standing where no civilian should be, and calls for his boss. But before he can explain, the boss grabs him by the collar like he just got caught stealing lunch from the break room. The hunter panics and blurts out the truth. There's a civilian up on the mountain, and when the boss follows his line of sight, he locks eyes on the one and only Damduck Yu. Instant rage. The boss can't believe this nonsense, while our guy just stands there, hands in coat pockets, casually wondering where all the monsters disappeared to. The boss grits his teeth and asks why the hunter isn't handling it himself, but then he catches the murmurs. The reporters nearby are pointing, whispering, and laughing, and he can already feel his street cred evaporating by the second. He decides he'll handle it himself. Eyes now locked on the mountaintop, the boss sees our boy standing like he's filming a movie poster. The coat, the lighting, the unbothered posture, it's giving peak anime energy, and the boss is already fuming. His squad ditched him to guard the gate while they got all the action inside the dungeon, and now some civilian clown is stealing his spotlight. He makes a vow right there on the spot. He's ranking up to 4 no matter what, and step 1 is making an example out of this wannabe influencer. He activates a skill, Wind Gallop, and takes off into the air like a dramatic wind god, landing on the mountain with enough flair to impress a theater kid. But our hero doesn't flinch, hands still in his coat, not a care in the world. The boss barks that this area is restricted and tells Damduck to get lost, even throwing in a jab about filming YouTube skits somewhere else. Our guy doesn't even blink. He holds his position, perfectly calm, which somehow pisses the boss off even more. The guy can't believe that some nobody is ignoring a certified rank 3 hunter, but what he doesn't know is that our boy is the chosen champion of Olympus, literally blessed by 12 gods. And here's this loser, puffing up his chest like he's a big deal. The boss, blinded by ego, decides Damduck's just a fan waiting for an autograph and chuckles, saying he'll give him one if that's what he wants. Classic delusion. Our guy gives a half shrug and says he'll be right back, just has a quick errand to handle, which sends the boss into a full-blown tantrum as he steps forward again and demands to know if Damduck is seriously ignoring him, a high-ranking hunter. Even Snowy, the smug little fox, is tired of this dude already. Our boy finally glances at him and asks what exactly he's trying to accomplish, and the boss internally screams, knowing it was only a matter of time before he ran into some idiot this deep into the hunter business. He doubles down and mocks our hero, claiming that a guy with such a small summon is clearly just a clout-chasing scrub desperate for attention, but Snowy's eyes narrow with divine-level rage. The boss announces that our guy has made a grave mistake picking him as an opponent, and swears he's going to make sure this civilian regrets everything. He throws a punch, a hard one, but Damduck doesn't even look. He casually sidesteps, plants his foot on the boss's own foot, and sends him skidding toward the edge of the mountain like a cartoon villain slipping on a banana peel. Before the guy falls to his death, our boy reaches out and grabs his arm, saving him like it's no big deal, then apologizes and says it was a reflex. He asks why a rank 3 hunter is swinging first without a plan like this is middle school gym class, calling it a dumbass way to fight. But the boss doesn't learn a thing. He snarls that Damduck just got lucky, then swings again. Another complete whiff. Our guy still hasn't moved more than an inch, just standing there, looking like a walking movie trailer, and jokes that he's down to fight, sure. But seriously, is the boss even gonna land a punch? Then he mentions the crowd. Cameras are out. Reporters are already zooming in. One points and tells the crew to record the moment. The boss notices too late. His dumbassery is being broadcast in 4K, and he's about to throw another tantrum when a reporter calls out Damduck's name. She recognizes him instantly. He's the rookie who cleared that dungeon with the Sungan Guild, and says his name out loud. Damduck Yu, the guy who handled business like a one-man raid party. The boss freezes. His brain finally catches up. This isn't some nobody. This is the Damduck Yu, the same Damduck Yu that Mr. Nick couldn't stop praising. The guy who made an entire dungeon bend the knee. Our hero smiles. The cameras are loving him, and he knows the divine power boost from this is going to be sweet. He flashes a grin and tells the reporters to get their angles right. They're about to catch a scoop. Then he turns to the boss, who now looks like someone just stole his soul, and brings up that little speech the guy gave earlier. Something about beating him until he begged for forgiveness, before telling him to watch closely, because greatness is coming. And then our guy takes off. He flies. No dramatic prep. No countdown. Just launches into the sky like it's a Tuesday and casually enters the gate hovering over the battlefield. Silence follows. Reporters drop their mics. Hunters forget to breathe, because that's not normal. Gates aren't like dungeons. They're full-blown cosmic rips that humans can't enter. They've been showing up for 10 years now, coming and going like natural disasters. Scientists warn people to stay away. Most compare them to freak traffic accidents. Dangerous, unpredictable, untouchable. But here comes our boy, just walking into one like he forgot his keys inside. Turns out humans can't enter gates unless they have divine power. And our guy? Yeah, he's got plenty. Enough to get inside at least. He lands inside a realm that feels like another planet, eerie and surreal, and realizes this is what the vision was. This world, these gates, places built by gods that humans were never meant to reach. He thinks about what Thor said. Dungeons are trials for humans. But gates? They're different. He doesn't know their purpose yet, but he's starting to piece things together. Our hero takes a few steps, then hits a wall. Not a literal one, but a barrier, and he can't go any further. A glowing message appears, not enough divine power. He groans and starts kicking it, but nothing happens. Same message again. Total buzzkill. This is a dead end. A massive wall between him and whatever power lies ahead. He mutters that he needs to level up, fast. More divine power, or he's stuck here like a tourist without a passport. Snowy paces at his feet while our guy scans the area and spots a deep chasm, but he can't enter that either. Another divine power block. He sighs and mutters that at this rate, he'll never meet the owner of the gate. And just like that, the scene cuts. Our boy stuck in a world no human should reach, wondering how far he still has to go. Our boy is knee-deep in monster guts, cutting through wave after wave like it's just another day in hell. The numbers keep coming, a relentless tide of freaks that refuse to end, and it's starting to get on his nerves. He thought taking down the big boss would shut everything down like in the dungeons, but there's no final boss in sight, just more of these twisted creatures crawling in from every direction. Something feels off. These monsters don't move like the ones he fought in dungeons. Those things behave like NPCs on autopilot, but this bunch has quirks. One even flees the moment it spots him, and it looks terrified doing it. These things aren't just programs, they're reacting. They feel alive, which makes this place fundamentally different. Still, our guy stays focused. He figures every kill adds to his divine power, and since the outside world is probably crawling with reporters, he might as well turn this slaughter into a public power boost. He keeps his pace, measuring his moves, when the sky darkens under the shadow of something enormous stomping into view. It's massive, roaring, charging straight at him like it's supposed to be the final boss. For a second, our hero gets his hopes up, finally expecting a real challenge, but that excitement crashes fast. The thing moves like it's dragging 50 years of regret behind it. It's slow, loud, and wide open, completely laughable. This isn't a boss. This is background noise. So he calls on Snowy, reshapes the little fox into a blade, and brings the creature down with a single precise slash. The corpse collapses, and our guy doesn't even blink. That was way too easy. No system alert follows, no mission clear, nothing. He knows walking out now with empty hands is just asking to be labeled a fraud. He needs proof, so he gets to work. Somewhere in the back of his mind, a memory surfaces. A random YouTube clip claiming that the monster's core sits just beneath the heart. He slices the thing open and digs around until he finds it. But instead of some glowing gem, what he pulls out is a writhing black blob that looks nothing like a core. Snowy stares too, clearly confused, and for a second, our boy wonders if he just yanked out a liver by mistake. Then the system confirms it. This is the core. Destroying it shuts the gate down entirely. Meanwhile, outside the gate, chaos brews. The media is everywhere, cameras flashing non-stop, reporters circling hunters like bloodthirsty flies. That salty rank 3 hunter from earlier is still stuck doing interviews, barely keeping it together under the spotlight. Tension rises among the association researchers. Their theories about humans being unable to enter gates are unraveling, and the fear of public humiliation hangs over them like a death sentence. Higher-ups scramble, trying to slap together a narrative that won't destroy what's left of their credibility. Then the light shifts, and the gate stirs. Silence sweeps across the crowd. All eyes lock in disbelief as our guy steps out. No one moves. Reporters freeze mid-sentence. Hunters stop mid-step. Even the researchers are stunned stupid. Every camera swings toward the lone figure emerging from the gate, and the world collectively holds its breath. He stares out at the crowd. The sheer number of people waiting for him is absurd. He tries to get a word in, but the reporters instantly swarm, questions flying in from every angle. He tells them to shut it, that he just came out of a battlefield and needs a damn second. Lifting the black core, he delivers the truth. Humans now have the power to close gates. That one sentence kills every voice in the crowd. Then, without hesitation, he crushes the core. The gate behind him crumbles into dust, leaving nothing behind but open sky. The crowd erupts. Screams, cheers, disbelief. A professor in the back goes weak at the knees. Reporters are already spinning headlines before the dust even settles. They demand to know who he is. The question he's been dying to hear finally hits the air. He answers with a name, sharp and sure, and lets the live broadcast do the rest. The divine power surges, from a measly 1,000 to 10,000 in a flash. The system notifies him. He's no longer a bottom-tier god. He's moved up to low-tier. But before he can even process it, a reporter lobs another question, cutting off the message. He glares, blaming the idiot for making him miss something important. And right when the chaos peaks, a luxury car pulls up. From it steps a woman with the kind of presence that turns the air sharp. 2 towering bodyguards clear the way without a word. Every head turns as recognition hits. Rank 7 hunter Soil Ju has arrived. Damduk Yu gets hauled to the Sungun Guild headquarters, and it immediately lives up to the hype. Considering this is Korea's second strongest guild, the luxurious interior almost feels like a necessary flex. He asks the bodyguard why he's even here if the guildmaster couldn't be bothered to show up, and apparently the man is off in Okinawa, clearing some beachside dungeon. Told to relax, Damduk Yu takes a seat and forces himself not to overthink. He wonders if the guildmaster saw his little TV stunt and now wants to recruit him. It wouldn't be a stretch. If he'd stayed out with the reporters any longer, he probably would have ended up saying something reckless on national broadcast. Still, it's hard to imagine someone that high up moving just to meet him. His thoughts drift to Soil Ju, the youngest second-in-command in the country, and one of only 3 rank 7 hunters in Korea. In a world where hunters constantly undermine each other, no one dares question her skill. Her name carries weight, and Damduk Yu finally understands why she showed up personally to drag him out of the media circus. He still remembers how the crowd split when she appeared, like they all instinctively knew who held the authority in the room. With the silence settled, he decides it's a good time to check his system again. His divine power has been stacking, and the new title notification is finally ready. It greets him with his current classification, low-rank god. New systems unlock instantly, including a full title selection panel. Damduk Yu allows himself a moment of excitement, expecting something dramatic like God of Thunder, something that would actually match the weight of his progress. Instead, the system gives him choices like God of Water Bottles and God of Spoons. He stares, half in disbelief, half insulted. So much for looking impressive. He scrolls for nearly an hour, skimming through titles like he's filtering through dead-end job offers. Finally, something usable appears. God of Swords. It fits. With Snowy by his side, it's at least accurate. He selects it. The confirmation wraps him in a subtle glow, a brief flash marking the transition. Damduk Yu feels the weight of it. Choosing a title shouldn't have drained him this much, but it does. He remembers passing out the first time the system activated, but at least now, he's still conscious. The system offers one more feature. A warrant, something akin to a divine passive. Most of the stronger ones are locked behind levels of divine power he hasn't reached yet. The only available choice is Sixth Sense. It isn't impressive, but for a beginner god, it's enough. He selects it without complaint. His updated profile reflects the change. The new title is there, the Sixth Sense is there, and for a moment, Damduk Yu simply stares at it all. He can't deny it. Visually, he looks like he's finally stepped into something greater. The list of unlocked skills catches his attention, but he lets them sit for now. Just as he starts to plan his next step, a knock breaks the silence. For a second, he considers the possibility that the guild leader returned early, but it quickly fades. That man's priorities are elsewhere. The door opens and it's Soil Ju. She asks if he has a moment and he nods. Without much preamble, she hands him a guest pass for the guild. It allows access to their facilities at any time, a clear signal that they want him close. Damduk Yu quietly processes the offer. They're not holding back. He thanks her, expecting some kind of reaction, but she says nothing. She stands there, composed and unreadable. The silence stretches, and he decides it's probably best to end the conversation politely. Before he can speak, Snowy launches herself at Soil Ju and taps her chest like she's trying to test something. Damduk Yu freezes. His summoned beast of all things just made contact in the worst way possible. He braces for the fallout, ready to be thrown out or blacklisted on the spot. But instead, Soil Ju laughs. She asks if she can give Snowy a treat. Still caught off guard, he agrees. Snowy, surprisingly cooperative, accepts the small offering and eats without hesitation. It's never happened before, not even when they visited his mother. Something about this moment feels off, even if it looks harmless on the surface. He asks what the food is, and Soyeolju answers. It's a nutrient snack for summoned beasts. Snowy finishes it and returns to his shoulder, unfazed. Soyeolju offers a quiet goodbye and leaves with a promise to meet Snowy again. Once the door closes, Damduk-yu exhales. Being around her is exhausting. He mutters to Snowy, asking if the snack was worth the awkwardness. But something sticks. A single detail that doesn't add up. At no point did he ever mention the fox's name, and yet Soyeolju knew it. Damduk-yu scrolls through his pristine new phone, obsessively Googling how to deal with stalkers, because Soyeolju, knowing Snowy's name, is now living rent-free in his head, and no matter how normal she acts, he can't shake the sinking feeling that she might be following him. As paranoia builds, a flood of system notifications crashes through his screen, interrupting the spiral, and he mentally curses the gods for blowing up his phone at the worst possible time. But one alert stops him cold because a bookmark job just got updated. It's from Hades, and the reward just doubled. Without a second thought, he tosses aside every suspicion about Soyeolju because if money talks, this job just screamed, and he slams confirm like his life depends on it. The world shifts as a river stretches under a pale moon, its reflection painting a horror film across the water, and Damduk-yu lands not on solid ground, but on a boat floating quietly through the dark. A blinding light slices through the gloom, and in the center stands an old man draped in tattered robes, looking like death after a few centuries without rest. The corpse in cloth points at him and demands to know why he's alive, since this is the Styx, the passage reserved for the dead, and this relic is Karen, the sole ferryman of the underworld. Damduk-yu explains that he's here on a divine mission, but Charon doesn't care and tells him to get lost. Unbothered, Damduk-yu asks where he can find Hades, but that triggers the old ghoul, and the mention of the god of death without reverence sends him into a fury. Charon snarls about disrespect and asks if Damduk-yu has a death wish, but he fires the same question right back. Charon's scythe slices the air. The undead bastard rants about arrogant gods who tried to pass before and how he killed every one of them, but Damduk-yu doesn't flinch and calls him exactly what he is. The threat doesn't land as Charon tries one last warning, but it gets flipped off, literally. That's the last straw, and Charon lunges again. Damduk-yu dodges without effort, provoking another scream from the ferryman, who demands that if he wants the ride so badly, he should just die already. But after another strike and another dodge, Damduk-yu's had enough, and he pulls out Hercules' club. Charon freezes. The ferryman instantly recognizes it, and he demands to know where the weapon came from. But Damduk-yu throws the question back at him, asking if he remembers it. Charon groans in recognition since it belonged to Hercules, the first mortal to beat him down and cross into the underworld alive. But Damduk-yu has no interest in ancient lore, as he swings the club and shuts him up with one blow. Charon tries one last desperate card, saying the ferry ride requires payment, but Damduk-yu responds with one look. It's enough, and death itself backs off. Silently, Charon guides the ferry forward, seething while Damduk-yu rides like a guest of honor, and the old man mutters under his breath, convinced this kid won't last long anyway. But even mid-ride, Charon can't resist one last cheap shot as he strikes again. This time, Damduk-yu doesn't even think. His sixth sense activates before his brain can catch up, and he slips past the attack like it was nothing. Even he's caught off guard by the instinct. He turns and locks eyes with the ferryman, delivering a death glare so cold it could freeze hell over, and Charon immediately regrets everything. The old bastard flails into the river, swallowed whole by the Styx as Damduk-yu watches without emotion, thinking too much time was wasted. Then a voice calls out, "To our guy." A woman stands at the shore, asking if he's the one who accepted the job. She introduces herself without fanfare. Persephone, goddess of spring and queen of the underworld. Her tone is warm, almost relieved, saying if he hadn't taken the request, she would have had to handle it herself. Damduk-yu nearly mistakes her for Aphrodite, but the connection hits. This is Hades' wife, definitely Persephone. She tells him to follow, and the mission is Cerberus, the infamous hellhound, triple-headed and nightmare-fueled. She explains that they used to teleport part-timers directly to the beast, but it never worked since most ran off screaming. Eventually, Hades gave up. Damduk-yu doesn't blame him. Cerberus is no joke. But still, he doesn't worry, because if it's just one oversized mutt, he figures he can handle it. Persephone says they've arrived. He looks up and immediately wishes he hadn't, because standing before him is the most terrifying thing he's ever seen, and he knows, without a shred of doubt, that he's absolutely screwed. The moment he realizes what's happening, his face shifts. He's fully aware that he's screwed, and Persephone immediately notices. She asks if he's alright, checking whether something's wrong. Damduk-yu tries to play it off, brushing her concern aside. She hands him a thick pile of precautionary notes from Hades, prepared for the next fool assigned to handle Cerberus. She tells him to read through everything, and while Damduk looks confused at first, it all begins to click. Of course Hades would leave behind instructions. No one walks into this kind of death trap without preparation. Maybe Hades had actually planned for this. But the second Damduk starts flipping through the notes, that hope crumbles on the spot. There's no strategy laid out, only warning after warning. It's not a manual on how to manage Cerberus. It's a farewell letter. Hades didn't leave behind guidance. He left behind a death brochure. As Damduk processes the reality of what he's holding, it becomes clear that it's less a list of instructions and more of a checklist on how to get himself ripped apart by a three-headed monster. Persephone, completely unfazed, adds that there's a daily schedule written on the back. She assures him it's reliable since Hades wrote it himself. The schedule is brutally simple. Breakfast, walk. Lunch, walk. Dinner, walk. All of it taking place inside the underworld. And that's when Damduk breaks. In his head, he starts screaming. He signed up to feed a dog, not take Cerberus on 3 hellish strolls a day like some dollar store pet sitter. None of this was in the original job description. He feels completely played. Persephone offers him a way out, though she seems genuinely worried. Then she casually mentions the fate of the last guy who ran away, dragged into hell by Hades, torn to pieces. The rest of the story is apparently too graphic to share. She instantly regrets saying it and offers him another chance to quit. But it's too late. The panic has already set in. As he tries to calm himself, he realizes he's already torn the notes and schedule in pure frustration. Taking a deep breath, he asks her what he's supposed to do first. She points to a group of hunchbacked creatures loading oversized chunks of meat into a storehouse. He's told to grab 4 of them. When he approaches, he sees just how massive the meat is. He starts to complain, but Persephone shuts it down immediately. The last guy who whined ended up getting shredded. Point made. He hauls the meat without another word and asks what's next. Persephone explains he needs to toss the pieces to Cerberus one by one. All 3 heads are now locked onto him, practically drooling. Damduk notices something strange. Just moments ago, the beast looked ready to kill, but now its tail is wagging like an oversized puppy. The contrast throws him off. He remembers working part-time at a dog cafe and realizes even the biggest monsters can have that weird charm. For a split second, he thinks Cerberus might actually be cute. Sort of. He tries commanding the dog to sit. Nothing happens. He's left standing there, ignored like a fool. Persephone bursts into laughter, calling him the dumbest part-timer she's ever seen. She then explains the obvious. Cerberus only listens to Hades. It all makes sense now. This dog isn't just dangerous. It's unmanageable. He ditches the polite approach and throws the first hunk of meat with everything he has. One of the heads takes it straight to the face. The other 2 start laughing at it. Trying to keep things fair, he hurls the next 2 pieces at the other heads. It doesn't end well. Cerberus gets pissed. The growling returns, now with a murderous tone. Still full of false bravado, Damduk mocks the dog, saying it can't do anything since it's chained. That confidence vanishes in an instant. Cerberus snaps the chain like it's made of thread. Damduk watches in horror, trying to understand why something this strong was ever chained in the first place. The beast lunges, and Damduk barely escapes getting obliterated. Persephone, still catching up, mumbles about how the chain broke. Damduk tells her to save the commentary and start running. He tries to save face by claiming he was just testing the dog. No one's buying it. The monster is hunting him now. Persephone asks about his arm. He says it's fine, then immediately loses it, demanding to know why the chains were so weak. She tells him this is the first time Cerberus has ever broken free, which means Damduk is officially the first idiot to piss it off this badly. He watches how the beast moves, stunned by its speed. He suggests splitting up, but Persephone shuts that down fast. She insists he needs to stay close because she's Hades' wife, and that connection should help. That theory fails instantly. Cerberus charges again, completely ignoring her. Persephone admits her logic might have been flawed. Damduk finally has enough. He calls out to his pet Snowy and tells it to transform into Hercules' club. It's time to fight back. He warns the beast it's about to get knocked into next week, then swings with full force and actually lands a hit. The result is useless. Cerberus shrugs it off and strikes back with a clean blow that sends Damduk flying. Persephone, always ready to state the obvious, tells him to run before he gets tossed into the river Styx and disintegrates. But Damduk's barely conscious. His vision blurs, and her words barely make sense. She tries yelling again, but it's already too late. The dog is preparing another attack. Through the pain, Damduk starts questioning everything. He came here to feed a dog, and now the damn thing wants him on the menu. He refuses to die like this. Not today. Just as he tries to pull himself together, he trips and falls straight into the river Styx like the most cursed man in the underworld. As he sinks, the only thought in his head is how this became his life. Damduk Yu plunges into the river, and the cold hits like a punch to the spine. He can't move, not even a twitch. As if falling in wasn't humiliating enough, now he's frozen in place, wondering if this is where it ends. Everything he's done, running errands for Thor, managing Hephaestus's smithy, starts to blur like some fading dream, slipping away with the current, right alongside his body. His memories scatter, and for the first time he understands what it means to watch your life flash before your eyes. Snowy dives in after him, loyal to the very end. He sees her, but even that doesn't stop the panic from creeping in. He thinks she deserves better than dying like this, trapped in a cold grave beneath myth and misery. But the white fox doesn't hesitate. She bites him on the nose and drags him out of that numb daze. His vision clears. Movement returns, and not a second too soon. Dozens of pale hands rise from the depths, clawing at his soul. They latch on, pulling him back into that same suffocating void. His consciousness teeters on the edge, slipping fast. Then it hits him, the memory of Red Fist's massive hammer. He reaches for it, and Snowy responds, shifting into that same brutal weapon. Now he's armed, and now he's pissed. He swings hard, smashing through the grasping hands. Every blow propels him upward until he kicks through the surface of the river Styx, gasping for air with Snowy perched calmly on his shoulder, like none of it just happened. Unfortunately, the surface holds a worse problem. Cerberus is still here, still hungry, still locked onto him like a chew toy. One of the heads lunges, jaws wide enough to split a boulder in half. He braces for the end, expecting to get shredded. Except nothing happens. Not a single scratch, not even a bruise. Confusion lasts half a second before a glowing notification slides into view. It calmly explains that he's now under the effects of the river Styx. For the next hour, he's covered in full-body plot armor. The notifications keep stacking. Immunity to poison, no blood loss, no unconsciousness, 0 physical damage. He's unkillable for the next 59 minutes. It's overwhelming, but there's nothing to complain about. Thousands of years ago, some water goddess dipped her son in this same river to turn him into an invincible warrior. Now our guy gets the same buff by accident. Total win. Still, even with stats cranked to max, he's currently wedged halfway into the jaws of a mythical mutt. Persephone screams his name and yanks him free like she's saving a chew toy from a trash compactor. She asks if he's okay, which might be the dumbest question ever, but he lets it slide since technically, he lived. He hits the ground soaked in hound saliva, looking like someone fished him out of a sewer. Persephone's face contorts in pure disgust. He doesn't let that slide, calls her out for being judgmental while he's out here dodging death for fun. She backtracks, saying she couldn't help it. She's clearly shaken by the fact that he made it out alive. Her eyes go wide when he casually drops the detail that he just swam out of the river Styx like it was a heated spa. Her jaw drops harder when he says he fought off the soul-snatching hands with a hammer. There's no time to process. Cerberus is still raging, still waiting for round 2. But now that he knows he's invincible, he doesn't care. He stares the mutt down and dares it to try again, calling its bite a tickle at best. Persephone just stands there trying to make sense of it all. She knows no low-tier god should survive a bite from this beast, much less look this smug afterward. She starts mumbling about the blessing of perishability, wondering if that's what she's seeing. Damduck Yu grins, locks eyes with the beast and asks if it wants to go for a walk, with the kind of look that says he's about to make Cerberus his bitch. Another notification floats into view. 57 minutes remain. The hound growls again, but Damduck Yu doesn't flinch. He stands his ground, telling the beast that its intimidation act isn't working, and if it keeps pushing its luck, there won't be a walk at all. Somehow that lands. The three-headed monster lowers its stance, obedient for the first time, even dragging its own chains as if asking to be leashed. It throws him off. Cerberus isn't supposed to be this easy to control, not when cafe dogs alone are already hard enough to handle, but this hellhound acting like you friendly neighborhood puppy is crazy. He calls it a good boy anyway. Just to be sure, Damduck Yu grabs the chain himself, but Persephone warns him not to get too relaxed. Cerberus hasn't been walked in ages, and once he starts, there's no telling if he can be stopped. Damduck Yu brushes off the concern. Back at the dog cafe, he used to be the dog president. This is familiar territory. But before he even finishes the thought, Cerberus launches forward like a missile, dragging Damduck Yu across the underworld terrain with no warning. A notification window appears. Fleet Foot has been acquired. As he's being pulled like a ragdoll through the wasteland, Damduck Yu somehow has the clarity to question how he just unlocked a new skill in the middle of this chaos. Persephone catches up beside him, shouting over the madness, asking why he's not using his divine power to boost his strength. He has no idea what she's talking about. Even now, he's watching her keep up with a rampaging hellhound like it's nothing. She tells him again to activate his divine power, reminding him that Cerberus is far beyond human limits, and no one survives this without a real advantage. That's when it becomes clear. Damduck Yu never learned how to use divine power in the first place. He assumed it was just a fancy title, a label for a god, not something that did anything. Persephone stares at him in disbelief, stunned by the idea that he's walking around with no idea how any of this works. She's completely thrown off by how a god could be this clueless. Just like the others are guys, she doesn't stop to consider that he might not be a god at all. He calls out the obvious. There's no way to stop a beast like this without burning out. Persephone tells him to think of it like activating a warrant. She tells him to close his eyes and picture his divine power, to let it take shape, to feel as if the water inside his body and mold it with intention. Our boy tries. The energy builds slowly, and without warning, the dog stops. Damduck's stunned that it actually worked. Persephone nods, explaining that if he channels his divine power into a part of his body, that area becomes enhanced. Cerberus is already starting to resist again, but Damduck pulls the leash tighter, pouring every ounce of power into his arms and yanking hard. Cerberus crashes into the ground, shaking the dust loose, stunned by the impact. Persephone watches in disbelief as Damduck declares the walk over. The beast thrashes, but it's over. He drags Cerberus behind him like it weighs nothing, still speaking to Persephone without breaking pace. She gives him credit. For someone who didn't even know how to use divine power 5 minutes ago, he's doing better than expected. She even calls him a worthy part-timer. Damduck finds that strange. Persephone clearly holds power, but she hasn't lifted a finger. She stands there while he, a low-tier god at best, drags a beast of the underworld across the floor. He brings it up. She listens. He asks why she's keeping her distance from Cerberus. Her expression tightens, but she finally admits the truth. She's under restriction. Cerberus is the gatekeeper of the underworld, sworn to keep the dead in and the living out. And Persephone, it turns out, is one of the living trying to make her way back. The second our guy hears all that, he just shuts up. So, turns out the sweet goddess Persephone is basically stuck in the underworld. She can't do anything about Cerberus because only gods hired by Hades have clearance to deal with the mutt. Damduck recalls the old myth where Hades saw Persephone once and, acting like a classic asshole, straight up kidnapped her and dragged her to the underworld. Our hero always thought that sounded like exaggerated myth nonsense, but apparently it's not that far off. Feeling bad for her, he realizes she's probably been here, trapped and alone, for ages. That kind of loneliness must have been brutal. Still, Damduck knows he can't let this sudden wave of justice take over. Hades is the older brother of Zeus, king of the gods. Picking a fight with that family is suicide. Right in the middle of this mythological guilt spiral, Snowy jumps on him. Damduck just now realizes he nearly left her behind. As the three of them keep moving, Cerberus hits him with another stink eye. Our boy asks what the hell the beast wants this time. Cerberus just growls, probably aware by now he can't do anything about it. Persephone explains that even with his pissy attitude, Cerberus does his job well. He chases down souls who try to run from the underworld. Now she understands why she's restricted from leaving. Someone has to be around to manage this hound's temper tantrums. She tells Damduck that once he chains the dog to the pillar, his morning job is done. Our guy finds it a little twisted that a literal dog is babysitting gods. Hades must really have issues, raising a creature that only listens to him and no one else. When Damduck finally reaches the pillar, a notification pops up. His sixth sense just activated, and boom, it hits him. There's something inside the damn thing. He figures it's probably an item, not something alive, and doesn't think much beyond that. As Persephone tells him he's finished for the morning and should start getting ready for his evening shift, she hears a crack. Our boy, without any warning, punches a hole in the pillar. Persephone spins around like, what the hell is this guy doing? Damduck pulls something out and quickly apologizes for the damage. He claims he just had a feeling something cool was in there. Turns out that gut instinct was spot on. What he finds is a 4-star item, Cerberus's collar, the very one Hades uses to control him. Persephone immediately recognizes it. She's confused about why it was even stashed here in the first place. She stares him down, demanding to know how the hell he found it. Says she's been hunting for it everywhere. Damduck chuckles nervously and chalks it up to instinct, though he still questions if this thing is really legit. Persephone confirms it is. Cerberus isn't just a guard dog, he's the underworld's symbol. Controlling him means controlling this entire hellscape. Damduck not that impressed. To him, it still just looks like a regular-ass collar. He asks if he's even allowed to use it, since it technically belongs to Hades. Persephone should say no, but she doesn't. After thinking for a second, Persephone shrugs and tells him to go ahead. She says she didn't find it for him, so technically it's fine. Plus, whenever Hades is bored, he makes her go look for it. So this is her chance to get a little revenge. Apparently, Hades once told her that if she ever found the collar, she could tame Cerberus herself. So she's fine letting Damduck do the honors instead. Our boy quickly realizes she's holding a few grudges against her husband, but he doesn't dwell on it. This is his shot to make things even easier for himself. No way he's passing that up. Damduck turns to Cerberus and tells the mutt to sit still so he can slap the collar on. He reminds the dog that from now on, he's the one giving orders. If Cerberus acts up, he'll get disciplined again. The dog's obviously pissed, but our guy doesn't care. He straps the collar on anyway, and Cerberus whimpers. Damduck teasingly acknowledges that the hound actually looks decent in it. He asks why the dog made such a fuss when things could have gone way smoother. Now the fun begins. With a sinister grin, Damduck points at the mutt and yells that he chooses Cerberus, full-on Ash Ketchum mode. He tells the dog to sit, lie down, and to his surprise, it works. Cerberus even rolls over, though clearly not enjoying it. Our guy starts laughing, realizing this beast has a soft side. He sends the dog to sit in the corner and think about its life choices until told otherwise. Damduck grins wide, thinking this is clearly the easiest job he's ever had. He starts laughing like a villain who just hit his stride. Then he feels a light touch on his shoulder from Persephone. Damduk starts bragging about how he got Cerberus completely under control. Persephone quietly places a finger on his cheek. And just like that, he starts to fade. He doesn't get what's happening. Persephone tells him that Cerberus's last orders from Hades were to guard the underworld, chase souls, and, most importantly, watch over her. Since she also wants to get out of the underworld, she counts as a threat. Damduk starts to black out. He wonders why he's suddenly drained of all energy. Persephone whispers goodnight and vanishes, saying she'll return before her husband notices anything. And just before he completely faints, our guy realizes something crucial. The most valuable thing to Hades wasn't the underworld. It was his wife. Damduk knows now. He never should have taken his eyes off her. Then everything goes dark. Our guy snaps awake to the sound of Snowy barking her lungs out. He blinks, dazed, and realizes he dozed off. The memory of what just happened slams back into him, and yeah, he's completely screwed. His eyes dart around, but Persephone is nowhere in sight. He mutters under his breath, wondering how long he was out. Then he checks his notification window. The river Styx's power still has 5 minutes left, so thankfully he didn't sleep for long. Suddenly it all makes sense. Why Persephone let him use the damn collar. Now that Cerberus is on his leash, our boy can leave him on guard duty while he rushes off to find the goddess before she ditches the underworld entirely. Normally, there's no way anyone gets past the Hound, but now that he's been tamed like a confused golden retriever, things are different. Damduk knows if Hades finds out that he let his wife slip out, he won't just be fired, he'll be buried. He needs to catch her fast. He remembers unlocking Fleetfoot earlier, a skill that boosts his speed. Our guy activates it, and thanks to his boosted stats, the skill levels up instantly. Suddenly, he's bolting across the underworld. Even he's shocked at how fast he's moving. He throws divine power into the mix, and that combo lets him track her down in seconds. He finds the goddess on a ferry gliding across the river, already halfway to the land of the living. Persephone hears something in the river. She's thinking the boat hit a rock or something, but to her surprise, it's our hero explodes out of the water like some undead dolphin. Persephone nearly falls off the ferry from the scare. Damduk glares and demands to know where she's sneaking off. She tries to chill him out, explaining she just wants to visit her mom. That throws him off for a second. Still, he reminds her that bailing like that isn't cool, especially not while he's technically on shift. Persephone shrugs him off and casually mentions her husband won't be back for 2 days. She tells him to chill out and even drops a little secret. This isn't her first escape attempt. In fact, she's never been caught before. However, that doesn't make our boy feel better. Before he can lecture her again, the ferry starts making some pretty concerning cracking sounds. His notification window blinks again. The effects of the river Styx will wear off in 15 seconds. This really gets Damduk thinking about his options. With a sigh, our guy accepts that he doesn't have time to drag her back. So he channels his power and shoves the boat toward the land of the living since they're closer to it. They land safely. Sunlight pours over the place and everything feels alive again. Persephone breathes freedom and tells our hero this is exactly why she loves sneaking out. Damduk dead serious now, tells her to make him a promise. He wants her to go see her mother and come right back before Hades returns. She promises she will. According to her, she's a pro at this game and has never slipped up. Still, our boy makes it clear. If she gets caught, he's the one who dies, not her. Persephone tells him to stop stressing and invites him to come with her if he's that paranoid. She leads him into a cave, which makes Damduk silently wonder if all Greek gods have a cave phase. Inside, she calls out, and sure enough, her mom, Demeter, the goddess of harvest, appears. The two reunite. Demeter cannot believe she's able to see her lovely daughter again. Our boy, realizing this is probably a private moment, takes the hint and steps outside. According to mythology, when Persephone's locked in the underworld by Hades, her mother's sadness causes winter in the human world. Damduk excuses himself and tells Persephone they should meet at the river at 8. She thanks him for the kindness, and he leaves. Cut to our boy waiting at the river later that evening. He's fixed the ferry, so getting back won't be an issue. It's 8:03, should be any second now. He hears something rustling near a flower patch and turns around with a slight grin, expecting the goddess. However, to his horror, it's not Persephone. It's her furious husband. The god stares him down and mutters that our guy must be a bold little part-timer. Damduk's sixth sense kicks in like a survival alarm. Danger warnings flash all over his vision, and one of his notification panels straight up says, "Death is imminent." Damduk gulps. He knows he just made the worst mistake of his life. Hadian straight up asks the all-important question about where the hell his wife is. His no BS behavior is quite visible. Every time Hades opens his mouth, Damduk feels like his insides are ringing. Our boy, fully panicking, wonders why this god is already back from wherever the hell he was. Hades, radiating that boss final level energy, asks if the kid's gone mute. He stares down Damduk, confused how some low-level temp managed to both find Cerberus's collar and help Persephone sneak out. To Hades, this doesn't make sense, but he doesn't care enough to figure it out. In his mind, the solution's simple. Just kill the part-timer and move on. Right before things go full Greek tragedy, a voice slices through the tension. It's none other than the runaway wife Persephone. She shouts at her husband, calling him out for bullying a junior god like some jackass. Just as he's about to interrogate her, she fires back. She reminds him that he was the one whining about finding Cerberus's collar, and now that our guy finally did it, suddenly he wants to murder him. That shuts Hades up real quick. The god calms himself. He admits she's not wrong but tries to throw in that running away is still wrong. Persephone rolls her eyes and says she didn't run away. She just took a short trip to visit her mom. Her tone makes it clear she's not here for this dramatic nonsense. Seeing she's annoyed, Hades dials it back. He gently asks if it would have been too much for her to just tell him. Persephone argues that she doesn't owe him an explanation, because she believes he treats her like a damn child. Meanwhile, Damduk Yu's just watching the god of the dead get humbled in real time. The same guy who nearly gave him a heart attack 5 seconds ago is now fumbling. Turns out, Hades isn't the villain here. He's just a soft-hearted simp who's worried about his wife. Damduk Yu quietly notes that the god is actually a hopeless romantic. Persephone says they need to have a proper talk and tells him it's time to send the part-timer packing. Our hero doesn't fully grasp it yet, but Persephone just yanked him out of Death's mouth. She tosses him a gift box before he can even process anything. Damduk Yu's surprised. Hades looks quite unhappy. He blurts out why the hell she's giving the temp a present. Persephone calls him out again, calling him stingy and reminding him that our boy actually did everything he was supposed to. She assures Damduk Yu that the payment's legit, and he doesn't have to report anything to the job system. Then she leans in, smiles, and whispers that he should never come back here. A blink later, our guy is back on Earth. Completely drained, our boy mutters to himself, wondering how many times he nearly died during that mess. Out of all his part-time gigs, this one easily the hardest, but no time for trauma processing. He focuses on the mysterious gift Persephone gave him. He opens the box and a golden glow spills out. There are 2 fruits inside. One's the fruit of knowledge, the kind that lets you tell good from evil. The other's a damn golden apple, said to grant immortality. Damduk Yu freezes. Could one of these actually cure his mom's cancer? He holds up the fruit of knowledge, wondering if it's even safe for a human to eat something plucked straight out of mythology. Cut to a hospital in Korea. A doctor is practically screaming. Something impossible just happened. Inside the room, Damduk Yu and his mother are sitting quietly, listening. Her cancer cells are gone completely. Damduk Yu's mom tears up, overwhelmed, and our guy softly reminds her that he promised. He told her good things were coming. Turns out, he gave her juice made from the golden apple. He didn't even think it would work. Now that it has, he's beyond relieved. The doctors say they can go home now, so our boy helps her out the door. They hop in a cab. Damduk Yu gives the driver their address, but the guy says they'll need to take a detour. Confused, our guy asks if it wouldn't be quicker to go through the park in Yoidi. The driver glances at him like he's been living under a rock. Clearly, Damduk Yu hasn't seen the news. The driver turns up the radio, and the voice on air says it all. There's total chaos near the park. A cylindrical dungeon has popped up out of nowhere, and authorities are urging civilians to evacuate immediately. Guild affiliates and free hunters are already on the scene, but traffic is a nightmare. Before Damduk Yu can say anything, his mom tells him to go. She insists she'll be fine. She even jokes that she wants to see him on TV. Our guy hesitates but gives in. She tells him to stay safe and take it easy, and our guy tells her not to worry. He looks toward the madness in the distance and sees it. A weird, tilted dungeon tower, like someone ripped the Leaning Tower of Pisa out of Italy and dropped it in the city. He asks his fox if it's ready. And with a sharp grin, our hero takes off toward the chaos, already bracing for another long, sleepless night. Damduk Yu figures he should check out the Emporium of Gods, maybe grab something useful. When he opens his account, he sees he has 12 TOR, barely anything. It looks like Hades and Persephone still haven't paid him. His profile has been updated though. It turns out he picked the title Tamer of Cerberus. The description underneath calls him the top dog. The boy cringes a little at that. He didn't ask to be some mythological dog whisperer. Before he can keep spiraling, someone yells like their life depends on it. Damduk Yu assumes it's about him and acts as if he's annoyed, but deep down he is eating it up. Then he realizes the crowd is actually losing it over someone else. It's none other than the stalker Soil Ju. People swarm around her like she is royalty, begging for just 1 minute of her time before she heads into the dungeon. She humors them and answers a few questions without much effort. The boy watches it all and slowly realizes that no one gives a single shit about him. All eyes are on her. Soil Ju brushes them off when she is done. Reporters keep tossing questions at her, but she does not slow down. She clearly is not in the mood. Damduk Yu knows what he has to do. He follows her into the dungeon without saying a word. Inside, Soil Ju leads a pack of Sungun Guild hunters. They are already arguing, trying to guess where the monsters might be. But the conversation drifts off into dumbass jokes, and that sets Soil Ju off. She shuts them up fast, clearing acting like the no-nonsense leader. One of the hunters catches the switch in her tone. Apparently, she is not usually this intense. He wonders what is going on with her but does not say much. Suddenly, fire erupts ahead. just enough to let them know danger is on its way. Soyul-ju's eyes lock on it. She warns everyone to stay alert. Moments later, the enemy shows itself. A group of monstrous, venomous hounds steps into view. They are huge, fast, and downright terrifying. It is ironic, since Damduk-yu just came back from dealing with Cerberus, but none of these hunters are laughing. One of them recognizes the type. These dogs are not just scary, they are killers. One bite and you are dead in 10 minutes due to the poison they carry. Soyul-ju keeps it together and tells all non-melee hunters to fall back. Everyone else is to follow her lead. Just as they are bracing for impact, a voice cuts through the chaos, someone casually calling the hounds good boys. The redhead in the group immediately snaps, assuming one of his people is trying to be funny. He shouts at them to stop screwing around, but the others explain the voice did not come from them. Everyone is confused. Then someone points. The voice came from behind the hounds. Out of the shadows walks Damduk-yu. He approaches the beasts like he is taking a stroll, and just like that, he tames them without even flinching. The hunters freeze. Their brains go straight to worst-case scenario. They think some humanoid monster just pulled a reverse Pokemon and is planning to send the dogs after them. Panic spreads fast. The redhead tells Soyul-ju to fall back and demands the figure show himself. Damduk-yu casually tells the guy to chill and lower the damn sword cause he's scaring the dogs. It seems everyone recognizes our guy now. Right then, he spots another hound sneaking up behind Soyul-ju. He activates Fleet Foot and shoots forward, grabbing her just in time. He punches the dog mid-air, then calmly teaches it not to bite like he is training a puppy. Apparently that top dog title was not just for laughs. It gives him the ability to tame any canine. He has already got 32 hounds under his command. The hunters finally relax. Whatever fear they had vanishes now that they see he is not about to start mauling people. Damduk-yu glances down and realizes he is still holding Soyul-ju's hand. Then he notices a bracelet on her wrist, one he has definitely seen before. That catches his attention. He does not say anything, but he seems pleased to see Soyul. Our boy stares at the bracelet again. There's no way he's mistaken. It's the same one he saw on Persephone's wrist. He looks straight at Soyul-ju, ready to ask where she got it, but she beats him to it. She smirks and says she didn't take him for the bold type. Damduk-yu has no clue what she's talking about, until he notices that he's on one knee, holding her hand like he's about to propose. He lets go immediately, fully aware that he looks like a desperate dumbass in love. He starts defending himself, but it's too late. Guild members are already snapping pictures like it's a celebrity scandal. Sighing, the guy shakes it off and tells the hounds to sit. Every single one listens like they've been through basic training. He divides his army, ordering dogs 1 to 10 to dig and the rest to pair off and watch their humans. Then he salutes one of them. The hound salutes back. The hunters can't believe it. The dogs start digging, and within seconds, they find unearthed gemstones. Damduk-yu gives them a proud nod and tells them they did well. The guild is frozen, wondering if this is some kind of trick or illusion. Even Soyul-ju, who usually stays cool no matter what, actually looks surprised. She even tells the hero that he's got skill. She asks how the hell he managed to tame beasts like these. Damduk-yu shrugs, caught off guard. He tells her he was just born with it, wondering if the mysterious girl has figured out that he's a god. Our guy then flips the conversation around and asks about the bracelet. He asks if it's hers. She says yes. He presses harder, wants to know where she got it from. She looks caught off guard by how serious he suddenly sounds. Damduk-yu doesn't back off. He stares her down and asks again. The thing is tacky as hell, but one of a kind. It's too close to the bracelet Persephone wore. It's probably a custom job from the goddess herself, and now he's thinking that maybe Soyul-ju isn't who she says she is. He already suspected she was some sort of stalker, but this messes with his head even more. She dodges the question and says she bought it online. Right then, a notification pops up. The divine fruit of knowledge lights up, ready to spill the truth. She repeats her story and the fruit confirms her intentions lean toward good. She offers to send him the link, and the fruit confirms again, no lies. Damduk-yu can feel the hunters judging his ass, so he plays along and says he's always wanted a bracelet like that. He thanks her for the offer and calls it his precious. That sets the guild off. They start roasting him hard. He hears it all, calling him a creep, saying he went up to the boss just to see her jewelry, mocking him for liking bracelets like some kind of delicate little flower. Now he's stuck. Everyone thinks he's a pervy loser. If he doesn't shift the narrative fast, his reputation is cooked. So he decides to drag Soyul-ju down with him. Loudly, he asks how she knew his pet fox's name. He throws in a healthy dose of suspicion, loud enough for everyone nearby to hear. She simply explains that she heard others at HQ mention it, back when he called for Snowy. The knowledge fruit backs her up. She's telling the truth. A short silence follows, and the guy realizes just how badly he's messed up. He had her all wrong. Before he can stew in the embarrassment any longer, the dungeon boss shows up. The thing starts barking threats at the hunters, calling them weaklings and saying they've walked into their graves. He lets out the kind of evil laugh you'd expect from a dollar store supervillain, then starts calling everyone stupid. But before he can finish his little monologue, Damduk-yu, still riding the high of his own humiliation, goes berserk and beats the absolute shit out of the guy. No hesitation. A few blows and the boss is already folding like cheap paper. The red-haired guild member just stands there, trying to process how the hell Damduk Yu soloed a dungeon boss like it was nothing. While the monster is still getting clobbered in the background, Damduk Yu walks up to him and casually tells him to keep his arrival a secret. He makes it clear that every word he said should be kept secret too. The red-haired guy nods, freaked out. Damduk Yu even walks up to a lower-ranked hunter and repeats the message, just to make sure everyone gets the memo. Meanwhile, Soil Ju glances at him, confused, then looks down at her bracelet again, probably wondering what the hell just happened and why the guy was so damn fixated on that thing. Outside the dungeon, there is a lot of chatter. The tension breaks when someone yells that the hunters are coming out. The hunter Soil Ju leads the crew, and once again, she is surrounded by reporters who act like her biggest fans. They swarm her with the usual boring questions about the dungeon, dying to hear how hard or easy it was. The protagonist, meanwhile, slips out in disguise, hoping no one notices him. Soil Ju handles the press like a pro, saying there were no injuries and that the whole operation went smoothly. Damduk Yu, watching from the sidelines, suddenly realizes something dumb that he has never bothered thinking about. The hunters actually need licenses. He never took the official exam because, well, his powers just showed up out of nowhere. It turns out that hunter groups are heavily monitored, and all registered members can be looked up online in a second. So now that he is out here clearing dungeons like it is nothing, people online are starting to ask who he even is. No profile, no records, which makes him look like a total scammer. He figures that if people start doubting him too much, his divine powers might take a hit, and with them go his side gigs. So the best move is to let Soil Ju take the credit and just go sign up for the test already. But before he can leave, he bumps into someone dressed in a flashy outfit. Even though Damduk Yu is in disguise, this guy clocks him right away. The protagonist is confused. He thought his cover was solid, but this person has no problem calling him out. The guy straight up calls the hero an abilityless scrub and demands to know what he is doing here. People nearby recognize Damduk Yu too, thanks to the news, and start whispering. The man's voice gets louder, and now everyone hears him talking about Damduk Yu being powerless. Damduk Yu does not respond. He just stares, irritated. This man starts throwing fake compliments, saying the guy has grown up. His name is Jung-ak Cheon, and he is the same person who made Damduk Yu's life miserable back in school. Back then, Damduk Yu thought power only came with money. He did not believe in gods or divine systems or any of that. But now, it is a different story. The tables have flipped. Our guy grabs Jung-ak Cheon's hand hard, not in the mood for any friendly reunion. Our guy has realized already the asshole hasn't changed at all. Still rich, still entitled, still speaking as if the world owes him attention. Damduk Yu swears to himself that he will surpass every person who used money as a weapon. Jung-ak Cheon seems surprised by the fire in the guy's voice. He acts like Damduk Yu has gotten cocky just because he got a little fame. He says he saw Damduk Yu on the news, taking out the dungeon boss and destroying the gate, but still thinks it's just BS. He grabs our guy's hat and calls him a liar. Says if he is going to lie, he should at least try harder to sound believable. Then he laughs. He keeps going, calling Damduk Yu a powerless fake, and people around start reacting again. Some of them look like they believe him. Before this can get worse, Soil Ju shows up. She snatches the hat right out of Jung-ak Cheon's hand and gives it back to the guy. Jung-ak Cheon looks at her, asking why she is defending someone with no powers. He keeps calling Damduk Yu trash. Soil Ju asks him if he can prove it. She says she knows Damduk Yu has powers, but Jung-ak Cheon swears he doesn't. Our boy sees the girl look his way and gets the message. She wants him to show them. So the protagonist does not hesitate. He shoots into the air and lands on a rooftop. Jung-ak Cheon keeps insisting he has no powers, clearly unwilling to accept it. Damduk Yu is over it knowing it's a waste of time. But the encounter serves as a reminder. He really needs to get that license before more people like Jung-ak Cheon show up. He remembers there is an exam nearby and decides to go there. A car pulls up beside him. Soil Ju is driving. She already knows where he is going and offers him a lift. The scene jumps forward to the exam site, where the guy thanks her. The place is crowded with candidates, and the protagonist immediately notices that the mysterious girl has followed him inside, casually petting Snowy. This annoys him. He wonders how a guild vice leader has so much time on her hands. Soil Ju says she had nothing planned today and figured she would tag along. Damduk Yu asks why she is being so friendly, and she just shrugs it off, saying they are the same age, so they might as well be friends. That's definitely top-tier Riz. The Fruit of Knowledge pops up with its usual helpful input, saying the girl's intentions are leaning good. Since Divine Wisdom approves, the guy lets it slide. A loud announcement cuts through. Candidate 117, the hero, is called to Zone H for the physical test. He hands Snowy to Soil Ju and figures maybe this is the reason she came, to look after his fox while he is occupied. He notices that Soil has basically taken over Snowy's feeding schedule, and every time, her intentions check out as good. So there is no reason to stress over it. Another announcement informs him that the test begins soon. All personal items are banned, and he will only be allowed to wear the exam-issued gear. The lower body test starts, and the protagonist drops into squats. Then things take a sharp turn. Jung Ak-cheon shows up again. He actually followed him here, and tells the system to crank up the difficulty to max. The exam panel confirms it. The guy's difficulty is now set to the highest level. It seems that the dipshit is somehow one of the people in charge of the exam. The fruit of knowledge shows up again, not that it needs to, and confirms that Jung Ak-cheon's intentions are bad. It turns out that the bar weighs 110 kilos. There is no way any average person is lifting that without super strength. Jung Ak-cheon leans in with that smug tone again, saying Damduk-yu better lift it at least once or he will get disqualified. The guy has had enough. The voice is irritating, and this whole thing is clearly a setup. But even so, Damduk-yu does not plan on backing down. The goat had divine power on his side. All our guy wanted was to snag a hunter license quietly and bounce. That was the plan. But now, he is stuck dealing with this same person from high school again. This same dude, who used to make his life a disaster back then, has somehow managed to show up here too, and the hero is completely done with this shit. He stomps the ground, muttering under his breath, "Fine. If this man wants to play games, then they will play." Damduk-yu is not the same guy he used to be. He has divine power now, and he is not afraid to use it. Meanwhile, the potential racist with a superiority complex tries to drop another backhanded insult, something along the lines of low lives like Damduk-yu knowing their place. He says it with that smug expression, clearly hoping Damduk-yu will crumble on cue. Unfortunately for him, the hero does the opposite. With some effort, he lifts the weight. The result is 6 stars in lower body strength. He doesn't stop there. More weights are handled. 6 stars for upper body strength. Core strength reaches 5 stars. Reaction speed earns 6 again. Damduk-yu continues surpassing expectations, and the other man cannot believe what he is seeing. Out of pure spite, the guy grabs the poor administrator by the collar and demands the test be stopped immediately. The administrator looks mildly terrified but explains they cannot interrupt an exam without a valid reason. The loser yells that Damduk-yu's numbers are impossible and claims there is clearly something wrong with him, but nobody is listening to his insecure rambling. More stats roll in. The hero's coordination scores show up next. 6 stars in both upper and lower body coordination. Flexibility lands at 4 stars. The hero takes a breath, relieved that this nightmare of a physical test is over. Cut to a massive warehouse where all the remaining candidates gather for round 2. The administrator congratulates the survivors and announces the second stage, which focuses on something most solo players hate. It's a teamwork-based exam. He goes over the rules again. Any monster taken down for a different team will not count toward your score. That part is unfortunate for Damduk-yu, who cannot help but save people because that is just how he is built. Right on cue, a monster shrieks and stomps into the warehouse, instantly setting off the chaos alarm. One hunter screams as he gets targeted, and the hero leaps into action. With a weapon barely functional, he intercepts and knocks the monster out with a clean hit. He asks the guy if he is okay, then promises to handle the rest. Another swing leads to another monster down. Another hunter screams from the other side of the warehouse, and the hero responds. The monster gets dropped in seconds. His team looks at him, fully aware that if it were not for this guy, they would be overwhelmed right now. Thanks to him, they clear the round effortlessly. Meanwhile, Jung Ak-cheon, the guy with the most fragile ego in the building, is watching this all unfold, and he is not enjoying the show. Watching the hero outperform, everyone sends him into a spiral. So naturally, he does something that confirms that he's messed up in the head. He injects one of the monsters with a glowing steroid. The protagonist gets a notification. Some kind of enhanced being is headed his way. Sure enough, the enhanced monster appears from nowhere and actually manages to land a hit. It does not hurt Damduk-yu much, but one of his teammates reacts with fear upon seeing that it is still alive. That beast does not waste time. Within seconds, it wipes out every other contestant who is not Damduk-yu. It plays out exactly as Jung Ak-cheon planned. He figured that if he could knock out all of Damduk-yu's teammates, the hero would lose his shot at any teamwork points. The bully grins and asks how it feels to finally face someone at his level, though, to be honest, even he knows he is not in the hero's league. The hero has always found the bully's obsession with him strange, but now it is starting to feel like full-blown stalker behavior. The bully tells him to quit while he still can. If Damduk-yu does not take out the monster with a team, he will not earn any points. But the hero does not care about the score. He just wants to test himself, and maybe, just maybe, the administrator will recognize what he did anyway. He focuses. With a clean set of swings, he slices through the remaining monsters without hesitation. He notes afterward that while he did not rack up any teamwork points, his solo score is stacked. It is around 200 points, and he only needed 100 to pass. He checks in with Jung Ak-cheon and the administrator to confirm, and both of them know he is right. Jung Ak-cheon looks like he is about to explode. The administrator begins to announce the results for Stage 2, but before he can even finish, sirens blare. An emergency alert hits the entire site. Everyone is ordered to evacuate immediately. Apparently, a massive tidal wave has formed on the Dokdo coast, and it is headed straight toward the city, and the hero watches the madness unfold. He needs to find out what the hell is going on out there. He notices some roof openings in the warehouse and jumps his way up. Jungak Cheon yells at him, asking where the hell he thinks he is going and warning that it is dangerous. Damduk-yu does not even look back. Outside, he sees it, a giant tidal wave rolling in. If this thing hits, everyone inside is going to be wiped out. It is clear from the screaming that nobody inside is ready for this level of chaos. But right before the wave can flatten them, a notification window pops up. Our guy has finally received payment from Persephone and Hades. It took them long enough. Persephone even includes a formal apology for the late payment. The hero immediately accesses the Emporium of Gods, their divine shopping center. Hundreds of items appear, but his eyes lock onto one specific weapon, the Wave Slasher. The price tag is 200 Hades. It is almost too convenient, but he is not complaining. As he gears up, Snowy, his Arctic fox companion, shows up out of nowhere. He asks where Soil Ju is, as if the animal is going to give him a detailed report. He quickly realizes that now is not the time to think about the mysterious girl. He tells Snowy to get ready. She transforms into the Wave Slasher. The hero activates the ability. With one clean swing, he slices the tidal wave in half. He pulls it off, but the backslash from the wave drenches him from head to toe. Another evacuation alert goes off. There is a high chance of a second wave hitting soon. Everyone is told to find shelter immediately. Damduk is soaked, and definitely not thrilled about round 2. He questions whether he can stop another one. His powers are not infinite after all. Then a new notification appears. Poseidon, the actual god of water, is urgently hiring for underwater palace repairs. It turns out the barrier protecting the underwater palace is busted, and that is what has been causing all these tsunamis. Suddenly everything makes sense. The disasters, the timing, it all traces back to Poseidon's underwater mess. The hero checks the listing. No one else has applied. Meanwhile, chaos is raining down on humanity. The hero quickly realizes that for beings who have lived for thousands of years, these gods are quite unreliable. Some are dealing with theft, others are tracking cheating spouses. Honestly, humans might be more competent at this point. The hero, of course, decides to do what only he would do. He accepts the job. He chooses to forget the exam. People's lives are more important. He dives straight into the ocean and reaches the underwater palace inside what seems to be Atlantis. He notes that the infrastructure is elegant. As he appreciates the view, a familiar voice calls out. It's none other than the universally loved Hephaestus, the god of blacksmiths. He looks thrilled to see the hero again. Hephaestus notices Snowy, who has clearly grown a little, and reaches out to pet her. Snowy responds by ignoring him completely. Hephaestus is visibly heartbroken and asks what he did wrong. Damduk-yu awkwardly assures him that it is not personal. Snowy is just shy. While Hephaestus is still sobbing over his failed fox friendship, Damduk asks why the god is even here. The god acts like that is a dumb question. He says no repair job happens without a blacksmith involved. He points out the source of the problem, a busted section of the palace's barrier. Apparently, the damage causes water to leak out into the human world. And what is a minor inconvenience to the gods is like a full-on apocalypse for the humans. The hero asks how the barrier even broke in the first place. Hephaestus gestures toward a mysterious gate and mutters that gates are the worst. They always try to destroy them, but they keep showing up. This makes Damduk-yu stop. He always assumed that gates and dungeons were created by gods. Now he is wondering what they actually are. Suddenly, Snowy starts acting weird. Worried, Damduk-yu asks what is wrong, then turns to see the gate behaving like a black hole, sucking everything in. Hephaestus tells everyone to hold on tight. If they get pulled into the gate, it is game over. He tries to stabilize the situation, but Snowy loses her grip and starts getting sucked in. The hero panics. He screams her name while Hephaestus tries to stop the disaster from swallowing them. Hephaestus, the god of blacksmiths, taps into raw divine power and launches an attack so loaded with pressure that it shakes the air itself. He wants the gate to behave, with no surprises and no divine nonsense. Our guy notices the power of the god. He realizes that moment is exactly why high-ranking gods stay in a league of their own. However, the gate does not flinch. Instead, it opens, and the first wave of monsters emerges as if they have been waiting for their cue. So, that plan clearly did not work. Damduk clearly didn't even think gates in the divine realm could release monster waves. Here, in god territory, his brain scrambles for logic, but Hephaestus does not wait around. A weapon appears in the god's hand, forged instantly, and without a word, he tosses it to Damduk-yu. The sword lands in the man's grip as if it were made just for him. Hephaestus tells him to take care of the approaching threats while he handles the gate. Damduk-yu sighs loudly enough for the sound to echo. He came here to fix some damage, not to hold the line against an entire raid. He mutters that he better be getting paid extra for this, since combat was not in the job description. Still, he charges forward and meets the first monster mid-run. His slash hits, divine power packed behind it, but the monster does not fall. There is no satisfying finish, just a lot of rage. Damduk ducks as his instincts flare as the same monster swings right back at him, still alive and still furious. That should not be possible. He knows exactly what kind of force he used in that first hit. The creature growls out a threat, promising to tear every filthy Olympian apart. Our guy is surprised to see that these things can talk. The worst part is that he isn't even an Olympian. The monster does not know that. It clicks. These beasts are built differently. Damduk Yu always thought the creatures from the gates were cannon fodder, weak and predictable, but now he is reevaluating everything. The last gate was nothing like this. For the first time, he wonders whether he might not be able to handle this alone. Still, he stands firm. Even though his thoughts are screaming, his body does not flinch. If something is going to take him out, it is going to have to earn it. The monsters glare at him, snarling and hungry. Then, they suddenly start fighting each other. One throws a punch while another kicks back. Chaos erupts inside Atlantis, and Damduk Yu stands there, stunned. For a moment, he thinks Poseidon might have sent help. It turns out he is right. Some of the monsters are on his side. He lets out a breath, relieved that he does not have to take on all of them by himself after all. While he is mid-thought, one monster tries to cheap shot him from behind. Damduk Yu slashes it down in a clean cut without even bothering to turn around. It is just one clean motion. He mutters that sure, these things look tough, but in a one-on-one fight, they are manageable. Notification windows pop up. Horizontal slice, vertical slice, more slashes. His rhythm begins to build. However, the monsters are not falling. He flashes back to that first one, still alive after his strongest swing. He keeps attacking, divine energy burning through every strike, and still, nothing happens. Not a scratch. The hits land, but the damage does not stick. Our hero has realized that these things are no joke. The monster says that it is done playing around and tells Damduk Yu to quit resisting and die already. Damduk Yu plants his feet and tells the beast to try and survive the next hit. Then he pulls out his wave slasher. The moment the blade flashes, everything changes. He cuts down the enemy again and again. Now, the man finally feels the momentum shifting. He lifts his blade and asks the horde who is next. He decides not to wait for volunteers. He picks one and threatens it directly. He is about to bring the pain, but then a notification window interrupts the drama. He does not have enough divine power left to use the wave slasher. He realizes he's screwed as there's no more power. Just like that. The look on his face says it all. Of course things were going too well. He knew it was only a matter of time before the universe flipped the script on him. The monster charges, screaming that Damduk Yu's life is over. It seems our guy has given up. Even he has limits, but he does not get the chance to surrender. The monster explodes mid-run. Beams, bullets, and bursts of energy strike it from all sides. Then, a furious voice yells out. It demands to know what kind of creature thinks it can raise a hand against a god. Standing there is none other than Red Fist, the dwarf, the legend, and the prideful menace with divine fists. Red Fist glares at the monsters and mutters that creatures like this are best when they are deep-fried. Damduk Yu sees him and nearly sags in relief. Red Fist throws him a nod and apologizes for being late. This moment feels like much-needed backup has arrived. And just like that, our boy is back in the fight. That was close, cause without the dwarfs, our boy would have been cooked for sure. He watches the blacksmith dwarfs roll up like a squad. The fish monster loses control. The bastard promises to rip everyone apart and charges toward them. One of the dwarfs tells the fish to bring it. He pulls out a gun, ready to end it, but he freezes when he sees the monster holding a rock. That rock throws him off. Before he can react, the fish is already up in his face. The gun gets slapped away, and the poor dwarf is sent flying. So much for that plan. Red Fist grabs his hammer and smashes the fish monster. Our guy spots the hammer in action and instantly recognizes the strength behind it. He remembers using the same weapon when he was dunked in the river Styx, and wonders if that moment had more to do with his combat skills than dumb luck. He opens his skill list and notices the dwarf hammer ability sitting there. It only takes 5 divine power. That's cheap and perfect for this situation. Meanwhile, one of the dwarfs is getting strangled by a monster that is ready to snap his neck. That's enough. Damduk Yu jumps behind the fish, ready to drop the skill and save the day. He announces that he is about to take this ugly bastard out, but the attack flops. The dwarf hammer skill does not activate. Apparently, it only works with blunt weapons, and Damduk Yu is holding something that is definitely not blunt. The hit does absolutely nothing. The monster doesn't waste time. It smacks the guy hard and sends him flying. While lying there, Damduk Yu grumbles about how dumb the restriction is. Blunt weapon only. He checks around for Snowy, but she is nowhere nearby. Not that she can help anyway. Then it hits him. He looks at his own fist and realizes that that should be blunt enough. If he is rocking an SS rank combat stat, maybe that is all he needs. He hears another dwarf in danger. There is no time to think. He rushes the monster and throws a full force punch. It lands. At first, nothing happens. The fish grips his arm like it is no big deal. Then, a beat later, the dwarf hammer skill finally activates. The fish monster is wrecked instantly. There is nothing left of him. The skill levels up right then and there. Dwarf Hammer B becomes Dwarf Hammer Punch A. Damduk Yu actually lets out a breath. This is going well for once. As he celebrates, Snowy leaps into his arms, totally fine. That alone lifts his mood to the max level. Snowy transforms into gloves, syncing with his fists. They will give him balance and force. He mutters that he is counting on her. With that, he starts tearing through the battlefield. One punch after another. Each hit lands with force. Some monsters don't even get a chance to see him before they are knocked out of existence. After a good streak of wins, he starts wondering if they are finally done here. Then the gate starts acting up. Dark energy slips out of it. The hero tries to figure out what kind of power this is. Hephaestus shouts for everyone to brace themselves. Confusion creeps in. Hephaestus tries to hold it back, but the effort is failing. He says he cannot contain it anymore. The guy glances toward the gate and figures this might end with everyone getting sucked in. He notices that Hephaestus is gone, just vanished. Even the god of blacksmiths gets pulled in by the gate's gravity. The guy stands frozen. His brain is fried. He wants to know what he is supposed to do now. Right then, a bright red notification pops up. A powerful presence is approaching. He looks toward the gate. A shadowy figure slips through. More notification windows open in a row, each one worse than the last. They all scream danger. The entity lands in Atlantis. One glance, and it knows Damduk Yu and the others wiped out its lackeys. The bastard looks around, unimpressed, and calls the boy and his squad nothing but worms. A new figure steps through the gate and into Atlantis, holding a trident. The aura around him drips with power. Some of Poseidon's servants immediately start reacting with excitement, yelling that the loop is finally over. They're convinced that this guy is Poseidon himself, and the cheers break out. The hero watches this unfold and starts wondering if these people are actually serious. He's not feeling the joy, only the discomfort crawling under his skin. That aura isn't just powerful, it's clearly sinister. He asks a nearby guard if that really is Poseidon. The guard, after getting a better look, admits that something does seem off. This version of Poseidon feels different. That trident-wielding figure is giving off some bad vibes. The guard starts second-guessing everything too. The hero focuses on the mark on the figure's forehead and recognizes it. It's the same cursed mark the fish monsters from the gate carried. That one detail draws a line between the fishmen who serve Poseidon and the ones that crawl out of those gates. As if that wasn't enough, the hero's sixth sense goes haywire. The internal siren blares in his head. Whoever this being is, he's extremely dangerous. The entity notices that all the gate monsters have been wiped out, thanks to the hero and the fishmen, and his gaze locks onto what's left of the battlefield. Damduk Yu warns everyone to back off. They need to brace for something major. He doesn't even finish the thought before the entity flicks his trident and kills every last fishman in the area without moving an inch. There is no build-up, no warning, just death. The entity starts laughing sinisterly, calling the dead fishmen worms. Damduk Yu's sixth sense screams one thing: get out. Fighting this guy is suicide. He tries to move, but the being notices him still standing there. That's not something he plans to tolerate. The monster wonders aloud why there is one still breathing. The hero hides, but that lasts about half a second. The being finds him without even trying and launches an attack right at him. The hero's mind spins. He wants to know how the being spotted him even when he was hidden, but now's not the time to dwell on that. He activates Fleet Foot without hesitation. That's his only option now. He needs to move fast enough to dodge death. He bolts, but in the blink of an eye, the entity appears right in front of him. The being smirks and asks where he thinks he's going. According to him, every last Olympian has to die. Damduk Yu isn't even one of them, but that doesn't seem to matter. The trident gets raised. The tip points straight at the hero. His mind blanks out. All he can do is stand there, helpless, knowing that he's about to get erased. Then something cuts through the chaos. An attack slams into the entity. A new voice enters the scene, calling the being Neptune and mocking him as a knockoff of the real one. The hero's stunned. This new arrival speaks with confidence and sarcasm. He tells Neptune that no one can keep him trapped forever. It turns out the real Poseidon has arrived. Neptune clearly didn't expect this. His expression shifts from smug to angry. He starts shouting that he's also a god of the sea, but Poseidon answers that by punching him in the face and telling him to be quiet. It turns out Neptune isn't even the real name of this being. He stole it from Poseidon, who's now standing there, visibly angry. The real god of the sea stares down the imposter and demands to know how he has the nerve to copy his identity. Neptune grabs Poseidon by the hair. That only angers Poseidon more. The imposter calmly tells him to take it all back. Meanwhile, the hero is just standing there, watching the two powerful gods argue. There are no ancient wars or grand strategy, just two immortals insulting and challenging each other. Damduk watches as the two legends argue. Poseidon is ready to defeat Neptune for impersonating him, but Neptune laughs and calls him weak. He says this will be Poseidon's 78th failed attempt at putting an end to Neptune. He is not exaggerating. Poseidon doesn't deny it. He just says that this time, he came prepared. He brought backup. That's when the air shifts and a glowing gate opens. The hero narrows his eyes, trying to figure out which god Poseidon brought. Then, Hephaestus walks out, making his grand entry. Hephaestus doesn't hesitate. He stares Neptune down and tells him those tricks won't work on him. He looks determined and angry. Then he drops to his knees. He's already exhausted. He says it's been a long time since he fought seriously, and now his stamina is low. The hero isn't sure if he should be impressed or concerned. With a mix of hope and fear, Damduk asks if this plan is even going to work. Hephaestus, looking extremely tired, places the responsibility on the hero and says he's counting on him. Right as that lands on the hero's shoulders, another portal opens, and none other than Soyeolju steps through. Yes, Soyeolju, with two gods at her side. One is strong and the other looks like a sorcerer. Damduk freezes. He's not even sure he's breathing. The stalker is in Atlantis. What is she doing here? Like a menace straight out of myth, Soyeolju rips the heart jewel from the gate and crushes it without a hint of hesitation. The entire structure begins collapsing and Neptune loses it. His voice tears through the air as he watches his precious gate fall apart. He was clearly not expecting his lackeys to be this useless. Inside the gate, every single one of them is already dead. He stares at Soyeolju and the other gods, full of rage, and demands to know how they had the nerve to wreck his domain. The man completely snaps. There is no more talking. He builds up an attack meant to wipe her out. The hero sees what is coming. He yells out, trying to warn her, because this thing is not just flashy, it is lethal. Neptune demands to know who she even thinks she is, but Soyeolju doesn't flinch. She tilts her head just enough to let the attack pass right by, as if she has done this many times already. She is calm, sharp, and absolutely terrifying. She pulls her weapon and rushes Neptune. A few strikes land cleanly, but they barely do anything. He grabs for her head, looking ready to crush it, but the hero steps in. His weapon connects just in time to block the grab. His sixth senses kick in hard, forcing his body to react before his brain even finishes processing. For a moment, he feels like he has got this. He feels strong. However, that feeling does not last. Neptune shoots him a bitter compliment, says he has got guts for trying, and then decides to stop playing. He is about to kill the hero for real. But before it happens, Soyeolju pulls him back by his coat and saves him. One of the gods behind her slams a punch into Neptune's side while the other, clearly some magic type, jumps in and weakens the fallen god even more. The teamwork hits hard. Damduk, still catching his breath, looks at Soyeolju and asks why she even saved him when he was just trying to help. She fires back without a pause, basically saying there is no way she would lose to a weak attack like that. And the worst part is, she is right, and he knows it. She shifts her focus back to Neptune. The man's losing it now. His body shakes, his power surges wildly, and it is clear he's in his final phase. The efforts of the other gods worked. He is running out of energy. Soyeolju watches the scene, oddly relaxed. She mysteriously says this one went down quicker than usual. Hearing that throws the hero off. He wants to know what she means by that. Our guy is wondering who the hell she really is. She notices him spiraling and cuts it off quickly. She tells him that if he just handles his part right, she will give him answers later. Then she hands him some mysterious object, leaving more questions in his head than before. A system window pops up, showing nothing but vague gibberish. The stats are filled with question marks, offering zero clarity. Whatever this object is, it is shrouded in mystery. Soyeolju tells the hero to drink it, but also gives him a warning. And then, as if it is just casual news, she delivers the biggest statement of the day. He is the one who has to kill Neptune. The hero just stands there, completely frozen. Not long ago, he was grinding through dungeons, and now he is being told to end the life of a god that even other gods are struggling to contain. It is beyond insane. He blurts out something like, "What does that even mean?" But Soyeolju does not have the time or energy for a full monologue. She tells him he will have to figure it out himself and charges straight back at Neptune. Damduk feels like his brain is melting. Nothing makes sense. This whole situation is messed up, and he is at the center of it. Meanwhile, Soyeolju launches a series of strikes at Neptune, trying to chip away the last bits of his health. The two other gods jump in as well. Their teamwork is wild. One hit after another lands, pushing Neptune back, slowly weakening him. The hero watches all three of them fight, completely locked in, amazed at how good they are. For a second, it almost looks like they will win. But quickly, Neptune wipes them all out in one explosive counterattack. In an instant, the tide flips. The hero's stunned to see how fast it all went downhill. He looks at Neptune and starts panicking inside. That is the enemy Soyeolju wants him to take out. That is the being she expects him to defeat. Poseidon watches it unfold and his face says it all. He knows Neptune has hit his explosion phase, his final form, the endgame version. The hero, Damduk, is completely drowning in his thoughts now. He remembers how not too long ago he was just a nobody. Now he is supposed to fight a powerful enemy. It feels impossible. He is paralyzed by the weight of it. Then Neptune shifts his attention to the hero. He demands to know if Damduk admits to interfering with his earlier attack. Then he promises to destroy him. Our guy's clearly overwhelmed and locked in place as Neptune hurls his attack. Soyeolju shouts at him in frustration, asking what he is doing just standing there as the attack moves towards him. That finally snaps him out of it. Soyeolju steps in, taking the hit that should have ended our guy right then and there. Neptune slams her down and plants his foot on her, calling the move dumb. He points out that she could have escaped, saved herself, and probably made it out alive. Instead, she picked the losing team. He looks at her like she has lost it and asks why she would even bother throwing herself in front of some weak, useless worm like our boy. Our boy himself wonders why she would take that kind of damage for him. Soil answers Neptune without hesitation. She says it was absolutely worth it. She calls our guy more impressive than Neptune thinks, putting full belief in the same guy who was just struggling to keep up with his responsibility. Her words hit him sideways. Even he does not buy into that and quietly wonders what she is even talking about. There is no universe where he beats someone like Neptune. But Soyeolju is not just talking. She yells out to our guy, telling him she believes in him. She means every word, and a notification window confirms it through the powers of the fruit of knowledge. For the first time in forever, someone truly sees something in him. That takes the hero straight back. He remembers the day he was born and how his future came pre-written. People born with powers were treated like royalty. Everyone else was background noise. He always lived in that second tier. But there was one person who never looked at him like he was less. His mom. She always had faith in her son, even when he had nothing going for him. He remembers pushing himself past his limits just to keep up with those gifted people. He remembers the day his uncle vanished, leaving his mom crushed under his debts. That same day, he realized something brutal. His mom did not believe in him out of hope. She did it to deal with the guilt of having a powerless son. It shattered our hero, but even then, he did not feel anger or sadness. Just relief. He figured if no one believed in him, then he could not let anyone down anyway. He convinced himself that giving up was easier. That trying and failing would always give him an excuse to walk away. He hated that version of himself. He remembers being cornered, laughed at, and treated like trash. All those memories hit him at once. But this time is different. Right now, someone actually believes in him. A notification tells him that this belief is activating something inside his body. It is spreading like a blessing. With zero hesitation left, Damduk-yu finally drinks what Soyeolju gave him. Power floods his system. His divine levels spike. Even he knows this is not normal. The girl is strange, but she has his back. The hero makes a vow. This time, he is not running. Right as Neptune is about to finish Soyeolju, Damduk-yu pulls her out of the way. Neptune's eyes lock on the interruption. Damduk-yu tells Soyeolju to take a break while he handles this. He says he will end it quickly. Behind him, Neptune strikes. However, in the blink of an eye, the hero plants a sword into Neptune's face. Power is still rushing through him, divine and overwhelming. For once, he feels like he can win this. But Neptune is not just some boss fight. He is a god. He warns Damduk-yu not to get cocky over a little boost. Then he snags our guy with his own hair and knocks Snowy out of his hand. Damduk-yu realizes something brutal. Even now, this still is not enough. So he does the only thing left. He charges in and punches the god in the face. The hit enrages Neptune. The hero does not stop. He boosts his speed, lands a punch, boosts it again, and lands another. He realizes it is still not enough. So he keeps pushing, faster, harder, pounding Neptune repeatedly. The moment he lets this god breathe is the moment he dies. With Snowy gone, the boy knows he is stuck using his fists. Neptune tries opening his mouth for an attack, but Damduk-yu shuts that down with a kick. It is effective. That move sends Neptune over the edge. He starts charging something big. Right then, Snowy returns. Neptune unleashes his attack, but Snowy shapeshifts into a shield and saves him at the last second. Still, this is far from over, and Damduk-yu knows it. Neptune shifts his focus to the boy now. He looks at Damduk-yu and asks if any of this is even doing anything. That is when Poseidon spots his chance. He calls in a dragon exacerbation attack. A dragon shows up and launches itself at Neptune. The impact creates a massive explosion that rattles everything. Poseidon is hoping that blast finally ended it, but Neptune crawls out of the wreckage, now quite weakened. He vows to take everyone down with him. This is not a bluff. Whatever he is preparing is going to be catastrophic. Damduk tells Neptune not to get ahead of himself. Then he pours every ounce of divine energy into his wave slasher. This one has to count. It is all or nothing now. As he prepares for the final swing, the boy is hit with clarity. Good and evil cannot always reveal the truth, but right now, it is clear. For once in his life, someone has put everything on the line for him. Someone believes in him without holding back. He refuses to let that trust go to waste. With his soul lit up and power surging, Damduk-yu unleashes one last devastating blow. The strike lands. Notification windows flood his vision. Neptune, the forgotten god, has been defeated. Another window appears, this time calling Soil the nameless goddess, confirming that she is deeply satisfied with Damduk-yu's win. Then comes the message. Damduk has completed the final condition for evolution, the final strike. Not only that, he has absorbed a sliver of Neptune's power through the kill, and Snowy has leveled up. The boy's body gives out. He crashes down to the seafloor, exhausted and barely holding on, but there is a tired smile on his face. He won. Somehow he really won. Above him, Soyeolju watches in silence, a proud smirk on her face as she sees what he has become. After everything goes down, our boy finally wakes up. The first thing he sees is Poseidon sitting on a throne, staring at him like he has been waiting. That alone is enough to make the boy's heart drop. Poseidon greets him like he is waking from a nap, acting casual about it. Damduk notices that his clothes are fresh and his wounds have been patched up. His hands, however, are chained. Poseidon thanks him for helping take down Neptune, but there is a catch. He has a serious question lined up. The god explains that while most of Neptune's power went back to him, a chunk of it stayed with the boy because of that final hit. He starts charging something in his hand, offering a warning that this power is not just a souvenir. It can change how the world works, or burn it to ash. The fruit of knowledge activates in the boy's vision, flashing a warning that Poseidon is acting suspiciously. His aura radiates dangerous energy, and he is clearly not feeling generous. Poseidon locks eyes with the boy and asks what he plans to do with the power. The boy freezes. The glare feels like a death sentence waiting on an incorrect answer. He realizes quickly that lying would be a mistake, and saying the wrong thing might end him. The hero takes a breath and answers directly. He says he did not take Neptune down for power, but if Poseidon allows him to keep it, he swears to train and become a god that people can actually respect. That response catches Poseidon off guard. The god says Damduk reminds him of how he used to be. The god smirks a little, as if he is looking at the spirit of a young god still figuring things out. He says that Damduk's words are clear, honest, and not full of ego. Now that the gate is gone and the forgotten god is finished, Poseidon decides there is no reason not to celebrate. He announces a party to mark the win. The scene jumps to the party. People are dancing, laughing, and enjoying themselves. But the boy has one thing on his mind: Soyeolju. He approaches her, feeling nervous, ready to talk. Just as he opens his mouth to speak, Snowy jumps onto Soyeolju again. Damduk stands still. He glares at his fox and tells it to get off and come back to him. Snowy does not care. He is busy nuzzling Soyeolju, enjoying her attention. The boy realizes that the fox is acting out because it leveled up and now thinks it is important. He feels irritated. Snowy ignores everyone else, but the second Soyeolju appears, he focuses only on her. Damduk wonders why the fox treats her with such preference while acting like he does not exist. Just when the boy is about to ask Soyeolju the question he has been holding in, a group of loud fangirls interrupts the moment. They shove him aside and start questioning what Soyeolju is doing there. Damduk tries to remind them that he was there first, but one of them elbows him in the face. He tries again to speak, but before he can say anything, Poseidon grabs him by the collar. Our guy is frustrated. He just wanted time with Soyeolju, but Poseidon has other plans. The sea god says he is looking for someone different, and apparently, the boy fits the description. As he is dragged away, the girl watches and casually comments that it is too early for them to meet seriously. She says they should both succeed in life first, remaining calm but mysterious as always. Then the scene shifts. A screen appears, listing all the titles and feats Soyeolju has accumulated over time. It turns out she is the god of transformation and reincarnation, and this is her 1869th reincarnation. The scene cuts to the hunter exam grounds. The hero stands there as someone congratulates him for earning his hunter license. He smiles, proud of the moment, even if it does not compare to what he achieved in Atlantis. He earned it. He finds out that he is officially a 6-star hunter now. It is a solid achievement, especially since the Hunter Association ranks go from no stars to 9. 9-star hunters are rare, and no one from Korea has ever reached that level. Only 13 hunters in the world hold 5 stars or more, and now Damduk is one of them. That comes with serious responsibility, and he knows it. As he processes everything, a familiar wailing sound cuts through the air. It is Jung Ok-cheon crying loudly while being dragged away by guards. Even though he is being hauled off, he keeps screaming that Damduk cleared dungeons and gates without a license. He tries to paint the hero as a criminal, yelling that letting him go is a mistake. The boy watches this and wonders why Jung Ok-cheon is still acting that way. It comes off as pathetic, while the man keeps shouting and threatening the guards. Then Snowy returns, landing on Damduk's shoulder. He immediately notices that the fox is heavier and larger than before. He asks himself if this is what leveling up does to magical pets. The thought crosses his mind. If Snowy keeps getting stronger, maybe she will leave him one day. But he shuts that thought down. Snowy is still snuggling up to him, soft and warm. The boy tells himself that she definitely loves him more than she loves the girl. Yeah, keep telling yourself that. Before he can relax, Soyeolju brings him back to reality. She appears and says that even if things seem calm now, the easy days are behind him. She wants him to follow her. She promises to explain everything, what is coming, what matters, and what the future will look like. She drops a warning about the end of the world and mentions something big on the horizon, something called Ragnarok. The scene jumps to the reincarnator's car. Our heroes are officially on the road, probably speeding past the legal limit. Our guy leans back, eyes on Soyeolju, and finally says what's been on his mind for a while. He's always thought she seemed a little shady. He asks her who the hell she really is. The mysterious girl gives him a look and asks if he's seriously curious. When Damduk nods, she shrugs and says fine, she might as well spill it. She explains that about a year ago, a divine job listing popped up in front of her out of nowhere, basically the same way it did for him. Since then, she's been grinding non-stop, dumping every paycheck from her side gigs into upgrading her godly powers. That hustle paid off. and now she's sitting at the level of a mid-rank god. Our boy listens, still a bit thrown off. But then she drops another bomb. Somewhere along the way, she earned a warrant of insight. The name alone catches our boy off guard, and he asks her what that even means. She tells him that while she doesn't know everything, that warrant did show her something wild. Through it, she caught a glimpse of the future, one where a massive war is coming. It's not just any war, but a war between gods. The girl explains that god names actually vary between mythologies. Zeus and Jupiter, Poseidon and Neptune, Eros and Cupid, they sound like the same dude, but they're not. They're entirely different gods, each with their own powers, goals, and identity. While humans think it's just a case of different names across cultures, the truth is messier. They're legit separate beings. So Poseidon and Neptune aren't two names for the same ocean guy. They're rivals. One survived through worship. The other got forgotten and bitter. That's where the gates come in. The reincarnator reveals that forgotten gods like Neptune use the gates to rebuild their power. The gates are like massive divine gems. Once their strength is juiced up inside the gate, they go all out and try to launch a comeback by going to war with the more famous gods. It's all just a power grab to get their names back. It all clicks for our hero now. The gates aren't random. They're there to give old gods a boost. When they're strong enough, they come swinging to get back what they lost. At the end of all that chaos, Soyulju says something called the sixth Ragnarok will go down. Our boy looks over, stunned, and blurts out whether gates exist in the human world too. Soyulju doesn't hesitate and explains, yeah, they do. She explains that dungeons were made by the gods, specifically to train humans for the incoming disaster. That's why dungeons and gates feel so similar. Dungeons, they're practice arenas. Our boy suddenly remembers what Thor said, something about building a place where humans could face great trials. So it all checks out. Dungeons really are divine boot camps. But hearing that doesn't exactly sit well with our homie. In fact, it pisses him off. Ever since dungeons started popping up, people have been getting maimed and killed trying to clear them. But to the gods, they're just exercises. Damduk snaps and says those gods should be the ones closing the gates themselves. He brings up Neptune, how even before reaching full strength, the guy was a nightmare to deal with. But the mysterious Soil doesn't back down. She tells him that there are things hiding inside those gates that even gods don't want to mess with. The reincarnator breaks down how gate difficulty scales with the god behind it. The stronger the forgotten god, the nastier the gate. If a god's power is high, then the gate that follows is a death sentence. She explains that even the active gods are barely managing to keep their own realms in check. If this whole Ragnarok thing kicks off, no one's left to guard the human world. There will be 0 gods, just full chaos. She adds that regular people have no clue any of this is happening. To them, gates and dungeons are just different words for the same disaster. But the mysterious girl makes it clear. If someone like Neptune appeared in a real city, it'd be obliterated before anyone could react. Damduk Yu sinks into silence as everything makes sense now. The skills, the warrants, the sudden game-like mechanics, the monster drops, the magic stones. It's all been a gift package from the gods for humanity. But instead of feeling blessed, our boy just feels angry. It's like the gods dumped the weight of survival on humans and left. They're handing out weapons while avoiding real fights themselves. He blurts out that humans are being expected to fight things that even gods can barely handle. Soyulju doesn't deny it, but she says she'll back him. She tells Damduk Yu she's seen the future, his future, and he's the one fighting back against armies crawling through the gates. He's the one saving the world. Damduk Yu's taken off guard, stunned that someone as powerful as her believes in him that much. But before he can unload another barrage of questions, Soyulju hits the brakes and says they've arrived. He thanks her for the ride, but when he turns to look outside, he spots something wild. There's a stage set up. There are microphones. There are cameras. There's a crowd cheering. Apparently, Soyulju's been planning again. She signed him up to make some massive public announcement. Reporters yell for his attention, begging him for a few words now that he's one of the few hunters in the world ranked 5-star and above. He stares at the scene and asks Soyulju if this is seriously the right place, because this feels like a setup. And yes, it was. This is what she meant when she said she'd help him. She put him directly into the spotlight. Soyulju leaves with a smirk, drives off in her car while Damduk Yu yells at her to get back. And just like that, fame hits our guy. Cut to 1 month later. The whole world is focused on our boy. The man's cleared 3 dungeons in a single month, and the most surprising part, 0 casualties. There wasn't one person injured. That kind of track record doesn't just earn respect, it makes him a legend. Our boy's life has gone from mid-tier hunter to extremely wealthy overnight. Even though the money's good and the people admire him, he looks at the situation around him and thinks the same thing every celebrity eventually realizes. Being rich and famous sucks. Sure, being famous has downsides, but Damduk Yu knows it's necessary. The chaos, the press, the constant attention, it's all feeding into his divine power, and that power is going to matter real soon. Still, his patience is wearing thin. The reporters won't back off. They act like his personal space is public property. It's gotten to the point that even Snowy has her own fan club now. He glances at the fox on the ground. and mutters whether it feels nice being praised for doing nothing. Then Soil's voice chimes in. She tells Damduk Yu to hustle harder. Fame isn't just clout. Soon it'll turn into real strength. So, he better start putting in the effort before it's too late. She warns him again. The fights that are coming up are much tougher. The end of the world is coming closer, and if he slips even once, he'll fall hard. Not just physically, mentally too. If he allows it, the future is cooked. Then she asks him the real question. With all that in mind, is he ready to face his fate head-on? At this moment, we find out Apollo's looking for a part-timer. And our guy? He's on the short list. Damduk Yu takes a second. He thinks about what life would have been like if he stayed unaware. If he never found out the world was ending. He knows it would have been easier. But now that he knows the truth, he can't ignore it. He can't just stand by while everything collapses. Soilju knew he'd say that. She knows him well. That determined heart of his is clear. Together, they move forward toward the next step. The part-timer world of the gods. The scene jumps to someone calling our duo ducklings. It turns out it's none other than Apollo himself. Beautiful, shiny-haired, with a sharp jawline and a sculpted physique. He welcomes them with a smug grin and tells them they should feel honored to be his part-timers. Since he's the god of the sun, our boy naturally gets starstruck. He stares at Apollo and blurts out that he never expected to see the sun in person. He can't help but notice how bright it is. Apollo nods like our guy just announced that gravity exists. He says the sun follows his vibe, so of course it's bright. According to him, it also copies his jawline and body curves. Soilju's face shows how done she is with the situation. But Apollo's just getting started. He says the sun is still mid-tier compared to him, since he's literal perfection. Then, without anyone asking, he launches into his origin story, starting from, of course, his birth story. Cut to our heroes in a carriage, probably escaping that monologue. Damduk Yu, still recovering, asks Soilju how Apollo even manages to talk about himself for that long. He wonders if Apollo's warrant is just a glorified mirror because no sane person flexes that hard on themselves. The mysterious girl says she considered punching his shiny face just to make it stop. The hero admits that Apollo's narcissism might be irritating, but it's still kind of awesome. He explains that after spending all his time making dungeons and training mobs, pulling the sun across the sky actually feels like a promotion. She shuts that down quickly and asks him if he genuinely thinks they're hauling the real sun. It turns out Apollo's sun is a total fake. It's just a light orb created by his warrant that syncs with sunrise so people think it's the real deal. The guy tries to play it cool like he knew, but then panics and asks how Apollo even made it, and why he bothered if the real one still exists. Soilju breaks it down. The fake sun boosts Apollo's image, and the stronger people's belief in him gets, the more divine power he stacks. That's how he went from a mid-tier narcissist to the actual god of the sun. Our guy, completely shocked, realizes that makes Apollo a scammer. Soilju doesn't hesitate in confirming our boy's suspicion. The reincarnator shrugs and says it doesn't really matter. What does matter is the reward, and she reminds Damduk Yu of that. Her plan is simple. Get through this weird gig, grab the prize, and leave. She's steering the carriage with skill, and the guy gives her props for being this good at it. He asks if she's done this kind of thing before. She confirms she has, more than once actually. This catches the boy off guard, mostly because Apollo didn't even recognize her. The reincarnator notes the guy's usually not very observant, but sometimes, out of nowhere, he connects the dots. Since she can't lie without getting smacked by the fruit of knowledge, she tells the truth. It's not as embarrassing as she expected. Apollo didn't remember her because he's too obsessed with his own reflection to notice anything else. Of course he forgot. The guy probably thinks his reflection is a different person. Right then, some kind of beast launches itself at them mid-flight. Damduk Yu's sixth sense kicks in instantly. They dodge the attack, but it's way too sudden. Soilju points out that sunwolves shouldn't even be on this path. The hero stares at them and says those things look more like hellhounds than sunwolves. Luckily for them, the guy is the undisputed top dog. That trait kicks in immediately. Before the mysterious Soil can even offer to handle it, Damduk Yu tells her to stay back. He's got this. The reincarnator warns him not to be reckless. These things are dangerously hot. Touching their fur could literally melt bone. But the guy doesn't flinch. If he's supposed to live up to the version of him from the prophecy, then he needs to handle fights like this alone. He leaps out of the carriage with his weapon in hand, eyes locked on the fiery beasts. He's got an idea. His blade slices through one of the wolves, but it doesn't go down. He yells back to Soilju to watch closely, because this is the part where he shows off a new move. He activates Wave Slasher, and just like that, the flames around the beast sizzle out. He grabs the wolf, but even without fire, it's still burning hot. That's when a notification pops up. Neptune's power is kicking in. The blessing of waves wraps around his body like armor. The guy tries to figure out what that even means. Then he touches the wolf again and realizes the heat's gone. Just like that, he's immune. Now he can actually deal with these creatures. He keeps repeating the process, cooling them off, taming them one by one. Soilju watches him work, and for the first time, she smiles. She almost blushes. She remembers the version of Damduk Yu she first met. a guy who couldn't even talk back when people called him dumb. But no matter how hard things got, he kept pushing forward. Even if others thought his progress was barely noticeable, he never gave up. 2 times, 3 times, over and over, he just kept improving. She looks at him now and sees the results of his 1869th return. They matter. He might actually be the only one who can kill the thing she saw coming. That's why she keeps coming back to him. He's not just some guy. He's a full-on gamble, like betting everything on a risk god. Damduk orders the tamed wolves to follow his lead and chases off the rest. Now that our boy has 2 loyal sun wolves on his side, he's ready to deal with the rest of the rebellious mutts. He gives his newest pets the go-ahead, and they launch straight at their own kind. The untamed wolves don't even see it coming. Our guy smirks and throws a verbal jab their way, wondering aloud if they're stunned to be betrayed. But then he realizes something. Watching these sun wolves attack each other for his sake feels grim, so he changes course. With a grin, he decides to tame the others too. He might as well settle this with less blood and more control. He goes after one and tames it cleanly. Then he grabs a few more. Soon his group grows to a strong 40 dogs. The hero is clearly enjoying himself, steadily building what looks like the early stages of a canine force. With the momentum going, he decides to tame the rest too. As he does, something new triggers. His top dog trait suddenly levels up, and now he's gained a new ability. Damduk Yu can summon every beast he's ever tamed while under this title. That bit catches him off guard. He has tamed quite a few creatures in his time, but not all of them are going to be useful right now. Some were just aesthetic. Some were not. Still, one name pops into his head, Cerberus. That 3-headed creature was no joke. The hero considers calling him in, thinking it might be useful. But before he can summon anything, he zones out, thinking about combinations like he's in a strategy game. Soyulju snaps him back. She yells over, wanting to know why he's just standing there while there are still wolves left to tame. Damduk realizes that the sun wolves, on their own, they're not terrifying. But once they start feeling threatened, they group up and form a single massive beast. That kind of pack behavior could overwhelm him. Just as he's processing that, one of the untamed wolves lunges and catches him off guard. This one doesn't bite. It breathes fire straight out of its mouth. The attack hits hard, blasting the nearby carriage into smoking pieces. The hero survives, but now he's surrounded by flames and smoke. The girl doesn't let up. She tosses out a sarcastic comment about how he needs to stop zoning out in the middle of dangerous situations. It turns out she may have given our boy too much credit. She tells him to get it together. The homie isn't focused on her words, though. He's staring at the wreckage. The carriage is gone, and something else clicks in his head. He asks about the fake sun's movement. Soyulju responds. Both the wreckage and some sun wolves have fallen into the village below. Our guy's stomach sinks. Then she delivers more serious news. If even one sun wolf reaches a human village, it's over for those people. So now, their top priority shifts. The mission is clear. They must save the villagers no matter what. We cut to the village. Panic is already spreading. Among the chaos, a little girl runs for her life. She's seconds away from danger, but our boy steps in and saves her with his weapon. The threat becomes clear. The sun wolves have already combined into one large violent unit, and it targets Damduk Yu immediately. He tries to fight back, but this fusion beast is strong. That's when he decides to summon Cerberus. Cuxy knows, ain't no dog in the dog empire that has enough street cred to deal with that beast. A 3-headed hound drops into the scene. The hero gives the command, and Cerberus is prepared to engage the target. One of the villagers stares at our boy. The man points up at the sky, still wide-eyed, asking what kind of person descends and defeats a beast like that. The fused sun wolves, still lying on the ground. Soil walks over and answers. She says his name is Damduk Yu, pauses, then changes her mind and calls him a god. He's no longer just a puny human. He's the god of swords. We cut to the guy standing with arms crossed, watching the sun wolves clean up their mess. He commands them to stay focused, but the second he looks away, one of the wolves starts slacking. Damduk Yu glares. These wolves lose focus quickly. An old man approaches and calls him by name, Damduk Yu, the god of swords. The villager introduces himself as the representative of their town and then drops to the ground, forehead on the dirt. That throws the hero off. He waves a hand and tells the old man to get up, explaining there's no need for bowing. The event wasn't a divine test. It was their mistake. There was nothing noble about it. But the old man doesn't care. He's just grateful that the gods paid attention to their village. He doesn't know those same gods often cause problems instead of solving them. The man suddenly announces, loud enough for the entire village to hear, that from this day forward, they will offer living sacrifices in the name of the god of swords. Our bro's face goes blank. The villagers cheer his name, and before they can begin offering anything, our boy disappears. The old man looks around, confused, trying to figure out where his new deity went. Meanwhile, Damduk Yu's at a distance, concerned. The sacrifice talk unsettles him. He mutters to himself, wondering what Soyulju told the villagers, but he knows there's a bigger problem. The carriage is destroyed. The fake sun they were transporting got eaten by the wolves during the attack. He has a week left before Apollo expects the task finished, and right now, he has no sun, no transportation, and villagers ready to offer sacrifices in his name. While he's thinking, Soil speaks up. She suggests they just make another sun, as if it's instant noodles. The guy turns to her and demands to know what she means by making a sun. He reminds her that creating things is not his strength, but the reincarnator remains calm. She tells him that he's not the one who's going to make it. She knows someone who can. The scene cuts to the god of blacksmiths, Hephaestus. Soil Jew throws out Hephaestus' name like it's no big deal. Damduk actually considers it, and realizes that if she's serious, then she must be loaded with god-level resources to even think about asking Hephaestus to build a sun. The mysterious girl hears that and casually states, she's completely broke. Damduk freezes. There's no way this mid-rank goddess with this much power has no money. That shouldn't even be possible. He figures maybe she's close to Hephaestus, but even then, asking the god to forge a sun without payment sounds unreasonable. Soyulju ignores him and tells him to just follow her. He feels disregarded, but he tags along. He tries again, reminding her that convincing Hephaestus to do this job for free is impossible. He even places a bet. The loser has to do whatever the winner says. The scene cuts to Hephaestus agreeing immediately. There's no argument or negotiation. He says he owes Soyulju more than once, so this task is minor. He's even willing to stay up working to complete it. Damduk just stands there, wondering what kind of favors Soyulju has given to earn that level of loyalty. Later, she leads him to a random area. Damduk has no idea what she's planning. The girl reminds him that he lost their bet, so now he's obligated to do whatever she asks. But before that, there's something else he has to handle. Damduk Yu asks what it is. Soyulju says he needs to start gathering priests if he plans to stop the God War. He's confused and asks what a priest even is. Soyulju explains that when a low-ranking god hits 50,000 divine power, they unlock a warrant called the Calling of Gods. With that, they can recruit priests who follow them and boost their power during battle. Damduk looks at her in disbelief. He points out that it doesn't make sense to start telling people he's a god when he isn't even one in the first place. Soyulju remains calm. She says it doesn't matter. He can't stop the upcoming war alone. He needs priests from other dimensions to stand a chance. The prophecy says he needs 12. Damduk Yu is completely confused, and that reaction is understandable. He tries to understand the mission. The number alone is overwhelming, so he asks what she means by different dimensions. The reincarnator explains that right now, he only has access to basic part-time jobs across their continent. But once his divine power increases, he'll start unlocking jobs in other dimensions. That doesn't offer much reassurance. The great gods are already difficult to handle. Now he's expected to take on threats across dimensions. But Soil remains calm. She tells him not to stress about it. Their first priest is already in their world and will be a major help. She then reminds him again he agreed to do anything she wanted. A soft glow appears in a nearby village. They are visiting the next village in the same damaged carriage. When they arrive, the villagers kneel. One of them asks who Damduk is, and another explains that he's the god who defended the nearby village from demon attacks. Someone else refers to the banner on the carriage that says Damduk is amazing. The people assume Apollo is supporting him. The banner leaves an impression. Now Damduk understands. This is Soyulju's plan, to raise his divine power by building up his public image. Damduk gets frustrated. He yells at her, saying he doesn't care if this helps his divine power. It's embarrassing. He's not the kind of person who enjoys being the center of attention. The mysterious girl reminds him of the deal. She explains that they need to unlock the calling of gods, so raising his power is necessary. Damduk Yu complains about the banner design, calling it bad and asking why it looks so unappealing. The hero is now in a palace, reviewing his notification windows. He just bought a new ranged ability. He reflects that ranged combat has always been his weakness, especially during the Neptune fight where his only option was Wave Slasher and he nearly lost. So these upgrades were necessary. He checks to see how much his divine power has increased. While scrolling, he mutters that he hasn't been sleeping well. The banner has been bothering him. Then he sees it. His divine power has reached 50,000. The warrant has been activated. Only those who truly respect him can qualify as priests. That surprises him. Somehow the banner strategy actually worked. He doesn't know how to feel about that. While he's reading his stat screen, someone speaks behind him, and it startles him. It's none other than the self-glazer Apollo. The god asks him what he's looking at, then explains that the system his mother created is invisible to others, so there's no reason to worry. Damduk calms down and asks what Apollo means by his mother's system. Then he realizes it's the windows. Apollo asks if anything happened while he was gone. Damduk tells him about the Sunwolf incident but says he resolved it. That catches Apollo's attention. He asks if Damduk Yu is referring to those wolves. After a moment, he compliments him for taking care of it. Impressed, Apollo says the hero will receive a bonus in addition to his usual payment for going beyond expectations. A glowing aura wraps around Damduk Yu as Apollo's warrant of self-healing transfers over. His hand starts to light up and Damduk stares at it, curious about this new power. Apollo explains that the warrant of self-healing is something a lot of people want, but only those who work for him can earn it. He starts talking about how people line up just for a shot at his warrant. The guy even starts laughing loudly. Snowy, who had been peacefully asleep, wakes up from all the noise and looks clearly annoyed. She resembles Soil in fluff form at this point. Noticing that Snowy is up, Damduk asks the little spirit to lend him its power. Apollo side-eyes him, wondering what he's planning. Damduk casually says he just wants to see the healing warrant in action. He transforms Snowy, then slices a small cut on his finger. A soft light pulses from the wound, and the warrant of self-healing activates. The injury starts healing, slow but steady. Damduk finds the glow quite cute. Snowy then leans in and licks the little wound, like it feels guilty for it. Apollo watches all of this and raises a brow at Snowy. It turns out spirits that can shapeshift into weapons are extremely rare. Meanwhile, Snowy avoids looking at Apollo. Apollo, still watching, asks Damduk how he tames creatures so easily. Damduk admits he does have a taming ability and flips the question. Why is Apollo so curious anyway? Apollo explains that lately, something's been damaging the sun and it's frustrating him. Apparently he's been wondering if there's a way to tame it. He points out that the sun wolves actually seem to like Damduk, which is unusual considering they hate everyone else. Apollo hasn't heard of any god who can tame those creatures, so he's clearly surprised that a low-tier god like Damduk Yu managed it. He directly asks Damduk how he did it. Damduk thinks about it for a second. Animals are gathering around him and playing. He agrees to teach Apollo, but he wants something in return. He wants archery lessons, now that he finally bought a ranged skill. That makes sense considering he nearly lost during his previous encounter. The god agrees. It turns out he's not just the sun god. He's also the god of medicine, poetry, music, and archery. Apollo is now guiding Damduk through archery basics. The god starts instructing him on how to craft an arrow from divine energy. The idea is simple. Focus divine energy into your fingertips, hold your breath, and pull the bowstring back until it feels right. Once everything aligns, release the arrow. The god demonstrates. His arrow blazes through the air and hits the target with no effort. Apollo gives a shrug. Damduk isn't surprised, but he gains some respect for the god. Although Apollo acts arrogantly, his skill is undeniable. Damduk's own training begins from there. 1 month passes. Archery becomes a routine, and Apollo proves to be a serious teacher. He is strict. Damduk fires an arrow with good technique and realizes he understands archery now. He reflects a bit. Up until now, most of his improvements came from watching YouTube tutorials or mimicking moves during fights. Compared to that, learning directly from a god is much more effective. He starts to wonder, if he learned this much from Apollo, what could he gain from training under more gods? Soilju interrupts his thoughts, letting him know it's time to move on. She says Damduk is about to meet his first priest, and time is limited. Damduk prepares to leave but decides to say goodbye to Apollo first. He wonders where the god is. It turns out Apollo's spending time with his sun wolves. This confirms both of them fulfilled their agreement. Snowy curls up beside Soil, and Damduk feels like something important was learned from this experience. He says that gods seem to respond well to animals when given food. That could be why Apollo and the sun wolves bonded. Soil tells him to be thankful the idea worked, because if it didn't, the situation would have been dangerous. Damduk says he would have simply kept trying until it succeeded, as if this dumbass wasn't dealing with the god of the sun. Soil tells him that maybe he should plan things more carefully, or one day he'll make a mistake he can't fix. Damduk Yu doesn't appear worried. He tells her she worries too much, then lists the benefits he gained from this job. Divine power increased. New warrant acquired. Archery skills learned. He believes things can't get better. And bro's actually right, cause shit only goes south from here. Because the underworld is filled with ruins and an eerie atmosphere. Hades, the ruler, is speaking with one of his servants. He asks if the information is confirmed, and the servant says it is. Cerberus was summoned to the human world a month ago without Hades' approval. That decision was made by dumbass Damduk. Hades is furious. He demands to know who interfered with the guardian of the underworld, and he doesn't care about the reason. Whoever summoned Cerberus is about to experience the consequences of angering the god of the dead. I guess this is what Soil was talking about when she suggested thinking before you act. The scene jumps from the underworld to the Sungun headquarters, where things are way less dramatic. Damduk Yu is mid-training, hacking through massive logs with his sword. His proficiency with swords keeps leveling up, one log at a time. He's glad he's getting stronger, but something feels off. Our guy wonders if this so-called priest is ever going to show up. He turns to Soilju and asks if she's really sure about this location, and the mysterious girl tells him to be patient. Damduk starts feeling the grind. He's been swinging this sword non-stop since they got back from that side quest with Apollo, and nothing exciting has happened since. He notices that both his swordsmanship and divine power grow a lot slower in the human world than during part-time gigs with gods. So he asks Soilju if maybe they should start looking for another part-time job. She doesn't respond, so our hero calls her out, asking if she's even listening. Soilju lights up. The guy thinks it's finally priest time, but it's just a part-time job listing. She tells him to sit tight while she checks it out. The guy complains that if she's gonna leave, she might as well drag him along so he doesn't die of boredom. The reincarnator shuts that idea down and tells him to stay put at the Sun Gun base. He grumbles about how unfair it is that she gets to chase part-time jobs while he's stuck training. He asks why she even needs to go herself, but she brushes him off, saying it'd take too long to explain. He vents about how nobody's shown up to the base in weeks, and questions how he's supposed to keep waiting for a priest when he doesn't even know how long this search is supposed to take. He begs again to come along. A familiar, irritating voice cuts in. Of all people, it's Jung-ak Cheon. The smug person asks why the boy is so obsessed with part-time jobs. He throws in some rich boy snark, mocking the guy for being born with a dirty spoon. The guy immediately recognizes that annoying voice and wonders what this prick is doing here. Jung-ak Cheon keeps talking, saying Damduk Yu's just a talentless person who's finally realized part-time jobs are all he's good for. Little does this dipshit know, Damduk Yu's been working with literal gods. Damduk asks when this guy's gonna stop being a moron and demands to know what he's doing at the Sun Gun base. Then, a horrifying possibility hits him. What if this asshole is the priest he's supposed to meet? He mentally begs every god in existence to make sure that's not the case. The bully asks the guy if he really came here without knowing what's going on. It turns out there's a taming competition happening at the headquarters today. The bully mocks Snowy by calling the little guy a kitten and says there's no way Damduk could even enter, let alone win. Cheon shows off his big German hound and says, "This is the bare minimum if you want to win." Then he tells the guy to find a job and stay out of his way, adding that today's too important for him to waste time dealing with someone like our homie. Normally, Damduk wouldn't care about this kind of event, but now that this guy is in the competition, winning and watching that look drop off his face would be satisfying. The scene jumps straight into the taming competition, already in full swing. The announcers announce that the asshole and his dog just racked up 39 points, apparently a new record. Hearing this, Cheon is convinced that the bonus points will seal his win. This is his big chance to finally impress his father. It turns out this guy has some daddy issues. His father never gave him the love he wanted. His father is none other than Gun-ak Cheon, chairman of Iris, the top guild in all of South Korea. The dipshit is aiming high, dreaming of taking over Iris someday. The announcer drops another name. There's one competitor left, and it's none other than the homie, currently the hottest topic in the country. The dipshit's expressions change. The camera pans to a fiery hound standing by the hero. It turns out our guy brought one of Apollo's sunwolves back to Earth, like a madman. The judges prepare to evaluate the boy's taming ability. One of them, a seasoned expert, admits she's been judging these events for a decade and has never seen anything like this fire-coated beast. The other judge notes that this kind of hound isn't listed in any research or thesis. The announcer speaks loudly about how a new era in taming has arrived. The person doesn't take it well. Damduk asks if he's disappointed. He follows it up by saying the bully's bark is louder than his bite. Then the guy nods at the person's dog and throws some shade, asking if that old dog was supposed to win him the tournament. Cheon looks pissed. Our hero asks why the guy always looks at him like that. Jung-ak Cheon snaps back by demanding to know why Damduk always shows off and gets in his way, calling him a bastard. That's crazy when you realize that he bullied our boy in school. Jung-ak Cheon is about to swing, but he gets halted by a deep, commanding voice. His dad shuts him down, telling him to be quiet if he still wants to compete. He calls him a fool to his face. The asswipe tries to explain himself, but his dad isn't having it. The old man tells him to stop and threatens to send him overseas if he says another word. Jung-ak Cheon stands there frozen. The chairman turns to the guy and apologizes for Jung-ak Cheon's disrespect. Damduk decides to let it slide. He reflects on how unexpected this reunion is. He never thought he'd see Cheon Sr. again like this. Gun-ak then praises the guy, saying he's grown more reliable since their last meeting. They exchange greetings properly. The chairman tells Damduk Yu not to pay attention to his son, calling his own blood a failure and an embarrassment. Cut to Cheon Jr., now in meltdown mode, smashing the flower pot he brought to give to his dad. He's upset at how his father always compares him to Damduk, someone who isn't even related by blood. He says that ever since the guy re-entered his life, everything's changed for the worse. A voice speaks up, asking why he's so angry. Jung-ak Cheon turns to see a blue-haired guy he clearly knows. He asks where the guy's been. The blue-haired person says he was busy finishing an in-game event. Jung-ak Cheon gets angry again, upset that this guy missed a promise to his dad over a video game. He complains that this blue-haired guy always does whatever he wants because the Iris chairman likes him more than his own son. Cheon Jr. insults both the blue-haired guy and Damduk. That's when the bully gets an idea. If he can't deal with either of them alone, maybe he can make them fight each other. The scene cuts to our guy greeting Soil as she returns from her part-time gig. He asks if she caught up on the situation while she was gone. He fills her in on the Jung-ak Cheon conflict. Soil-ju doesn't respond. The guy found the whole experience more interesting than what he's been doing lately. The reincarnator says something cryptic. The mystery man has arrived. The guy asks who she means. A notification pops up, warning him that someone nearby is bloodlusted. Behind him, the blue-haired guy spots Damduk and says it's unfortunate he got dragged into this because of Jungak Cheon. The guy tells the hero not to take it personally, then lunges. The hero dodges the hit, and just like that, we're introduced to Cloud Beck, one of Iris's elite hunters. The scene shifts to Jungak Cheon, stewing in his thoughts about Cloud Beck. It turns out the blue-haired punk is one of Iris's elite members and just so happens to be one of Daddy Cheon's golden boys. Born with an SS-class swordsman ability, the guy hit peak swordsmanship before even hitting puberty. Arrogant, brutal, and talented enough to nearly kill his sparring partners, he earned the title White Phantom. Jungak Cheon is confident that this time, Damduk is absolutely defeated. The scene cuts to Damduk clashing blades with Cloud. Damduk Yu blocks the first hit with ease, which throws Cloud off for a second. The ambush feels lazy to Damduk, and he's not shy about saying it. He figures Jungak Cheon sent this kid. Jungak Cheon never has the courage to face things himself. Instead, he sends some prodigy to do the task. Cloud clearly doesn't like the commentary. He admits he was only planning to rough Damduk up a little, but now he's fully committing. The brat adjusts his stance and dives in again. This catches Damduk off guard for real. The kid's speed and precision aren't just for show. Damduk actually has to work for it. Cloud, confident as ever, asks which arm he should slice off first. Damduk, now acknowledging that Cloud is skilled, notes that this fight is no simple challenge. Then it hits him. This kid is supposed to be none other than his first priest. If things keep going like this, he won't even get close to fulfilling the first condition. He remembers what Soil told him about priest recruitment. The first step is making the other person respect you. There are different ways to earn it, but the easiest is through raw strength. But right now Damduk Yu is falling short. Back in the fight, Cloud tells him to quit talking now that he's actually putting up a fight. The kid goes in again, slicing Damduk's clothes, which angers him. Damduk mutters to himself, wondering how Cloud wields a blade better than the so-called God of Swords. That title is his own. Damduk realizes he's stuck. If he can't outmatch Cloud with swordplay, then there's no way the brat is going to respect him. Cloud keeps pressing forward, almost catching Damduk again. Damduk barely dodges, holding on by a thread. Damduk Yu makes a decision. If pure swordsmanship isn't effective, then he'll push past the limit. He doesn't need to rely on his blade alone. Cloud gets ready to swing again, expecting another clean sword clash. Then he notices something strange. Damduk is in an attack stance too, except this time, he's not holding a sword. In one blink, Damduk Yu's blade turns into a set of glowing magical gloves, and he stops Cloud's slash with a single palm. The prodigy looks stunned. He asks himself what kind of technique this is. Without wasting a second, Damduk grabs the kid's sword and strikes him across the face with a punch that echoes beyond Sungun Guild HQ. Even after all that, the brat is still standing, which impresses our boy. Cloud complains, claiming it's unfair for a swordsman to use fists. Damduk shuts that down. He tells the brat that relying only on a sword is ineffective, and that versatility wins fights. Since Cloud didn't know that, he lost clean. Cloud blames the loss on being unprepared. Damduk laughs in his face and asks if he's ready now. The brat, knowing he's screwed, tries to negotiate. The scene cuts to Damduk's place. He and Soil are sitting around, waiting for Cloud. It turns out Damduk has given the kid his address. He wonders aloud if the brat will actually come, admitting maybe he was a bit too rough. The reincarnator doesn't doubt it. She's seen Cloud's type before. Now that he knows where Damduk lives, she's sure he'll show up eventually. Damduk grumbles that waiting on this person feels more difficult than divine part-time work, especially with the recruitment conditions adding pressure. We're reminded of the 3 requirements to recruit a priest. First, earn their respect. Second, make them realize they're supposed to become one. And third, the most difficult, the priest has to believe all of it and willingly take an oath. Damduk throws his hands up and asks why the process is this complicated. The mysterious girl explains that's exactly why most gods who get this warrant just ignore it, since recruiting a priest is extremely difficult. Damduk looks at her and wonders why she hasn't used her warrant. She's strong enough, smart enough, and clearly not lacking anything. The question catches her off guard. She stammers and says she's got circumstances. Damduk, being who he is, asks what kind of circumstances she means. Soil stays quiet. It finally hits him that maybe he shouldn't have asked. She brushes it off, saying she's just too lazy to explain. That answer irritates him, but before he can say anything else, the brat finally arrives. Damduk invites him in, but Cloud replies rudely and says he only came to ask a couple of questions. He cuts straight to it, asking Damduk what he's even supposed to be, a martial artist or a swordsman. Damduk reminds him of their fight and says he's both. Cloud, of course, thinks that's impossible. According to him, no one can be a genius in 2 different paths. He demands that Damduk Yu pick one, as if that's a necessity. Damduk doesn't entertain that logic. He casually threatens another duel if Cloud wants proof that our guy's got both roles mastered. The kid instantly folds and says he's not here to fight. He just wants to know why he lost. He wants proper criticism so he can improve. Damduk almost gives him the answer. Angst Cloud's face lights up when he thinks he's about to get feedback, but just then, Damduk Yu refuses. The brat gets angry and asks why he won't say anything. To that, Damduk calmly tells him that no one wants to help someone who speaks disrespectfully. That humbles the prodigy. Then Damduk smirks and lays down the condition. If Cloud really wants to know why he lost, then he better ask to become Damduk's disciple. Cloud's gonna have to crush his pride into powder if he wants to do this. And sure, it's not totally impossible. He knows damn well that getting trained by our boy would actually benefit him. But of course, the brat's not there yet. He snaps that he'd rather die than call Damduk Yu his teacher. Then he storms off. He mopes about how long it took him just to respect Jung Aksheon. There's no way he's handing that over to our boy on day one. Not when this is literally their first meeting. The whole thing feels ridiculous to him. Damduk watches the tantrum unfold and casually says that it's a shame the brat's already bailing. He tosses out one last lure, mentioning that he was just about to teach a martial arts move too valuable to miss. It's something that could have pushed Cloud past the competition. That's all it takes. Pride might have shoved the kid out the door, but some basic bribing drags him back. Our guy knows the type. Kids like Cloud always fold when you dangle power in front of them. Deep down, Cloud already gets it. If he wants to get stronger, he's gonna have to blend his swordsmanship with martial arts. Trying to pretend none of that whining ever happened, Cloud comes back and tells Damduk Yu to forget what he said. Our boy can see the brat choking on his own pride, but it's happening. The kid even forces out the word Hu Nim, which is what you say to someone ranked higher than you. Our guy acts like he didn't hear it and asks him to repeat it. Cloud looks like he's ready to explode, but he closes his eyes and mutters it again. He tries to convince himself that once he learns this stuff, he'll beat Damduk anyway. So for now, he plays along. Finally, the blue-haired brat asks Damduk to become his teacher. That gets a short laugh out of our guy. He throws Cloud a bone and says that if he's that desperate, he's cool with teaching him. He even calls him little, which stings the prodigy's ego, but he swallows it down. Before training kicks off, Damduk Yu says that they've got one more thing to deal with, which is the priest ritual. Since the respect part's already handled, it's time for the next steps. Cloud, Soyulju, and Damduk Yu go through the process. Once the topic of becoming a representative of a god comes up, stuff like crossing divine gates, stepping into the god's world, and putting your life on the line for your deity, Cloud is interested. The kid sees the whole priest thing as a mission. Our boy finds it surprisingly easy. There's literally no resistance. He really thought it'd be harder to sell. With that out of the way, training begins. Soon enough, Cloud's sweating through it. After a rough session, the goat tells him that's enough for the day. Our hero feels impressed. Not only is the kid copying him, but he's also doing it faster than expected. That's a good sign, especially since the 12 priests will be a core part of Ragnarok. At this rate, Cloud might be able to learn the dwarf hammer punch sooner than planned. So with a grin, Damduk Yu decides that it's time to mix everything together and see what the kid's got. Cloud watches our hero's brutal training routine. The kid prepares for round 2. Our hero gets hit with a couple of system notifications. The first one says that his priest has picked up the 1-2 combo skill. The second one says that his own combat stats went up. Sparring with a clumsy but high-potential priest gives him something back. Our guy figures this priest system is good. It's a harsh setup, but the stronger your priest gets, the more you get too. Cut to the hallway. Cloud's voice sounds frustrated. He's pissed. After working hard to get the license for dungeon clearance, Damduk Yu isn't tagging along for his first real run. The prodigy whines that there's a guaranteed skill ruin inside too. Our boy doesn't flinch. He's been through more dungeons than he can count and isn't fazed. He tells the brat that he's already said his piece and he's not repeating himself. Cloud tries to guilt-trip him with talk of the God War. He says that if Damduk really wants to stop it, he needs more power. That means clearing dungeons, not just gates. Damduk Yu sighs. He hasn't told Cloud everything, so this outburst makes sense. He feels a kinship with Soil, remembering how he used to be. Being a good leader means knowing how to deal with stubborn kids. So he tries the calm route. He tells Cloud that gates aren't just monster closets. They help predict when the God War kicks off. Plus, it's where they find other priests across worlds. That's part of the job. But it seems Cloud doesn't care. He doubles down. He says he's staying behind and Damduk can't do anything to stop him. Our guy is frustrated. He's starting to understand why the reincarnator is always about to snap. So he grabs the brat by the collar and starts choking him, calling him spoiled and telling him to follow orders. As always, Soil has a plan. So she gets Damduk Yu to move along because according to her, there's another way around this mess. The scene cuts to Cloud playing a game, but his mind drifts to Soil and Damduk Yu. He wonders if they make it to the gate. He realizes that maybe he should have gone. He is supposed to be Damduk's priest after all. Then he tells himself not to care. He spent money getting dungeon clearance, only for dungeons to become irrelevant all of a sudden. The scene shifts again. Soil and Damduk are setting up a platform. Back to Cloud, who's still sulking and ranting in his head about his dungeon info. Before he can finish being mad, he gets yanked out of nowhere. He's teleported to the gate. Damduk Yu and Soyulju are standing there. Damduk Yu's surprised it actually worked, and it turns out he can summon his priest from anywhere. Cloud's still confused, trying to figure out what just happened. Damduk explains that he used divine power to summon his priest. He tells Cloud to take a breath and kill the monster in front of them. The thing growls and Cloud attacks it. He slices the beast quickly, which shocks Damduck, but Damduck doesn't waste time praising it. He tells the group to finish the job. Cloud tries to act rebellious again, but Damduck knows he's the one with the teleport power. He smirks. Realizing resistance is pointless, the brat gives in. Our boy wipes out the rest of the monsters. Cloud, on the other hand, is showing serious potential. One martial arts skill and the kid's already cracked. Our guy asks him how he likes the 1-2 combo. Cloud shrugs and mutters that he's over it. Wants to know if they're finally done so they can leave. But Damduck's got other plans. He says the gate was just a warm-up. Their real goal lies elsewhere. Cloud looks at him like he just got betrayed in a cutscene. Then they teleport again, and Cloud calls our guy a bastard. Considering this guy overworks his priest without even minimum wage, bastard sounds right. The trio lands in what Cloud immediately recognizes as the magic world. Everything around them glows. Our boy takes it in with confusion. This place looks nothing like what he expected. Soilju teases him and asks what he thought magic looked like. Our hero brushes it off and cuts to the real issue. How are they supposed to find the next priest when they don't even know what the person looks like? The reincarnator, calm as ever, tells him not to worry. She's got it handled. She spots their next target on a billboard. It turns out the priest is none other than Adele Sharon, famous actress and winner of the Best Actress award at the Magic Movie Festival. Our guy's shocked. A movie star? Why would someone with a mansion, fans, and free meals want to be a priest for him? The reincarnator tells him to get it together because recruiting Adele won't be easy. Meanwhile, Cloud is excited over being in a magic world. He wants our boy to tag along while he explores. The girl says that this priest won't be as simple as that one, pointing towards the brat. Cloud takes offense, clearly not liking being called simple. He figures they only treat him this way because he keeps letting it slide. So he screams and says they should settle this right here and now. Before he can do more, the reincarnator shuts him down with a slap to the face. Damduck turns to him and reminds the brat that he warned him. Messing with the reincarnator means getting hit. She's the strongest out of the three of them. Cloud swallows his pride and gives the mysterious girl a formal apology. Soilju, unbothered, returns to the mission. According to the prophecy, Adele shows up at her school every Friday. Damduck finds that weird. She's 27 and still goes to school? He wonders if everyone in the magic world stays in school forever. Our girl explains that Adele's case is special. She suggests the goat look into her background later, but for now, she politely tells him to follow her. The scene shifts. They arrive at the Magic Academy, Adele's school. Our guy introduces himself as a transfer student and asks the others to treat him kindly. Internally, our guy is already bothered by the fact that he has to go back to school just to score a priest. He figures the mysterious girl has been working side jobs just to locate these people for him. Students start whispering. Apparently, the new kid was recommended by the dean, but also managed to score a 0 on the entrance exam. This makes the guy the joke of the school. He hates how familiar this feels. Back in his own world, people used to insult him all the time. The way this place operates isn't any different. They still judge people by their stats. The dean quiets the room and tells our boy to sit wherever he likes. Damduck already knows where he's going. His logic is simple. Sit close to Adele and bond. He asks Adele if he can sit next to her. She barely looks at him and tells him to do whatever hell he wants. She's clearly not in the mood to become buddy-buddies. He thanks her and says he hopes they get along. Trying to spark some small talk, he tells her it's his first day and asks where the magic lab is. Our homie realizes he's using counseling tricks, even though he never thought they'd come in handy again. But Adele snaps. She tells him to cut the fake friendly act. She makes it clear. People like him who think they can make friends with movie stars just because they're in the same class don't matter to her. Damn, bro got rejected. The scene shifts again. Damduck is now lost and trying to find Building A. He's annoyed that even that's turning into a struggle. While wandering around, he stumbles onto Adele mid-argument with some man. The man brings up a promise she made about not graduating. He pressures her to quit school and focus on acting instead. Adele looks annoyed but doesn't argue. The man starts ranting. He says she doesn't understand what's going on. He accuses her of being stubborn and clueless. He mentions something called mana disease and claims there's no cure, while our boy listens from the shadows. Back in the classroom, the magic lab session begins. The professor is teaching the students the art of creating fire. He tells everyone to channel mana and imagine a fire. That's the entire lesson. Damduck Yu is eager to try it out, but no matter how hard Damduck tries, he gets nothing. He starts wondering if divine power could substitute for mana, but eventually, he accepts the truth. No mana means no magic. Meanwhile, the whole class is laughing at his failed attempt. Damduck Yu tries to explain himself to the laughing crowd. He tells them he's new to magic and still practicing, just trying his best like a normal person. But that only makes things worse. The laughter gets louder. Now they think he's not just hopeless, but amusing. One student tells him to strike that pose again, the one he did while failing to summon fireballs. Damduck Yu, holding back, tells the student to stop and go do something useful. Then, Adele walks up to our guy. She tells Damduck Yu to stay after class, because they need to talk. The two are now alone. Adele asks how our boy's still trying when it's obvious he doesn't even have mana. She calls it pathetic and tells him to give up. Damduk-yu pauses. He's quiet. Then he looks at her and asks if that's more embarrassing than taking your pain and throwing it at someone else. Hearing this, Adele freezes. Then she snaps back, demanding to know what he means by that. But our guy already knows. He overheard everything earlier. Adele has mana disease, a rare, incurable condition that blocks you from using mana even if your pool is full. Damduk-yu doesn't say it outright, but the look in his eyes says enough. She demands to know how he knows about mana disease. Saddened by her reality, she reveals that it ended her dreams. She admits that maybe that's why she felt something when she saw Mr. Guy fail in the lab. Maybe she saw a bit of herself in him. People mocked her, they called her immature. They told her to stop chasing a career she couldn't achieve. They told her to go back to acting. But she didn't. She kept trying, even when it looked pointless. Now she realizes what she did. She took out that anger on someone else, someone who's just as lost as she is. She calls herself pathetic, but our guy is unaffected. Damduk tells Adele that he'll help her use magic. That surprises her again. She yells at him for being unrealistic. She reminds him that she can't cast even the simplest spell, no matter how hard she tries. She asks how he thinks he's supposed to help someone when he doesn't even have mana himself. Our homie just looks at her and asks for a week's time. In 7 days, he promises, he'll show her he can use real magic. Adele laughs. She tells him to go learn one basic spell before making promises like that. But Damduk stays persistent. He just grins and asks if she wants to make a bet. The scene cuts to Soyeol-ju, who looks completely done with our hero's behavior. Damduk's new plan to master magic in a week doesn't feel believable to her. She asks him where all this confidence is coming from. It's not even disbelief at this point. It's just concern, as if she's questioning his sanity. Damduk admits that he knows it sounds ridiculous, but he didn't have much of a choice. He figured that if he didn't present something significant to Adele, she'd keep ignoring him. Maybe he came off too strong, but desperation pushed him to act. Soyeol thinks to herself that while Damduk's method isn't exactly smart, it's not completely wrong either. She knows Adele only cares about magic, so offering that was the only real chance he had at getting through. However, even so, 1 week is an unrealistic goal. Damduk lets out a chuckle and asks if there's some prophecy about him unlocking magic in a week. The reincarnator doesn't laugh. She tells him plainly that magic isn't something you can buy. If he wants it, he has to earn it through effort. She remembers that in one of his past lives, it took him 3 months just to start using magic. That means he failed to keep his promise to Adele in life number 1868. However, there's still a way. Soyeol knows that it can work if Damduk takes a certain hidden part-time job. In about 2 months, the forgotten god of the Magic Kingdom appears and causes destruction. That situation triggers an emergency job post from Belmod, the god of magic. One of the main rewards is access to magic. Soyeol remembers all of this because she watched Damduk fail last time. She knows this is probably the only legit way he can pull this off. Damduk is stunned and asks Soyeol what they are supposed to do. The girl holds back the details. She knows that giving Damduk too much information will cause problems. She gives him the short version. In 2 months, a forgotten god appears, and all our guy needs to do is accept Belmod's emergency job. Since there's no shortcut, Soyeol tells him to delay his bet with Adele. 2 months is the minimum. But Damduk, being stubborn, dismisses the advice. He asks why he should wait when he can just start now. Soyeol stares at Damduk and asks how he even came up with this plan. Damduk waves her off and tells her not to worry. He starts asking questions about the Belmod job, specifically what triggers it. He wants to know if the event starts when Belmod feels threatened. Soyeol confirms it and asks what he's planning. Damduk suggests they fake a monster attack. He wants them to pretend they're creatures from a gate, attack the city, and scare Belmod enough to trigger the emergency post. Soyeol is surprised but doesn't dismiss the idea. She starts thinking that maybe Damduk's approach has potential. She reflects on how the magical realm works, strict and complicated. For 1868 lives, Damduk approached problems the same way. But now something feels different in this 1869th life. Still, she voices her concern, because all it takes is one mistake and the plan fails. Damduk shrugs and says it's not his responsibility to cause the damage. He points to her. So basically, the reincarnator is supposed to do the dirty work. Soyeol, without reacting emotionally, cracks his finger with a loud pop. The scene jumps to Belmod's temple. It is large and filled with wizards and witches. Damduk is surprised by the crowd. He tells his companions, Soyeol and Cloud, that he will stay behind while they create a distraction. Cloud, visibly upset, yells at Damduk for involving him. Damduk tells him there will be no fighting gods, only acting as bait. The kid is still worried, but Damduk orders him to stop complaining. With the plan in motion, Damduk reminds them to protect his cover. The girl and Cloud move into the temple. They are quickly spotted by a witch who questions their presence. Cloud, frustrated, feels like Damduk's assistant. However, he follows the plan. When the witch threatens them again, he moves forward. She gives one final warning. That's enough for Cloud. He is tired of being underestimated. The witch attacks with a flamestorm, but the kid counters the flames. He tells them to back off and promises that once he learns martial arts, he will defeat them. During this moment, Cloud unlocks Flame Slasher and gains fire resistance. Damduck, watching from a distance, realizes Cloud has created a new skill. It's an impressive achievement. With Cloud drawing attention, Damduck summons Sunwolves and orders them to create chaos, without harming anyone, to attract Belmod. The mages react by forming barriers, and one wizard calls for help. Soil is surprised it escalated quickly but relieved, as she clearly thought it would take longer. Cloud continues, wondering why the temple guards are ineffective. But Damduck has no explanation. It feels too easy. Still, there is no sign of Belmod. Suddenly, someone appears behind Damduck and asks why he is there. Damduck feels nervous. He asks as calmly as he can who the man is. However, the man doesn't answer. He says he should be the one asking. Damduck stays composed, assuming that if the man wanted to harm him, he would have already done so. Damduck guesses the man hasn't figured things out yet, and he's right. It turns out that this tall dude is Belmod, and he doesn't know what's happening. Damduck lies, saying he came to check on things after hearing about the attack. He says it's normal for one god to be concerned about another. Hearing this, Belmod asks if Damduck believes they are equals. Our guy says that's not what he meant and tries to ease the tension. Then, unexpectedly, Belmod smiles. He tells Damduck to stand, brushes the dirt from his clothes, and apologizes for being rude. Damduck is surprised by the sudden change. Belmod says he checked Damduck's intentions and found no hostility. He says it would be unlikely for an unknown god to launch an attack like this. Damduck stands there feeling uneasy. From a distance, Soil sees the conversation. Cloud joins her and looks at the man near Damduck. He asks who the man is, and Soil becomes tense and says they need to leave. She doesn't want to stay when a god is involved. For their own sakes, they both leave, but Belmod notices them. The god calmly says chasing them would be difficult. Damduck is relieved that Belmod does not seem interested in following the two. Still, he remains cautious. To be safe, Damduck prepares a plan to send them back to their dimension if Belmod becomes aggressive. Reflecting on everything, Damduck believes Soil was the right choice for this plan. Belmod is not focused on combat. He's interested in research. That's why she led the ambush. Belmod turns to Damduck and asks where he is from. And our guy says Korea. I guess this dumbass forgot that Korea doesn't exist in this world. Belmod is confused. He wonders if that is the same place that the other god from America came from. Hearing this, Damduck is surprised someone from America received the same system as Soil. Belmod calls him a god from another dimension and says he has a favor to ask. Damduck wants to know what kind of request Belmod has in mind, but instead of waiting to hear the god out, he quickly offers to help destroy the gate if that's the goal. Belmod appreciates the enthusiasm but says that's not what he's getting at. The god explains that whether it's insects or full-blown gate monsters, they all have their reasons. Some temples can be rebuilt, and others, well, if Damduck comes across any of those attackers again, Belmod wants him to just scold them a bit and send them home. Apparently, the god feels bad for them. Damduck thinks this kind of soft-hearted thinking is exactly why Belmod got clapped in the last life. Sure, the god is powerful, but the prophecy Soil mentioned says his predictable personality will lead to someone surprising him with a fatal strike. If Damduck doesn't step in, the gate is going to kill him. Finally, Belmod gets to the actual request. He wants Damduck to live among the people and teach them magic. The monsters might not be a problem for Belmod, but for regular people, they're a real threat. If another attack hits, these people won't survive it alone. Belmod would go deal with things himself, but apparently rebuilding the temple is his priority. His priests are all unable to act, so now he's asking Damduck to do it. The god promises a reward. He tells Damduck he'll teach him how to use mana freely, no restrictions. That's all Damduck needs to hear. He has to learn magic in a week anyway, so without wasting a second, he agrees. He says this kind of thing is what he should be doing and tells Belmod to leave it to him. The god looks relieved after that. Belmod decides he'll spread the word to keep Damduck from running into any issues. The scene shifts to a field behind the Magic Academy, where students are chatting. They're talking about Damduck. One of them points out that they haven't seen him and assumes he gave up on magic. The group laughs and calls him a hopeless case. Their conversation is interrupted by the professor, who reminds everyone to focus. Adele looks annoyed. Apparently she skipped a movie for this. She was expecting Damduck to show, but seeing the empty seat makes her think she was wrong to expect anything. Then Damduck enters the garden. He says the place is confusing, and is surprised that class already started. The students are shocked to see him, and one of them comments that he's acting confidently despite being late. The professor clearly doesn't tolerate tardiness, but instead of scolding him, the man greets him warmly. He calls him the high priest and welcomes him. Damduck gives a casual apology, blaming traffic. The professor waves it off. Since Damduck is now acting as a temporary priest of Belmod, he's not subject to normal rules. The professor even apologizes for not meeting him earlier. The students are surprised, knowing this professor is normally strict. The man announces to everyone that Belmod himself has sent Damduck to teach today. The students don't respond enthusiastically. They look uncomfortable. Damduck makes a light remark about seeing his temporary classmates again, and asks if he was the only one who missed the class. One of the students is in disbelief. Just a few days ago, Damduk didn't even know how to use mana, and now he's supposed to teach magic. The student reminds the professor that Damduk has no mana, no skill, and no qualifications to teach. He questions the professor's judgment. The professor doesn't accept the disrespect. He turns to the student and asks how he can speak to Damduk like that. Damduk tells the instructor to be calm and not overreact. But the teacher argues that the student was out of line but says he'll deal with it. The student continues. He says he will prove Damduk is a fraud and challenges him to a duel. He calls him a manaless fool. That finally causes Damduk to react. He has seen people like this asshole, the kind who judge people by their abilities. The scene shifts to the arena. Both of them are in position, ready to fight. Damduk allows the other student to go first. The student casts a strong fire spell. Damduk raises a finger and creates a barrier, stopping the attack. He calmly says it's his turn and tells the student to try blocking his spell. A flashback shows Belmod warning him not to use high-level spells too soon. Instead, Belmod gave him some of his own power. So basically our guy's got the magic god's power. He's a walking cheat code. Now Damduk Yu is significantly stronger. Back in the present, his spell becomes a large glowing blast. The students watching are shocked. The spell flies toward the challenger. Right before it hits, the student panics and begs for mercy. He says he was wrong, and Damduk redirects the blast into the sky. It explodes above them, making it clear that if it had landed, it would have caused serious harm. Damduk asks if the student understands now. He tells him to tell others not to doubt him. From now on, their teacher is the manaless student. The professor is shocked that Damduk just casted an 8th circle magic. He says no one can deny he's Belmod's priest. Adele looks surprised, seeing our guy actually succeeded. The scene shifts to Adele slamming a table and looking at Damduk. It seems our guy has informed her about the priest terms and she's upset over them. Damduk tells her to calm down. She asks if he thinks she'll accept something like that. Cloud is playing a game in the background, and Damduk notes that this brat was much easier to convince. Still, Damduk understands. Adele's reaction makes sense. He suggests her to sit and listen, and asks which part of the priest contract she disliked, but she quickly answers that she hates all of it. Adele says Damduk Yu is a fool for thinking he can summon her whenever he wants. According to her, this ain't a priest contract but more of a slave contract. She angrily calls him a fraud and a fake-ass god. Annoyed, Damduk responds by saying that being a god isn't about status for him. It's more of a job title. Still, he doesn't want this to be hostile. He negotiates, says he won't summon her unless it's absolutely necessary. He just needs her to help stop something major that's on its way, something that'll hit hard in the near future. To sweeten the deal, he promises to help cure her mana disease, and he says he'll personally help her master magic, like actually become one of the best. That manages to grab her attention fast. She asks how the hell he plans on doing that, especially since top-tier experts say even throwing billions at doctors won't fix it. Damduk Yu's answer is total trash. He says he doesn't really know how he'll do it, but he will. Adele screams again, absolutely done with the bullshit. Calls him a scammer without hesitation. She says that it's more believable to call herself the god of magic, cause what Damduk Yu is selling is just BS. Our guy realizes she's got a point. He turns to Soil, who's been quietly watching this train wreck unfold, and asks if mana disease is curable in any way. She doesn't sugarcoat it, and just says no. In her head, she's impressed Damduk even made it this far, but getting Adele on board? That's always been a nightmare. Just like every life before this one. The only crack in Adele's armor is the disease that's been ruining her life since forever. She steps in and tells him to chill. They've still got some time before the monsters show up, so maybe don't rip each other's heads off yet. She suggests they take things slow, one step at a time. That's when a huge crash shakes the ground. Our guy's instincts kick in. He wonders what the hell went down, realizing something's off. Then he figures it out. The gate from the prophecy is already here. He stands frozen for a second, because that thing wasn't supposed to show up for another month. Outside, it's a horror show. Kids are crying for their families, and people are screaming and scrambling. Adele, completely stunned, asks what the hell is going on. She's never seen anything like this. Our boy turns to Soil, confused. He reminds her that she said Kairos wasn't showing up anytime soon, but Soil's dead certain. This is Kairos. Adele, still not used to this kind of mess, asks why the heroes aren't running. The reincarnator explains that Kairos has never shown up this early before. The Sun Wolves were already weird enough, and now this? Something's off. The prophecy's framework still lines up, but the details are breaking apart. For once, she doesn't know what's coming next. Damduk Yu grips his sword. Soil sees this and calls him out, asking what he's doing. She warns him that Kairos isn't like Neptune. Neptune hadn't even fully emerged when the boy beat him. This is a different game. If they charge in now, they're only walking into a trap. Damduk doesn't care, cause standing around isn't helping. They've gotta move. Right then, a loud call goes out. Belmod is recruiting fighters to protect against the gates. Seeing this, our guy grins. It's time to get to work. Outside, monsters are ripping through the city. The boy cuts one down, but he's been at it for hours. They just keep coming. The gate must be insanely strong. Soilju mentions that killing them gives some of Belmod's power. It's a small bonus, but useful. Belmod is the top god, and he's never asked for help like this before. That alone shows how bad this is. The boy thinks about the magic he learned from Belmod. It was strong, no doubt, but he knows, even 50 of him couldn't match one Belmod. Soil's not her usual confident self. She tells them to hold the line and keep killing monsters for now. She's clearly shielding Adele, knowing the star will matter in the final fight. Even if the prophecy's gone sideways, Belmod can hold Kairos off, for now. When Kairos retreats, they'll regroup. Suddenly, a massive boom rattles the field. The boy flinches. Kairos and Belmod are supposed to be quiet far from here. So what the hell was that? Belmod's voice cuts in, speaking to every god. He says things are worse than expected. He's changing his order. Instead of fighting, they need to focus on evacuating everyone, and that he'll buy time. That moment hits hard. Belmod, the strongest god, is putting himself on the line. Adele looks shaken. Cloud asks where the voice came from. Soilju explains that this is Belmod himself. Adele watches the gods pull back. She runs up, asking where they're going. One of them says Belmod gave the order to evacuate. She can't believe it. She yells at them, asking why they're leaving the people behind. Soilju steps in. She says this isn't how the prophecy went. She doesn't know what's coming, but she thinks the whole dimension's going to collapse. Adele's face drains of life. She stares at the reincarnator and calls her a liar. She refuses to believe it. Soilju doesn't argue. She just tells her that Kairos can't be stopped right now. Still, Adele can't ignore the people suffering. She turns to our boy, desperate, asking if there's anything he can do. Our guy looks hopelessly. For the first time, he just says sorry, knowing that even his crazy hero-like antics can't save them now. And that silence says it all. Adele drops to her knees, shattered. Her voice cracks as she asks Damduk-yu why he's giving up this fast. The scene shifts. Wizards and students are scrambling to escape the chaos spilling out from the gate. Smoke, fire, and debris. Back in the mess, Adele pleads with Damduk-yu. She brings up the time he called himself a god who fights for humans. That memory cuts deep. Her desperation mirrors the cries he once ignored in himself. The hero stares at her, and something inside breaks. That's when he summons the Emporium of the Gods. The reincarnator's quick to protest. She's the logical one, always the brain in the room, and she warns him, now's not the time for this kind of gamble. But Damduk-yu brushes her off. He tells her not to stress. He's not planning on dying today. He admits he didn't think he'd have to use Belmod's power this early, but it can't be helped now. Without a second thought, the boy purchases the Nemean lion armor, the legendary defense booster from Hercules' arsenal, jacking up his durability by 500%. But he's not done. He goes all in and snags Hercules' actual club. It's not a replica. It's the real deal. The kind of weapon that knocks anything out with one swing. It has a 100% KO rate. That's not a myth anymore. It's now sitting in the boy's hand. The equipment adapts to him perfectly. His look gets upgraded. Soil tries again. She calls him a dumbass for even trying this. But Damduk-yu asks her to look after everyone and just walks away. Cut to Belmod versus Kairos. The god of magic is struggling, pain written all over him. In front of him we hear laughter, loud, cruel, and twisted. It's Kairos. The forgotten god stands tall, watching Belmod suffer under his black flames. He mocks him and calls his defenses pitiful. There's venom in his words. He says he's ashamed to have ever followed Belmod's teachings, showing that the two share a dark history. Belmod, always holding on to hope, asks him if he's really sunk this low, if he's truly forgotten what he was taught. But Kairos just laughs harder. He says Belmod's beliefs are a joke. He claims that the ones who've truly fallen are Belmod and these humans. Kairos pushes his twisted gospel, that real magic always craves more. More strength, more dominance. According to him, power for the sake of control is the only truth. Then he charges a monstrous spell, threatening to crush everything. Belmod doesn't back down. He manages to hold it off, even if barely. He grits his teeth and replies that Kairos' black flames only destroy, and destruction isn't the point of magic. Not real magic. In a flash of clarity, Belmod throws his old lessons back at Kairos. He reminds him that strength is meant to protect, not dominate, not burn everything to ash. Kairos scoffs and says he'll protect the humans, with flames that'll leave nothing to save. Belmod's reaching his limit. His power's draining, and it shows. He admits to himself he can't hold on much longer. But right before the light fades, a massive surge of magic slams into Kairos. It's the 8-circle hellfire. Even Belmod wasn't expecting this. Then, none other than our boy speaks. He asks if Belmod's having trouble out here all alone. The hero looks like he's here to end it. And now, help has officially arrived. Belmod doesn't exactly look thrilled to see backup. He gives Damduk-yu a sharp glare, scolding him for ignoring orders and charging in. He reminds the boy that Kairos is way above his level, and that he can't spare any more divine juice without burning himself out. He tells Damduk-yu to scram while he still can. But the hero just says that he isn't here to get credit. He doesn't give a damn about the worth of his name if people are dying. Belmod pauses, clearly not expecting that level of guts. Damduk-yu claims that he's got a plan. Meanwhile, Kairos keeps laughing. He mocks Damduk-yu's hellfire, calling it a sad excuse. He asks if that's the best Belmod's new little champion can do. Then he throws shade at Belmod, saying that he must have picked Damduck Yu in a hurry. Technically, the jackass ain't wrong. Karos gets ready to roast both of them alive, but Belmod blocks his flames again. He knows that he's barely holding it together, so he asks what Damduck Yu's plan actually is. Damduck Yu explains that he just needs one hit. One clean strike and it's over. He's got the Hercules Club, and if it connects, Karos is done. Belmod knows what the weapon can do. He says that he can give Damduck Yu a small opening, but there's no way he can shield him from those black flames. Our guy's fine with that. He kicks in his speed boost and mentions a little trick that he's been saving. Belmod keeps Karos distracted while Damduck Yu tries to sneak in, but Karos has surrounded himself in flames, making it impossible to get close. Damduck Yu's stuck. No matter how fast he moves, he can't get through. Karos blasts him hard, and it looks like game over for the guy. Karos starts laughing even louder, telling Belmod that his little disciple is nothing but ash now. But the bastard's too focused on Damduck Yu to notice what's happening behind him. While all eyes were on the boy, Belmod sets a trap. In a blink, thick chains explode out and wrap around Karos. The smug god scoffs and asks if Belmod seriously thinks that'll be enough. But Belmod doesn't need it to hold forever, just a few seconds. It turns out that Damduck Yu isn't dead. He dipped out at the last second using sheer speed. Now he's got his shot. He winds up with the Hercules Club, and as he swings, we get a system message. Neptune's blessing is embedded in the strike. Karos' eyes go wide. He can't believe that Damduck Yu survived. But before he can do anything, Damduck Yu smashes him in the face. One hit and he's knocked out cold. The hero just took down a god that even Belmod couldn't stop. Damduck Yu casually asks if he can land the final blow, the same way he did with Neptune because he wants the power. Belmod doesn't respond right away. Instead, he flashes back to the day he met Karos. A rainy day, a cursed kid with a talent too bright to ignore. Back then, Belmod thought that he could change the boy's fate. He taught him everything, gave him access to the black flames, and believed in him too much. But Karos got greedy. Belmod exiled him when he saw the darkness inside but couldn't bring himself to kill the student he once saw as family. Deep down, he always knew that Karos would come back. He wonders how different things would have been if he hadn't taught him at all. He's carried that guilt for way too long. But now, it's time to let it go. In the end, Belmod can't finish off Karos. Whether it's regret or hope, he holds back. And so, it's Damduck Yu who finishes the job and absorbs the god's power. The guy feels weird. The first time getting stronger actually makes him uncomfortable. Through this gain, Snowy, the little lunar fox, levels up from 1 to 3, and her sealed abilities finally unlock. Damduck Yu also earns the Black Flame skill. The stronger he gets with magic, the further his flames can reach. He thinks about it, how close he came to dying, and realizes that it's not about where power comes from. It's about how it's used. Then Cloud and the others finally show up. The kid immediately loses his mind over the black flames. He begs Damduck Yu to teach him. The boy smirks. Cloud keeps pushing, crying, but Damduck Yu shuts him up by socking him in the head and telling him to quit whining. Cloud doesn't stop, of course. Adele finally snaps at him, ordering him to show some damn respect. She says that Damduck Yu will teach him when the time's right. Damduck Yu's a little shocked. This is the same girl who said that being his priest was slavery. He asks if she finally sees how amazing he is. Adele says that he's not amazing, just brave. However, she admits that he's not a fraud at least, and that's enough to earn a bit of respect. Damduck Yu grins and asks if she's finally accepting the contract, even though she believes that the terms are total garbage. But if it's with someone like him, she's willing to give it a shot. For now, she wants to stay in the magic world. She still doesn't know how to use magic and doesn't want to be dead weight and wants to find something only she can do. Hearing this, Belmod offers to help. Adele is stunned to meet the actual god of magic. She's clearly honored, but Belmod's just grateful that Damduck Yu showed up when he did, so he's more than willing to lend a hand. Damduck realizes that Belmod might recognize Soil and Cloud as the monsters from the gate. The mysterious girl rolls her eyes, saying that he barely even glanced at them. Damduck thinks that it's still possible. He's not taking chances. Soil's just happy that everything ended well. Since there's no cure for mana disease, it makes sense to let Adele stay behind for now. Damduck Yu agrees and says that they should bounce before things get messy again. He, the Reincarnator, and Cloud teleport back to their world. But the second they land, they freeze. The place is wrecked. Damduck stands there, staring at the destruction, and quietly asks what the hell went wrong. The scene shifts fast. The giant bat-looking creatures screech overhead, ripping through the skyline. Chaos spreads across the city, and our boy has already sent his sun wolves charging into the mess. Too bad they're barely making a dent. The guy looks around, trying to piece together what happened here. His first guess is a dungeon break, but that theory collapses quickly. There aren't any hunters, no soldiers, not even a panic response, which is quite strange. While he's trying to make sense of it, a massive snake slithers up behind him, quiet and deadly, clearly aiming to take his head off. Before it can strike, Soil Ju comes in and slices the thing into two halves. She dusts herself off and mutters that all this chaos is kicking off earlier than it should. That catches the guy off guard. He turns to her, confused, wanting to know what she's talking about. Soyeolju keeps it cool. She tells him this isn't a dungeon break. It's something worse, an explosive gate. That hits the hero hard. His mind scrambles, trying to process what that even means. A dungeon break is already destructive enough, so if this is worse, then they've got real problems. He guesses that if a gate went explosive, then it must be tied to a forgotten god. Soyeolju nods. He got it right. She confirms the forgotten gods are starting to gain power again. The guy's thoughts race. He's only got 2 priests under him right now. That's not enough. But Soyeolju stays calm and tells him not to panic. She doesn't feel the presence of any actual god in this area, which is somewhat reassuring. Right then, a helicopter roars in and hovers nearby. A voice blasts through a speaker, demanding to know their identities. The agent doesn't waste time. He's here for Damduk-yu, Cloud, and Soyeolju. He says he's from the Gate Bureau, and they're coming with him. The next scene cuts to the Gate Bureau building. A man at the head of the table speaks up, stating they all know why they're here. It turns out 12 gates have hit explosive state, simultaneously, all in major cities. The scale of destruction is the worst they've ever seen. Civilian casualties are extremely high, but it gets worse. It turns out hunters didn't show up in time. Most didn't even show up at all. A few arrived late. One of the hunters in the room, part of the Iris Guild, speaks up. He says the minister of the Gate Bureau is being too harsh. No one saw this coming. All 12 gates exploding at once is an unprecedented situation. If they're pointing fingers, he says the Bureau isn't clean either. They've been treating the gates like they're safe until they explode. So maybe they shouldn't act surprised. The chairman fires back, clearly angry. He asks if the hunter is saying the Bureau is responsible. But before it turns into a full-blown argument, the leader of the Iris Guild cuts in. He reminds everyone why they're in this room. It's to fix this situation, not blame each other. He says the hunters here are the elite. They're the ones who can't afford to ignore national-level disasters like this. And then comes the stat. 12 out of 18 hunters showed up late. That's not just a problem. That's a failure. The Iris hunter, who tried pushing back against the minister, shifts uncomfortably in his seat. The leader of Iris clears his throat and offers a suggestion to everyone gathered. He believes all the hunters have to work together and form one united front and come up with a plan to eliminate these gates. Surprisingly, most of the room agrees without much pushback. Our boy sits back, unimpressed. He's getting tired of the way people respond. Nobody reacted when the minister was talking, but now the Iris leader speaks and everyone responds positively. This is just a Iris Glaze session. Damduk-yu finally stands and announces that if all they're doing here is talking about monster hunting plans, then he's heading out. He walks right past Mr. the Iris leader, the most respected hunter alive, without breaking stride. The old man stops him, asking why he wants to go solo. The guy doesn't flinch. He reminds them all that he's the only one who can actually enter the gates. He already knows any strategy they come up with won't be enough. Our boy knows if what went down in the magic world starts happening here, no force on earth is going to stop it. Damduk-yu's already focused on his real goal, ending the War of the Gods. He understands that's the root cause of all this chaos. Without stopping that, everything else is temporary. One of the Iris hunters doesn't appreciate the attitude and responds, calling the hero a disrespectful brat. Some of the other Iris Guild members chime in, encouraging their leader to ignore him. They say he only acts like this because he's a 6-star hunter. To them, he's just a young, cocky hunter. Before it escalates, a man rushes into the room and announces there's been an emergency. A gate has exploded at Incheon Airport. The room freezes. Everyone goes quiet. The man explains that the blast erased everything nearby. The damage is severe, and they still don't have a full report. Damduk-yu's thoughts spiral. With that level of destruction, it's possible one of the forgotten gods just appeared. Back in the magic world, he had divine backup to deal with that sort of thing. Now surrounded by mortals, the odds look bad. Soyeolju notices him zoning out. She taps his shoulder and tells him to stay calm. She knows he's already preparing for the worst, but she assures him that whatever's at the airport isn't a forgotten god. The fruit of knowledge backs her up. It confirms she's right. Someone in the room asks the minister whether 6-star hunters are allowed to use private jets. The minister isn't entirely sure, but given the chance of more gates going off, he gives the green light. The scene shifts again. Multiple private jets touch down at the new danger zone. Monsters are everywhere, moving through the area. The guy wastes no time. He summons Cerberus to take care of the beasts. Damduk-yu keeps his focus. He wants to handle this disaster quickly, so he can get back to training. He knows what's coming, and there's no room for delays. His thoughts drift to Adele Sharon, his second priest. He wonders if she's made any progress with her mana sickness. He's already planning ahead, trying to line things up before the real chaos starts. That's when his instincts fire off. A bad feeling crawls up his spine, and before he can react, someone tries to end Damduk. However, Soyeol saves him, blocking the strike. Across from them stands a mysterious figure. The man tells the reincarnator to back off, saying he's only here for our boy. Soyeol doesn't back down. She calls him Baron. So yeah, she knows this guy. The mysterious dude doesn't waste time. He stares both of them down and asks if they really thought they'd stay safe after stealing a creature that belongs to the Lord of the Underworld. Obviously, he's talking about Cerberus. Then he turns to Soyeol-ju and straight up warns her, no second chances. If she interferes, she dies with our boy. But Soyeol's not exactly the type to fold. She moves fast, holds a blade to this dude's neck, and fires back, asking if he actually thinks he can kill them both. Still, Baron doubles down on the threat. He tells her to back off while she still can, because their next mistake is their last. Apparently talking tough is his whole thing. He keeps going, calling the reincarnator out for choosing a dumbass path and acting shocked that she'd throw herself in front of someone stupid enough to summon an underworld beast without permission. Honestly, he's not wrong, but he's still an asshole about it. Cornered, Baron finally makes the smart move. He backs off, but not without tossing one last warning. He tells our hero to enjoy what little time he's got left. He calls him a low-ranked god and says Master Hades will come collect soon. The weirdo says he's excited to watch Damduk-yu suffer in the underworld. The threat rattles our guy a little, not gonna lie. The scene flips. Our guy and his brat of a priest are training. Cloud eats dirt again, tossed on the ground. Damduk-yu stands over him and decides they've had enough for the day. But something feels off. Our guy notices Cloud slower than usual and asks what's wrong. The kid's had it. He complains, asking if Damduk-yu has any clue how long they've been going at it. It turns out they started at 5 in the morning, and it's been 17 hours of non-stop pain. Damduk's shook for a second. He didn't realize how long they'd been grinding. Maybe Cloud's not slow. Maybe our hero's just been treating a literal child like a punching bag. Still, he does what he always does. He tells Cloud he has other things to deal with and dips, ordering the poor kid to clean up the mess. Cloud snaps and asks where the hell he's going while he gets left with janitor duty. Our guy doesn't bother explaining much. He just says he's off to destroy a gate and warns him not to follow. The problem is, people keep assuming he's with the Iris Guild now because of how much time he spends with Cloud. Damduk-yu finds that annoying as hell. He slams the door behind him, leaving the poor disciple staring at the disaster they made. Cloud's a little shook. He's trying to figure out what really happened at Incheon Airport that's got Damduk training him like he's preparing for the apocalypse. But he knows our guy won't tell him anything. Damduk-yu never shares serious stuff with him. He treats him more like an annoying sidekick than a proper priest. Frustrated, the kid considers just heading home to play some games. Maybe that's why our boy doesn't take him seriously. Then again, Cloud knows that if Damduk-yu comes back and finds the place still wrecked, his ass is done for. So he sighs and starts cleaning like the obedient little priest he is. In his head, he tells himself this isn't about fear. It's part of the training. Right, keep telling yourself that, champ. While he's wiping the floor like a disciplined good boy, someone calls out to him, asking what the hell he's doing. Cloud assumes it's our guy and immediately explains that he's just following orders. But nope, it's not Damduk. It's the little bitch Jung-ak-cheon. It seems he's surprised to see Cloud here. He quickly turns smug and starts interrogating the kid. He wants to know why he hasn't shown up to Iris lately, and what the hell he's doing scrubbing floors at the Sun Gun Guild like some janitor. He questions Cloud's loyalty, acting like he's been betrayed or something. He reminds Cloud how much the old Iris Guild leader admires him and asks him to cut the crap. Cloud doesn't back down. He tells the asshole to stop acting like his boss. He's done taking orders. He's going to be spending time with our hero now, whether the asswipe likes it or not. That one hits the little bitch hard. It's like watching his self-worth drop in real time. The prick lashes out, calls Cloud a bastard, and reminds him that he gave strict orders to humiliate Damduk-yu, not follow him around like a lost puppy. But Cloud couldn't care less. He throws it in Jung-ak-cheon's face. He's staying with big bro Damduk-yu. And just like that, the asswipe loses whatever grip on sanity he had left. Hearing Cloud call Damduk-yu his big brother stings like hell. He starts ranting, saying even after 10 years Cloud hasn't called him big bro once. But Damduk, he earned it in a week. The asshole grabs Cloud, demanding he stop talking nonsense. He says his father expects Cloud to be on their side when it's time to wipe out the gates. Cloud flat out tells him he doesn't want to. Jung-ak-cheon shuts him down and accuses him of disrespecting Iris just by being in Sungun's training hall. At this point, Cloud snaps. He curses at Jung-ak-cheon and demands he let go. Before fists start flying, the TV turns on and interrupts the drama. Cloud's eyes light up. Damduk appears on screen, and suddenly the kid's all smiles again. He's hyped about the armor Damduk-yu's wearing and says it looks totally new. He wonders if it's some kind of artificial tech, but what really gets him going is the black flames. He's absolutely obsessed. Cloud turns to Cheon and makes it real clear. He wants to learn everything from Big Bro. He doesn't care what Jung-ak-cheon thinks. The brat's made his choice. Jung-ak-cheon, still shaking with rage, watches him leave. But even after Cloud's gone, Cheon can't let it go. He curses Damduk under his breath, pissed that our guy always manages to stay ahead. He hates it. He wishes our guy had never been born. The scene shifts. Our guy scratches himself like someone's talking about him. Yup, Jung-ak-cheon is definitely still thinking about him. Soyeol, sitting nearby, calls him out for looking way too calm. She says this isn't the time to relax, not when they don't know when Hades is showing up. Our boy tells her he's just building divine power while protecting civilians. It's efficient. 2 birds, 1 stone. Soyeolju isn't impressed. She questions his whole strategy. He asks why it's such a bad thing to do good deeds. His divine power's already at 90,000. Soon it'll hit 100k. She still isn't convinced. She says it'd be smarter for him to pick up part-time jobs instead of clearing gates. There would be less heat from Hades that way. If he keeps doing what he's doing, he'll just attract the god's attention faster. She explains that hopping across worlds and raising his power under the radar would be the better move. Damduk isn't sold. He says avoiding Hades like that feels like running away, and if he runs now, he won't be ready when Ragnarok hits. Soyeolju asks him what his plan is, and our guy, like the overconfident dumbass he is, admits he doesn't really have one. He says if Hades wants to meet him so bad, then he might as well go say hi himself. Soyeolju chokes on her drink right there. She's shook. The most collected person in the room just had a panic spit take. She tells Damduk that's the dumbest idea she's ever heard, and that if he meets Hades now, he'll just get wrecked on the spot. Damduk figures maybe he went too far if even Soyeolju's reacting like that. She tells him to quit joking and explain what he really means. So our guy tells her he plans to meet Hades somewhere the god can't actually kill him. Soyeolju asks where the hell that's supposed to be. Damduk drops the name, Banquet of Gods. Right then, a notification window pops up. Zeus is looking for part-time workers for their 29,034th banquet. Our boy doesn't waste time. Cut to Mount Olympus, the divine stronghold where gods mingle. It's busy as hell. Servers are being ordered around. There are less than 3 hours left before the big event. A supervisor hands Adele and Cloud some baskets of fruits and vegetables courtesy of Demeter. Their job is simple: clean and prep everything. And once that basket is done, move on to the giant mountain of produce on the table. Damduk smiles, gives them a little encouragement, and wishes them luck. Cloud immediately starts complaining, shouting about how this is supposed to be important. The dude left his game for this. Adele's even more pissed. She was in the middle of filming. Now she's stuck peeling grapes or whatever this is. Damduk tells them they're both annoying as hell, but he still explains that this is part of the master plan to stop Ragnarok, even if it involves onion duty. Before the 2 priests can argue more, an announcement blares through the room. All banquet servers are told to move out. Our hero dips instantly, leaving the poor souls behind to finish the prep work alone. They are absolutely done with this guy. Neither of them signed up for this mess. Meanwhile, our guy's in his own world, thanking them silently and hoping that everything goes smoothly once he steps into the hall. The scene opens with a few gods chatting it up, clearly enjoying themselves, while our guy strolls into the banquet like he belongs there. A couple of gods glance his way, a bit confused by the lion skin draped over him. One of them points out that he looks suspiciously like Hercules. No wonder, since Damduk is literally wearing the man's whole fit while serving drinks. It's like no one told him this wasn't some Olympus Comic-Con. Damduk starts scanning the crowd, trying to spot Hades, but the bastard's nowhere in sight. He remembers Soyeolju's concerns about the plan, but the boy's still betting it'll work out. As he mutters to himself, he gets ambushed by Apollo again. The guy clearly doesn't grasp personal space. Apollo greets our guy like he's his favorite person in all existence, throwing out compliments on the lion skin gear like it's high fashion. Considering Apollo's whole personality revolves around being fabulous and proud, this is kind of wild. Damduk fakes a smile, says it's good to see him, and the two exchange some polite banter. From a distance, another voice enters the mix. Poseidon, king of the sea, making an appearance like he's the main event. He's shocked to see our bro here, especially since their last meetup was at the palace during the whole Neptune mess. Poseidon brings up the bodyguard job he offered back then, saying the offer still stands. Damduk gives the Sea King a respectful nod. Apparently the boy's name carries weight up here. Before the chat can go any further, Apollo cuts in, reminding Poseidon that he was talking to Damduk first. Poseidon doesn't back down though, clearly just as hyped to hang with our guy. These two gods, ancient as hell, are ready to throw hands over a part-timer. Other minor gods start whispering, trying to figure out who the hell Damduk even is. He doesn't look like much, but he's obviously tight with some serious names. That alone gets them worried something wild might go down. Next thing you know, both Apollo and Poseidon are each grabbing one of Damduk's arms, literally turning him into a divine tug-of-war rope. The hero's just stuck in the middle, trying not to get yanked apart by two immortals. That's when a voice with the weight of a mountain cuts through the chaos. It's Thor. Yep, the big guy himself. He calls out to Damduk as the god of mountains, saying it's been a while and he's glad the kid's still full of energy. Our homie breaks free from the impromptu wrestling match and bows instantly. He apologizes for the half-assed dungeon setup he did for Thor earlier, clearly feeling a little guilty. But Thor's in a good mood. He tells Damduk to forget it. Just as things seem to calm down, a cold, spine-snapping voice cuts through everything. Hades has finally arrived and he's already pissed. He calls Damduk a sneaky little rat, claiming the dumbass just walked straight into his own grave. The boy spins around, forgetting all the other gods immediately. Hades stares him down and says that the guys just saved him the trouble of hunting him down. He doesn't even wait. He straight up starts trying to snatch the soul out of Damduk-Yu's body. The guy's gasping for breath, soul practically slipping out. But Thor steps in, blocking Hades without hesitation. He calls him out for picking on someone weaker. Hades isn't impressed. He fires back, asking if our bro's one of Thor's personal errand boys, and reminds everyone this is Olympus, not Asgard. Thor doesn't flinch. He knows where he is, but he also knows that Hades ain't running the show. He reminds Hades that Zeus is the one in charge. Meanwhile, the smaller gods are losing their shit. There's no way they're surviving if a full-blown god fight breaks out. Poseidon steps in like a tired dad breaking up a sibling fight. He tells everyone to chill. It's a party, not a battlefield. Thor, still fired up, says he doesn't care what day it is. He refuses to let injustice slide, especially since Hades insulted an Asgardian and tried to kill someone half his level. As Poseidon tries to calm him down, he notices Hades still trying to move toward Damduk-Yu. Without wasting a beat, Poseidon stops him cold. The guy's not letting anyone die at a dinner party. Hades is beyond VF now. He threatens to kill every last one of them without hesitation. The entire banquet is swallowed in darkness. Hades enters full meltdown mode, ready to murder everyone in the room. Poseidon watches in disbelief, wondering how far this asshole is willing to go for revenge. Meanwhile, our guy is silently panicking. This was clearly not part of the plan. He assumed Hades would at least pretend to be civilized. Just as things are about to explode, a thunderous voice slices through the madness. It's Zeus, the one and only, the man who owns Olympus and this whole damn event. He reminds everyone that this is a banquet, not a battle royale. He demands to know why Hades is out here starting shit. Hades' terrifying aura vanishes instantly. Damduk-Yu finally understands why Zeus is the king of the gods. Zeus scolds his brother and asks him if his wife knows what he's up to. Hades insists he's only acting out. He claims someone here stole from the underworld. Zeus raises an eyebrow. That's a serious accusation. He wants to know what was taken. Hades explains it's Cerberus. Yep, Damduk's favorite summon. Now Damduk has Zeus's attention. He asks Hades if he's sure our bro is the one who took it, then turns to our boy and asks him what kind of god he is. The hero's confused by the question, so Zeus rephrases it. He wants to know his title. Damduk-Yu says he's the god of swords. Zeus has never heard of him, which makes this even more interesting. Damduk-Yu doesn't seem like much, but Zeus can tell from a glance he's just a low-rank god. Still, he looks way too put together for someone at that level. Now Zeus is really curious. He wants to know how a bottom-tier god managed to win over Cerberus, who doesn't even obey Zeus himself. Damduk-Yu explains that he found Cerberus's collar inside a stone pillar and just bonded with him. And now, somehow, this one dumbass decision has dragged him into a fight between gods. Zeus is losing it. The man's laughing his ass off. He remarks that he never thought a low-tier god could actually pull something like that off. Our boy blinks, unsure if that's supposed to be praise or banter. Honestly, he's kind of stunned that Zeus didn't just blast him. Maybe, just maybe, if Zeus steps in, he could squash this beef with Hades and save everyone the drama. However, that's not the case. And to our guy's shock, Zeus decides the best way to solve everything is with a duel between Hades and our bro. Our guy feels like his soul physically exits his body. He's about to get murdered, and Hades doesn't even need to lift a damn finger. Apollo looks at Zeus like he's lost his divine marbles. He asks if Zeus is being serious, since expecting a low-ranked god to survive a fight against someone like Hades is unheard of. Zeus, ever helpful, adds a single rule to make it fair. He adds that no divine power is allowed. Then he just dips, not even waiting for Apollo to respond. According to him, our homie and Hades ruined the party vibe, so now they have to fix it. Apollo tries to talk some sense into the old man, but Zeus isn't listening. Damduk's standing there, fully convinced that he's already a corpse. Even Thor and Poseidon look like they're mourning him in advance. Hades doesn't seem thrilled either, but he walks off, muttering that Damduk-Yu's expiration date has been extended a little. The man tells Damduk-Yu to enjoy the time he has left before he gets erased. Our homie starts wondering if the Emporium of God sells tenacity skills, because he's gonna need a whole damn lot of courage to pull this duel off. Soil Jew, looking like she just watched this dumbass screw himself, throws in some sarcasm and asks if things have finally gone too far. Honestly, this dipshit kind of earned it. She reminds him that she warned him this plan was suicide. There it is, the I told you so moment. Damduk knows she's right. He definitely didn't think this one through. He's cooked. She still gives him a bit of encouragement, telling him to treat the duel like he's up against a human. Maybe she's drunk. Our boy notices how weirdly chill Soil Ju's acting, like this whole deathmatch thing doesn't involve her. Right as he's about to head off to prepare for what's definitely his funeral, someone calls out to him. It turns out it's Hercules. Yeah, the same guy our bro's been impersonating. The man himself. Hercules invites him to the Ares arena to train. The scene shifts, and now they're inside the arena. Damduk-Yu's checking the place out, Loki impressed by Olympus's infrastructure. Hercules casually says that if our boy trains here for a month, he'll be ready to take on Hades. Damduk-Yu's grateful, admitting he didn't expect Hercules to agree to help. But the man shrugs it off and calls Damduk Yu his brother, claiming their armor binds them tighter than blood. Our boy just got brother-zoned by Hercules. He didn't see that coming. They hear a bunch of clashing noises, and our hero's attention shifts to two gods going at it in the middle of the arena. He asks Hercules who they are. These two aren't just playing around. Their moves are sharp, fast, and brutal. One of them, the goddess, lands a savage kick and drops her opponent like a sack of potatoes. The guy tries to play it off, claiming he wasn't paying attention. She claps back with a reminder that no one pauses in a real fight. He tries to call it a draw, saying they both put away their weapons. Damduk watches all this, and these two definitely aren't low-tier gods. If anything, they might be stronger than most of the banquet crowd. It turns out, they are Ares and Athena, Hercules' older siblings. Our guy loses it. Ares and Athena are literal war gods, both major Olympians, and Ares still can't admit he lost. Classic. Soil Ju shows up out of nowhere and points out how it's convenient that all three of them specialize in battle. Maybe this'll actually help our homie survive. Ares doesn't waste time. He goes right back to challenging Hercules to a duel. But Hercules holds him off, saying he brought guests to introduce first. Ares turns and asks if he means these two weirdos. He explains that since he and Athena never show up to parties, they don't really know who's who. But apparently, Damduk is the hot topic among the gods right now. Dude caused chaos at the banquet and is now set to brawl with Hades. The siblings ask who the unlucky one is. Their divine senses kick in. They can tell Soil Ju's got more power than Damduk Yu, but our guy's energy is weird, something they've never seen before. Ares grins and says that Hercules really brought them a good one. He draws his sword and challenges the stronger one to spar with him. Soil Ju's not even pretending to care. She gives Damduk the look. He knows what it means. She's making him fight. Damduk Yu asks why she's staring at him like that, and she shrugs and casually says that she's going back to Korea. Apparently dungeons and gates are popping up, so someone's got to deal with them. Our guy sighs, accepts his fate, and walks toward Ares. Ares studies him, says his aura is kind of wild, and asks if he's ready. Athena wonders why this poor bastard has to fight the old hag Hades anyway. Ares clearly doesn't care. The only thing he knows is that if our boy wants to survive, he has to train like his life depends on it. 'Cause it kind of does. Then Ares launches from the sky like Superman and crashes into the arena. Our bro dodges, barely. The shockwave still messes him up though. Hercules facepalms because his brother's being extra again. Athena mutters that she can't tell if Ares is just simple or flat out dumb. Damduk stumbles, but he's still standing. Ares seems intrigued and tells Damduk Yu to show him his sword skills. The war god comes in swinging, and all Damduk can do is block. Ares asks if our bro plans to defend all day. Our guy already looks like he's been run over, and he hasn't even taken a clean hit yet. Still, he tries to strike back. Athena notes that at least he's got guts. For a lower-ranked god, that's saying something. But guts don't bridge the gap in speed, power, or experience. Ares is centuries ahead, and our guy's just a kid with cheat codes. Ares is having fun. He orders Damduk to stop being boring and make it exciting. He lunges again, a wild grin on his face. Damduk Yu considers quitting, because the strength difference is unreal. He drops his guard and surrenders, figuring he's outmatched. Ares doesn't accept surrender. He tells our boy to get back up and fight. And just like that, another hour passes. Athena, now a little impressed, admits Damduk's holding out better than expected. Hercules agrees, but also warns that Ares' eyes are rolling into the back of his skull, which is never a good sign, so it's time that stop him. Athena wants to keep the fight going, claiming our boy is improving fast, but Hercules points out that Ares has been holding back. Athena agrees, because no low-ranked god should be able to block Ares' hits, and yet something's off. Ares is visibly annoyed. He doesn't get how Damduk Yu is keeping up. It shouldn't be possible for this dumbass to block his attacks. The war god starts thinking that Damduk must have been hiding his power earlier, and now he's pissed. Ares puts everything into one final attack, and our bro, somehow, cuts through the man's sword. That catches everyone by surprise because that has definitely never happened before. Damduk Yu exhales. He really hopes that was the end of it. Thanks to his swordsmanship, the longer our hero clashes with Ares, the clearer the war god's movements become. Each block sharpens his reflexes, and every swing tightens his form. At this point, Ares' sword snaps clean in half. The god stares at it, confused. He looks at Damduk Yu, who is standing there in Hercules' armor. The broken sword in Ares' hand says everything. This isn't just some low-tier god playing warrior. Ares asks if Damduk has been hiding this strength all along. His voice carries more offense than curiosity. The god's pride has just taken a punch to the throat. He doesn't wait for a reply. He says he'll fight to the end, whatever that means in his dramatic brain. He launches forward with all his strength, this time with fists, aiming to smash our boy's skull. Before impact, Athena appears and stops him cold. She tells Ares to cool it. This was supposed to be sparring, not a full-blown execution. Hearing this, Ares looks frustrated. Athena gives credit where it's due. She praises our hero's swordsmanship and says the whole God of Swords title makes perfect sense now. Our boy stays humble and denies being that good, 'cause inside he's aware. Ares didn't even use divine power during the match, and Damduk still barely hung on. He knows he only managed to keep up because his skills leveled up fast in that short time. He starts thinking that training with these two might actually give him a shot at surviving the duel with Hades. The guy asks Athena and Ares to train him. He doesn't dance around it. He says they're the best, and he wants to learn from the goats. This catches Athena off guard. She asks if he's sure about that. Damduk says yeah, he knows it's sudden, but he promises to repay them however he can. Athena reminds him Ares held back during their sparring. That was him trying to keep Damduk grounded. But she admits it's impressive that even with the clear gap between them, Damduk didn't shrink away. He took it as motivation instead. She remarks that she's starting to get why Hades finds him annoying. The goddess explains that their training routine has been the same for centuries, so this will be a refreshing change for them as well. And now that our guy's opened his mouth, she knows he won't back down. She warns him that asking war gods for training means preparing for pain. The scene shifts. Now our boy is surrounded by what looks like iron golems, mid-battle. He swings his sword with everything he's got, trying to drop them fast. Ares stands nearby, yelling that he's only got 10 minutes left. If he doesn't knock every single one down by then, they'll respawn. Damduk running on fumes. His divine power ran out a while ago. He's cornered. If he still had energy, he could have nuked them with one wave slasher. But he doesn't. So now, he has to deal with this the hard way. The golems keep charging. Ares shouts at him to push through. The hero's tired, drained, and kind of pissed. But if he wants to survive what's coming, this is the price. So he fights on. The scene kicks off in a thundering arena packed with divine energy. The gods are stacked shoulder to shoulder, hollering with excitement. All eyes are locked on Hades and our boy, who are seconds away from fighting. Judging by the crowd, everyone's rooting for Hades to defeat this so-called god of swords. But Hades is surprisingly calm about the whole thing. He actually seems impressed that Damduk showed up at all. He says if our guy didn't have the guts to stand in the ring today, he would have hunted him to the ends of the world, just to end him himself. But since Damduk showed up with enough backbone to face him directly, he promises he'll make his death painless. Damduk stands calm and focused, with not a hint of fear on his face. That's progress. Nike, the goddess of victory herself, steps into the spotlight. She announces she'll be officiating this sacred duel. She lays down the rules. Divine powers are off the table. A laurel wreath lands between them, sealing their godhood. The duel is now just raw skill. Nike wishes them luck and floats out. Our guy wastes no time. He kicks in a speed boost, closes the distance, and slashes at Hades with solid technique. His training is clearly paying off. Every sword move he throws is at least A rank now. But he gets too confident. Hades watches him and calls out his movements for being too flashy. That hesitation costs Damduk. Hades lands a clean, brutal hit that sends our boy flying. He taunts him, asking if that weak display is what he calls swordsmanship. He says Damduk has no business claiming the title God of Swords with that level of technique. Hades doesn't drag things out. He's ready to end it. Our guy's not giving up though. He keeps pushing, trying to land something meaningful, but nothing works. The crowd starts shifting, whispering. Damduk did start strong, but Hades is one of the major gods, while our boy's still low tier. Reality is finally hitting hard. Somewhere in the sea of gods, Ares watches silently. When the whispers get too loud, he speaks up. He says Damduk not losing. Everyone's stunned. First because he's even here, and second because he's defending Damduk. Ares reveals that he believes in his disciple. Hearing this, the spectators buzz, trying to confirm if our guy's actually Ares' apprentice. That's a massive deal. Because these war gods don't just mentor weaklings. Ares casually confirms it. He says it kind of just happened, and that he's curious to see what Damduk pulls off. He wants to witness what kind of growth our hero brings to the table. Back in the ring, our bro's vision sharpens. He starts picking up Hades' movements. But something feels off. There's more than just footwork or blade paths. Something buried deeper beneath the surface. Hades looks angry that the guy is still standing. He shouts at him to give up and swings with a deadly blow. Damduk barely dodges, but something clicks. During training, he noticed something strange. All the attacks might look different, but they always target the same spot. The realization hits. That's the hidden pattern. With that, he activates the intangible swordsmanship skill and lands a clean strike which exposes the god of the underworld. And to everyone's collective shock, Hades gets defeated. The fight ends. The arena goes silent, then explodes in disbelief. This low-rank god just defeated the lord of the underworld. Zeus shows up. He remarks that he hasn't seen something this entertaining in a while. The king of the gods claps and tells Damduk he's officially invited to the upcoming divine banquet. He offers him a handshake. Seeing this, Damduk stunned. He's beyond happy. The last time he was at this banquet, he wore an apron and refilled wine glasses. This time he's going as a guest. Hades protests. He asks Zeus why a low-rank god is being invited. He reminds him that only mid-tier or higher gods are allowed. Zeus asks why his brother's acting like that. But then Hades pulls out the big card. He asks if Zeus plans to break his oath sworn on the river Styx. That changes things. Zeus sighs. It looks like he remembers something important. Hades smirks, thinking he's won. A notification flashes in front of Damduk Yu. Every god on Olympus now knows his name. Our guy's aura is now legendary. The scene flips. Damduk Yu's now at the banquet, indicating that Hades didn't get his way. Someone calls out. It's Persephone, Hades' wife. She walks up smiling and greets our boy. She says it's been a while since their last chat. She watched the duel and says she's impressed by how strong he's gotten. Damn, it seems Hades doesn't have a loyal girl. Our hero is surprised she even watched her husband getting totally humbled. He awkwardly says he got stronger by accident. He hopes the duel didn't cause any trouble for her. Persephone says she enjoyed watching it. Apparently she told her husband to calm down, but he never listens. She hands Damduk Yu a gift from her mom, Demeter. It's a golden apple, the same type Damduk Yu once used to cure his own mom's cancer. Persephone explains that Demeter had been dealing with centuries of bitterness, and watching Damduk Yu fight helped her let go of it. She says she praises him constantly and sent the apple as thanks. Damduk Yu feels honored. He recognizes how valuable this is. Persephone says she has to go and hopes to see him again. Our hero expresses that he's fine for another meetup with the day one homie Persephone. Then Soil shows up. She spots Damduk. Damduk lights up when he sees her. He says there was a part-time job posted earlier and he wants to do it now. She looks confused. She reminds him that this is a divine banquet, not a quick gig. She suggests he stay and maybe find someone who can help cure Adele's mana disease. But Damduk says there's no need anymore. He pulls out the golden apple. The reincarnator stares. She wants to know how he even got something that rare. Our boy doesn't waste time. He calls out to Adele, who's nearby. She yells at him for summoning her like she's some spirit servant. But Damduk Yu interrupts her by cramming the apple into her mouth mid-rant. Adele blinks. She says the apple tastes fancy. She asks what it's supposed to be. A notification pops up. Adele is receiving the power of the golden apple. Her mana disease begins to heal. She starts feeling warm and exhausted. She tells Damduk about it, and he smiles. He says that warmth is her mana finally circulating. Then he congratulates her and calls her Mage Adele. For the first time in her life, Adele channels a little bit of mana and forms a glowing orb in her hands. She stares at it like it's the most beautiful thing in the world. Our boy asks her how it feels, and she calls it beautiful. She remembers how long she dreamed of holding this light, and now that it's finally real, she's beyond grateful. She says she wants to repay the hero for everything. The mysterious Soil immediately jumps in, telling Adele not to get ahead of herself. Sure, the golden apple removed the mana blockage, but in mage terms, Adele's still a baby who hasn't even taken her first step. Just because she can do magic now doesn't mean she's ready for actual combat. She says Adele needs to start training immediately. They've already lost years, and there's no more time to waste. Damduk feels like the reincarnator could chill a little, since Adele just discovered magic 5 minutes ago. He thinks she should be allowed to relax for a moment. However, Adele agrees with Soil Ju. Even so, Soil does toss a rare compliment her way. For someone who just started, manifesting a ball of light is impressive. Adele lights up again and thanks her, calling the reincarnator her big sister. Soil's not too thrilled about that part, pointing out that she's only 27. Adele explains she means it respectfully, not age-wise. She just sees Soil Ju as someone she wants to learn from. Damduk watches this exchange and realizes it's kind of impossible to hate Soil. Even when she says strange things, she means well. He also wonders how someone his age, like the reincarnator, can feel so wise. Sometimes it feels like she's from another planet. Finally, Damduk asks if everyone's ready to head out. He says Adele should return to the magic realm and start learning how to control her mana properly. As for the rest of them, the boy has found them another part-time gig. Cloud's jaw drops. He can't believe the boy already lined up another job. He asks where they're off to now, and Damduk Yu tells the group they're going to the demon world. A notification window pops up, confirming an offer from the demon lord Rukipele. The scene jumps to Damduk Yu stepping through a portal. He lands in front of a gate and immediately notices that something's off. Usually the transport system drops them right at the job site, but this time it just dumped them near a gate with directions instead of coordinates. That's strange. As Damduk Yu is processing that, the gate suddenly starts swelling in size. One of the gate bureau employees panics and yells that a mid-sized gate just evolved into a large one. Things get chaotic very quickly. A random civilian gets sucked in and screams for help. Damduk Yu dashes in, yanks the man out, and tells him to leave before he ends up as monster food. After making sure the man is safe, Damduk Yu decides to go through the gate since the directions clearly point there. First, he clears the area to prevent any more casualties. As he enters, the notification window lets him know he's arrived and ends the navigation. Except this still isn't the demon world. The hero is confused. Every other time, the gate took him straight to the job location. So why not now? He wonders if the demon world is somehow connected to this gate system. Or worse, maybe the forgotten gods are squatting in the demon realm instead of their usual hiding spots. Before he can sort that out, a massive monster leaps out behind him. Damduk Yu gets saved again by Soil Ju, who slaps some sense back into him and tells him to quit zoning out. Another beast charges toward him, and Damduk Yu shakes off the questions and gets ready to fight. In the next moment, the scene shifts. Damduk Yu has cleared the monsters. All that's left now is the barrier at the other side of the gate. He thinks about how every gate he's seen has been sealed by something like this. As soon as he touches it, a notification window warns him that the Eye of the Abyss is watching. The boy couldn't care less. He tells the barrier to move and tears it open with force. He asks Soyul-ju if they're finally at the right spot. However, Soyul doesn't like what she senses. She says they should turn back. Damduk Yu isn't vibing with that. He's come too far to retreat now. This is their only shot at getting the demon warrant. Soyul-ju explains that the demon world should be crawling with demons and monsters, yet this area is dead silent. She asks if the boy knows what that means. It means something terrifying is nearby, something strong enough to scare off everything else. Right then, a screech cuts through the silence. Soyul flips out and yells that they've probably been spotted already. She orders Damduk to destroy the gate's core before it's too late. But before he can move, a deep voice booms through the area, asking who dares to disturb it. A massive monster appears, shaped like a grotesque floating eye. It stares down at the boy and declares that he must die. Soyul-ju doesn't wait another second. She screams at Damduk to run. The scene opens with Damduk looking completely lost. He stands on what looks like a floating jigsaw puzzle with pieces flying around. He stares around and mutters to himself, wondering where the hell he even is. His last memory is being attacked back in the demon world. Suddenly his attention snaps to two kids. They're giggling, holding hands and running around. The guy tries calling out to them, thinking maybe they know something about this place. But the kids ignore him and just keep running, not giving a single damn about his existence. Then something dark and nasty creeps up behind him. It grabs him out of nowhere and surrounds him. Damduk Yu tries to figure out what the hell's going on. That's when he sees something way worse than the darkness. It's his own body, lying in a pool of blood. He just stands there, staring. This has to be some kind of sick illusion. And right next to his corpse is Soyul, at least a version of her, kneeling down and apologizing again and again for not being able to protect him. The boy tries to tell her he's right here, that he's alive, but she doesn't hear him, and doesn't even glance his way. Then he sees another version of himself in the distance, getting stabbed with the very sword he used to wield. There are more bodies and more versions of him scattered across the flying puzzle pieces. All of them are dead. Damduk drops to his knees, completely broken. He begs for it to stop, for the pieces to stop spinning, and for all this madness to just end. And just like that, it does. He snaps back to reality, gasping like he's been choking on air. Cloud is in front of him, asking if he's okay. The guy nods and says he just needs a second. He tells the mysterious Soyul he wants a private word. He tells her he saw her in his dream, nightmare, whatever that hell it was. Our guy, if that was really the first time they met. The reincarnator gives him a look, wondering if maybe his memories are starting to leak back in. She figures it makes sense. Facing an enemy in the demon world could have triggered something. She brings up Asmodeus, one of the 72 devils and the ruler of blades. He's the one who ended Damduk's life during one of his past reincarnations. She figures that explains the memory he just experienced. The boy isn't satisfied. He demands to know more. But Soyul shakes her head. She refuses to explain. Hearing this, our guy raises his voice, ordering her to just say it already. Soyul sticks to her decision. She glances at the Eye of the Abyss and says she won't say a damn thing until they're out of here. It's for his own good, but the hero isn't buying it. He activates the Fruit of Knowledge, and it confirms her intentions are good, but that doesn't mean she's telling the truth. So yeah, she's lying, but she means well. Seeing this, he chooses to let it go, since whatever Soyul's up to is not malicious. That catches Soyul-ju off guard. She looks surprised that he's not pushing anymore. The boy notices and asks why she's reacting like that. He tells her he still wants answers, but there's one thing he wants to confirm more than anything. He looks her in the eye and asks if she'll always be on his side. The reincarnator blushes, but she answers yes. The Fruit of Knowledge confirms it. Her intention is real. Our guy brings up the barrier and asks what their next step is. Since she mentioned they'd need serious power to win over the third priest, he figures they better get moving. He asks if they're finally clear to return to the demon world. Soyul says no, not yet. There's a good chance Asmodeus is still lurking around. Our guy realizes, if she knows the bastard's name, then she must have known he was involved before they even came here. He confronts her, but the wise girl explains she didn't know. She points out that in every previous life, Damduk only met Asmodeus after reaching high-rank god status. So yeah, this whole Asmodeus thing is new to her too. He believes her, but it also reminds him that relying too much on her foresight isn't always smart. The scene flips. Damduk Yu is now in a commercial shoot. A director yells cut and tells Damduk Yu he needs to follow the script. His line is supposed to be something basic, about M Company's shield blocking hits from a 6-star hunter. Damduk Yu shrugs and says he is following the script. The problem is, the prop mannequin wearing the shield is now in pieces. The director freaks out and tells him that if a real person were wearing that thing, they'd be dead. He reminds Damduk Yu that the point is to make the product look good, not obliterated on camera. Our guy says he won't fake it. He's not about to lie to people just so a trash company can make a quick buck. The director's had enough. He threatens our homie by summoning 5-star hunters from M Company. He says if Damduk Yu's such a fan of unscripted drama, maybe he'll enjoy fighting these guys without a script. The signal's given, and all 5 hunters charge at the guy. But Damduk Yu just stares them down, calm and bored. He silently apologizes to them for using them as pawns in the next phase of his plan, and then he proceeds to wipe the floor with all of them. The director is stunned watching it. Off to the side, Soyul-ju watches it all go down. She sighs and wonders what she's supposed to do with our boy's antics. The scene shifts, and our guy is now sitting in front of a camera crew getting grilled by reporters. One of them asks if teamwork is the #1 trait for a hunter. Damduk shoots that idea down without blinking. He says the top trait for any hunter isn't teamwork. It's raw, natural strength. He tells them to replay what just happened to those 5-star ranked hunters. According to our boy, it doesn't matter how perfect your coordination is. If someone stronger walks in, you're still getting defeated. We cut to the 5-star hunters Damduk Yu stomped earlier. They're all wrecked, bruised, limping, and one of them is stuck on crutches, looking like he regrets everything. Our boy doubles down, saying that if a hunter's job is to protect civilians, then it's common sense to prioritize individual strength. Teamwork sounds nice on paper, but on the field, it's just fluff. He even throws in that the real heroes are the ones who can grow strong without clinging to companies or guilds. Those are the people who can actually protect their country. While Damduk's giving this hot take, someone in the background is seen making a sketchy-looking phone call. This is definitely not great news for our guy. Once the interview wraps, our homie steps out of the filming location and runs into a dude who clearly has something to say. The man's not smiling. He just tells Damduk that his interview left quite the impression. Then he introduces himself as the director of the media company's Korean branch and says the chairman would like a little face-to-face. He politely asks if our hero would be kind enough to comply. In the next scene, we're at the media company's office. Our guy is now sitting across from the chairman. The man puts on his polite mask and says it's an honor to finally meet the only hunter who's ever gone through a gate. Our bro tosses a compliment about the chairman's Korean fluency, but wastes no time and asks why he got summoned here. The chairman skips the small talk and gets straight to business. He wants Damduk Yu to take back everything he said in that interview. Internally, the chairman's already written our guy off. He thinks Damduk is one of those no-respect, do-whatever-they-want types, the kind who don't give a single damn about governments or public image. So he tries bribing our boy. He says if Damduk Yu agrees to retract his statements, the company will fulfill any of his wishes. He talks to him like someone who just needs something shiny to calm down. Damduk plays along. He casually asks if that's all the chairman wants, because if so, he's cool with following the media company script and even endorsing the company. The chairman thinks he's won. He figures most hunters fold when given free stuff. But our boy isn't that easy. Our man throws in his own condition. He wants a specific weapon, a sword made in England, one with history. The chairman doesn't get what Damduk Yu's hinting at, so he asks for the name. Our bro confidently says Excalibur. The room goes silent. The chairman freezes, not expecting that answer at all. He even asks Damduk to repeat it. But our hero's dead serious. He reminds the chairman of his offer and wonders if Excalibur's too much for him to handle. It turns out, this sword is no ordinary relic. It's the legendary sword of King Arthur, supposedly the most powerful sword to ever exist. The problem is, no one's actually seen it. The chairman doesn't like where this is heading. He starts sweating, wondering how Damduk Yu even knows they've got it. But he tells himself it's impossible. That kind of confidential info shouldn't have leaked. So he lies. He pretends he's got no clue what our bro's talking about. Damduk isn't buying it. He tells the chairman that not only does he know Excalibur is real, he also knows exactly how the chairman got his hands on it. That shakes the chairman. He starts getting real pissed, calls our bro rude, and asks if he seriously thinks throwing a tantrum is how you get what you want. Damduk Yu just tells him to calm down. He's not asking for the sword, he just wants to take a peek. 5 minutes, that's it. If he gets that, he'll retract everything from the interview and even plug the media company's training programs. It's a pretty sweet deal. But the chairman's not budging. He calls Damduk's bluff and tells him to get out. In his head, though, he's panicking. He knows he almost gave in. Even if Damduk Yu somehow knows about the sword, he has no way of proving it. So the chairman makes a last-ditch offer. He can't give Excalibur, but if our hero changes his mind, he can pick any other weapon. All our guy has to do is just hit him up. Later we see Soyul-ju asking our hero what the next move is. Damduk Yu says he figured that the chairman wouldn't hand over Excalibur that easily. He says it makes sense. Nobody shows off something like that without a plan. The reincarnator asks if it's really the Excalibur, the one that supposedly vanished long ago. Damduk nods and shares a story he heard from Thor. Apparently, when they were drinking at some banquet, the god of thunder said that a group called the Medias went on a killing spree to track the sword down. Thor even said it's a relief King Arthur didn't see how things went down. Soyul-ju looks at him like he's lost his mind, then realizes this is just classic Damduk behavior. He tells her he's gonna hit up some dungeons in the meantime. She's confused. Dungeons are way below his level, but our guy says that's exactly why he's going. Then he tells her to wait for him back at the guild. 1 month later, the chairman is flipping out. He's slamming his desk after hearing the news. Damduk-yu's just cleared the biggest dungeon that ever appeared on the Jeju Islands. Not only that, but he did it with 0 casualties and broke a bunch of records. The media is freaking out, calling it unprecedented. The chairman loses it, calling Damduk arrogant. It turns out our boy didn't just clear that one. He went on a dungeon spree, clearing even the ones everyone gave up on, all within 30 days. A new broadcast shows our bro getting interviewed again. This time, the reporter asks what other hunters were missing when they tried these missions. Damduk-yu takes a jab, saying it's the weapon's fault, a direct insult to media's gear. He says hunters depend way too much on equipment. None of that matters against boss-level monsters. According to him, as long as the right people go in, even the worst dungeon becomes manageable. The chairman slams his desk again and finally caves. He barks at his underling to call Damduk and tell him he accepts the conditions. But there's a glint in his eye. He's got no intention of playing fair. The scene cuts to the chairman leading our hero and Soil down a massive staircase. He reminds Damduk-yu that he gets 5 minutes with the sword, nothing more. Damduk-yu takes in the place and figures it's some kind of high-security vault where the company keeps its weapons. Then he spots it, one shiny sword that stands out. A notification pops up confirming the obvious. This is Excalibur. The sword boosts fighting spirit and amps up all stats for 10 minutes straight. Damduk-yu asks Snowy if it can copy it, and it actually can. While the goat and Soil take in the stash of weapons around them, the chairman sneaks off and presses a button. Then he starts laughing maniacally. He calls them fools and tells them there's no way he's letting them walk out after seeing all his treasure. Behind them, the exit slams shut. The old man brags that the door can tank explosions, and that the whole place is sealed with a maze spell. Damduk and Soil are now trapped. He says they'll rot here and die, and he'll come back in a few months to sweep up the corpses. But our guy is already 5 steps ahead. Our hero figured the chairman would try something shady. He pulls out the Excalibur copy and says it's time for a field test. As the chairman walks away feeling confident, Damduk-yu slices through the heavy vault door as if it's butter. The scene cuts to a news report. The treasure hoarded by William Jones, the CEO of Media's company, has apparently been cracked wide open by some mystery outsider. The FBI drops a bomb. William's been caught red-handed for hiring hitmen, trafficking drugs, and just about every violent crime you can name. What they don't know yet is who actually smashed into the stash. But we know. After our boy blew through that storage unit door, someone out there decided to rat on the CEO's shady dealings. Back with our hero, he's holding Excalibur and can't stop admiring it. The wise girl notices and throws a question his way, asking if he's fallen in love with the sword. He confirms it without hesitation. According to him, this thing is perfection, the kind of weapon you wouldn't believe exists in real life. He even wonders if Hephaestus himself forged it, because no regular human could have made something this flawless. While Damduk is busy glazing his new toy, Cloud strolls in. He asks what the hell our guy's been up to lately and why he keeps dodging the spotlight even though he's always popping up on TV. Then his eyes land on the sword, and he immediately demands to know what it is. But our boy's not in the mood to share. He tells his priest to step back because he doesn't trust Cloud to handle it properly. Cloud isn't having it. He argues it's his right to know since he's supposed to be Damduk's priest. He whines about how unfair this whole thing is. So our guy gives him exactly what he's begging for, just not in the way Cloud expects. He transforms the sword back into Snowy, hands it over, and tells Cloud to go ahead and pet it like he wanted, realizing it was Snowy the whole time. He asks why Damduk-yu is always pulling these stunts on him, but our homie just shrugs and tells him he got what he asked for. He even warns Cloud to stop pouting because he might hurt Snowy's feelings. Soil-ju steps in, done with their nonsense, and says it's time to get serious. They've got a third priest to recruit. In the next scene, our crew finds themselves trekking through a freezing wasteland. Damduk asks the reincarnator if this icy hell is really the only way to get to the protector. She says the third priest lives somewhere between the 4th and 5th river, and if they move fast, they'll get there by night. Adele, who's now tagging along, complains that no sane person should be living in this kind of weather. Cloud, being the usual pain, blames the wise Soil and accuses her of lying to them. Soil tells him they're welcome to turn back, but if they do, the world's basically screwed. That shuts everyone up real quick, and they keep going. A little while later, Soil points at a peak up ahead and says once they cross it, they'll find the third priest. Cloud lights up, thinking the suffering might finally be over. He tells everyone to move faster, but just before he can bolt into danger, Damduk yells at him to wait. A wave of sharp snowy rocks and loose snow crashes down from the cliffs above. The hero tells everyone to run for their lives. While sprinting, our guy spots a cave nearby. He orders the others to take cover in it, but the entrance is too small. No big deal. He transforms Snowy, says they'll just have to make it work, and slices open a bigger gap. They rush inside, but the entrance gets sealed up with snow almost immediately. They're stuck, and unless the snow melts, they're not getting out anytime soon. Adele, surprisingly confident, says it's her time to shine. She's not just some decorative mage. She summons a massive fireball, flexing her 3-circle fire magic. She hurls it at the snow, but it does absolutely nothing. The snow doesn't even flinch. Soil calmly explains that this type of snow won't melt unless they get sunlight or use a pixie's mana. Adele groans and remarks her it would have been nice to know that earlier. Meanwhile, Cloud starts kicking the snow. Damduck ordered the little brat to save his energy, since they don't know how long they'll be buried in here. The hero feels the pressure. The forgotten gods are out there gaining power every second, and they're stuck in a snow cave doing nothing. He asks Soil Ju if sitting around is really the only option. But before she can answer, Snowy suddenly leaps at a nearby wall and stares at it like it's hiding something. Our hero suspects that there's something behind it, and Snowy starts tapping, confirming his guess. Our guy hears some noises coming from inside the wall. Without wasting time, he breaks through it. Behind the broken surface, he finds a bunch of tiny, nervous creatures. Fairies by the look of them. They see Damduck Yu and instantly freak out, yelling that he's Loki. One of them thinks he might not be Loki, but just Loki's minion. Either way, panic mode kicks in. Our bro figures these are definitely fairies, looking exactly like the kind from kids' books. They scream that they're going to be eaten. He tells them to calm down and insists he's not the bad guy. But then they spot Snowy and lose it again, calling him the 3-headed monster, Cerberus. Damduck tries to calm them down, but the volume just keeps rising. One of them starts yelling that Loki showed up with a monster and is trying to steal Majojo. The guy corrects them. It's called Mjolnir, not Majojo, and wonders what these fairies are talking about, as they've literally mentioned Odin's entire family tree. Then a deep voice rumbles through the cave, asking what all the noise is about. Standing there, towering and angry, is Thor. Turns out Thor got tricked by Loki yet again. Cloud looks at the dude like he's a myth and asks our guy if he's dreaming or something. Thor just laughs and calls Damduck Yu bold for having a priest like Cloud, throwing in a random compliment by calling him the god of mountains. Someone needs to tell him that our boy ditched that title forever ago. Damduck asks if that avalanche blocking the cave was another one of Loki's tricks, meant to trap Thor inside. Thor confirms it, saying Loki's dreaming up an army of frost giants. The reincarnator's not shocked at all. She knows a natural avalanche that size doesn't just happen. She points out how bad this is, considering all they wanted was to grab the third priest, and now they're deep in Asgardian drama. The hero glances at Thor and asks why the god of thunder is still stuck here. Honestly, it's a valid question, but Thor looks offended. He says he has no idea why, just that he can't get through the snow, even with Mjolnir. That part hits Damduck hard. He always thought Thor's hammer could smash anything. The boy starts thinking that he's probably going to be stuck here until the snow decides to melt. Thor, on the other hand, bursts out laughing and tells him to relax. He points at the angel-like creatures around them and says they'll feed everyone. All they have to do is wait. That sounds good until the creatures start whispering. They're clearly angry. Thor apparently barged in, stole food, and now he's relaxing without permission. One of them even calls him a beggar. That's bold. You don't just throw that word at an Asgardian unless you've got backup. To be fair, they did work hard for their food. When Damduck turns to talk to them, they panic, thinking he overheard the insults. But he doesn't care about any of that. He asks if there's any easy way to get out of this frozen trap. The no-nonsense fairy asks why she should help when they all just came in without warning. Thor, clearly still thinking with his stomach, demands they bring out enough food to break his table. The guy steps in before Thor eats everything. He tries to convince them, saying if they don't help, they'll be stuck with these guests until the snow melts. That changes their tone. One fairy says if Thor keeps eating like this, they'll all end up starving. So maybe it's not such a bad idea to help them escape. Eventually, the group agrees. They're ready to share the way out, but they make Damduck promise never to return, and our guy gives his word. One of them steps forward and tells him to back up. What she's about to do might be dangerous. Then she punches the snow. She uses her tiny fist and cracks off a chunk of the wall. Our guy is shocked, considering even Mjolnir couldn't touch that snow, but this little thing just broke through it. It turns out she used a mix of ice magic and her punch. That combo is the only thing that works on this special snow. Damduck does some quick math and realizes that at this rate, they'll be here forever. He asks if there's any way to clear all the snow at once. Adele suggests that if the fairies go at it non-stop, they might finish by morning. But the fairies aren't trying to drain their mana just to do charity work for some strangers. One of them bluntly says the gods haven't done anything for them, so why should they suffer? Our boy starts to feel the weight of it all, but then the fairy gets a clever idea. She says they should just break the snow themselves. All they need to do is learn ice magic. Cloud's eyes light up. He asks if this means he can get a move like the boy's Wave Slasher. Adele points out that if magic's in the mix, then Sharon, being a top-tier mage, can't sit this one out. Thor is confused. He always thought only these tiny creatures could use ice magic. The annoyed fairy responds and says that's only because the gods are too lazy. They never took mana seriously, always acting like it was beneath them. She asks if anyone in the group has some kind of ice magic affinity. Even something close would help, but not one hand goes up. The fairy's face says it all. She thinks they're hopeless. Adele admits she hasn't even touched ice magic. Cloud hasn't even started magic at all. The fairy's disappointed but says that water magic is one of the easiest types, so there's still hope. Thor, now completely unmotivated, suggests they should just sit back and wait. He's clearly focused on food again, and asks the fairies if they're planning to serve anything soon. That sends the fairies into panic mode. If Thor eats any more, they might collapse. Right then, our boy raises his hand. He remembers an ability he forgot he even had. A notification flashes, something about Neptune's blessing. Apparently, he's had basic water type all along. He summons a water ring with his ability, and the fairy lights up. She confirms it. That's definitely water element, and it's exactly what they need. She tells him to focus and build that energy into a solid ball. Damduk concentrates and forms a small but powerful water orb. The fairy explains that he needs to use this as bait to attract the ice element. With some effort, the guy manages to absorb the ice energy and instantly gains a 10% understanding of the element. The other fairies are shocked. That was fast. Cloud groans, saying the worst kind of people are the ones who are just naturally good at everything. Adele is equally impressed. The fairies call the bro a genius and say he's got real talent, but they add that learning the element is only step one. Controlling it is a whole different task. The guy says never mind that. He pulls out Snowy, transforms it into Excalibur, and wraps it in ice mana. He channels everything into one single strike, planning to blow through the snow in one go. He swings, and just like that the snow shatters instantly. But outside the cave, things escalate. There's a massive yeti just standing there. The hero stares at the beast and asks what is going on. Then he sees the rest. There's an entire army of large fur-covered monsters waiting outside. Damduk Yu is trying to process how things got this bad so fast. Thor sees the crowd of monsters and realizes Loki's been busy while they were stuck inside. Soil speaks up. She says she can sense the third priest nearby. The guy asks what she means. She explains that Etten, king of the Frost Gates, is somewhere out there. It turns out these monsters are frost giants. And not just random ones. They're tightly knit, almost like a violent family. Soil clocks it immediately. She figures that if these guys are here, then Etten has to be close, watching over his squad. Our boy figures something else too. The third priest isn't just some creature, he's an enemy of Thor. Soil knows Etten isn't the kind of guy to follow Loki, which means one thing: Loki's controlling Etten. Loki's whole thing is messing with minds, and apparently, Etten's now under his influence. Thor's down there fighting through frost giants. He screams out, promising that he's going to tear Loki to shreds the second he finds him. He even calls Loki a coward and yells for him to come out and fight. Meanwhile, the camera cuts to Loki casually sitting on a cliff. He points at Thor and tells Etten that his people are being wiped out by Odin's warrior. He pushes Etten to save them. Etten looks like a villain in full battle mode. Thor keeps shouting at the wind, daring Loki to come down. But before he can even finish, a fist slams him into a mountain. The dust settles and there stands Etten, not even sweating. Our hero spots Loki and instantly knows that's the one in control. He figures that the giant who just hit Thor has to be the Frost King himself. And it hits him. They better move before Thor loses control and destroys every single frost giant in sight. Bro brings it up. Adele looks at him like he's grown a second head and asks if he's really planning to fight these giants. Cloud glances at Etten and admits that the guy looks dangerous. Damduk Yu teases him and asks if he's scared, but Cloud says that the word scared doesn't exist in his dictionary. Adele jumps in too and says that she isn't scared either. Damduk Yu nods and tells his priest duo to handle Loki. The reincarnator smiles. She knows it. The guy's different. The way he commands loyalty is strong leadership. Our guy prepares himself. It's time to recruit priest number 3. He knows Loki must be burning a lot of energy to control Etten, and that kind of concentration can't last forever. So the plan's obvious. Distract the trickster and break the spell. The only problem is Etten's not going to allow that. The king of the frost giants looks ready to protect his master. As the bro makes his move toward Loki, Ethan drops from above with one job: protect the god of mischief. The bro almost gets hit. He crashes and barely dodges, yelling. Loki says that yelling won't save him. He brags about how hard it was to manipulate these frost giants and casually mentions that Etten is considered the strongest being in Niflheim. Loki eyes him and wonders aloud if he's from this world or another one entirely. He asks if sneaking up from behind is a Thor thing. Damduk stays silent. Loki smirks and jokes about Damduk Yu playing the silent tough guy act. Then he says that gods are always hurt by their pride. He introduces himself properly. Loki says that this meeting must be fate and decides to explain some mana information. Apparently, even though gods act like manas beneath them, both mana and divine power come from Mother Nature. Loki goes on and explains that in this world, Thor's divine power is useless, so he studied elemental mana instead, and now he's mastered it. He conjures dark black flames and announces that they can melt Niflheim snow, and that these flames are the ultimate mana type. Damduk, noticing the flames, recognizes them. These are the same flames he fought Karos with, the same flames he himself uses. Naturally, he's not impressed. Loki asks if he finds the flames interesting. Then he says that he's never used them in battle before, so Damduk's the first opponent. But the hero just smirks. He summons black flames of his own. His sword gets fully engulfed in the fire, turning into a weapon. He says that Loki should have told him earlier about the power of the black flames. The mischievous god can't believe the guy's using the same rare magic he spent years unlocking. Damduk goes in for a slash, ready to end him, but at the last second, Etten jumps in and takes the hit. His arm gets cut off. The hero could have gone for Loki's head, but he holds back. The god realizes that Damduk ain't no joke. He panics. The god knows he's in danger. He throws his hands up and says he gives up. Our hero demands that Loki release Etten. If he does, he gets to live. Loki nods and begs the guy to put away the fire sword so he can focus on lifting the spell. Damduk gives him a death glare and warns him not to try anything. Loki promises he won't, but then he gives one final command to Etten, which is to wipe all our heroes out, because of course he does. What an asshole. Loki still has Etten under his spell, and the frost giant wastes no time lunging at the boy with full murder in his eyes. Damduk barely slips out of harm's way and yells that if Loki keeps pushing like this, he's going to end up dead himself. However, Loki, being the unhinged bastard that he is, laughs it off and shouts for Etten to cause even more chaos. Etten roars, and Damduk ends up crashing onto a chunk of debris sliding down the cliff. The man shouts at Etten to stop, but clearly, mind-controlled monsters aren't known for listening. The giant doesn't even hesitate. He jumps after Damduk, ready to dive into death if that's what Loki commands. Before things go into full disaster mode, Soilju swoops in and grabs the hero, saving him from a brutal fall. Loki cackles while both he and Etten drop off the cliff. He mocks Damduk mid-fall, throwing out a smug remark about how it's never smart to look down on him. Watching the two vanish into the depths, Damduk mutters that Loki really is a crazy bastard. He admits that the title of God of Mischief isn't just for show. The man's absolutely deranged. Cloud, watching from above, squints at the drop and says that he can't even see the bottom. He wonders aloud if Etten is actually dead. However, something in the darkness blinks. A pair of glowing eyes stare right back at him. Before anyone can react, something bursts out from the pit. A massive creature with icy scales shoots up into the sky. The guy immediately knows it's a dragon. An ice dragon to be exact. And Loki is riding it. He floats up with that smirk, and sarcastically asks the crew if they're ready for Phase 2. Thor has had enough. He charges at Loki, furious, saying that the dumbass jokes have gone too far. However, before he can land a single hit, the dragon swings its tail and sends Thor flying. Loki tells the dragon to go play with Thor. It sounds playful, but no one's missing the threat behind it. The dragon takes off after the thunder god, leaving Loki behind to do more damage. Then Loki yells for someone named Fido. Out of nowhere, a giant frost wolf leaps into the scene, and its landing shakes the ground. Loki introduces the beast. He says that the dragon and the wolf are his ultimate weapons, his two favorite creations in thousands of years. He turns back to Damduk and the others, saying that he's genuinely shocked, not by the chaos or the resistance, but by Damduk's flames. He admits that he never expected another god to be able to control black fire like he does. Still, he's Loki, and according to him, there's always a plan B. He casually tells them not to hate him too much. He just doesn't like when things go off script. Damduk knows that this mess is his responsibility. He tells Soilju to get everyone else out while he handles this psycho alone. Loki grins and commands Fido to tear the rest of them apart. The wolf lets out a howl so intense that it throws the hero back a few steps. Loki claps and says that taming Fido was worth all the effort. He calls him a good boy. Then Loki tells the beast to go hunt down Damduk's friends and eat them before they team up with the dragon. However, something's off. Fido stares at him, unmoving. Loki orders him again to move, sounding more irritated this time. Suddenly, a voice cuts through. Damduk tells the wolf to crush Loki instead. And without hesitation, Fido obeys. The giant wolf stomps down, smashing Loki into the ground and leaving a crater. Loki lies crushed, confused, and wonders how Damduk managed to hijack his pet. Our man stands tall and casually explains that he's got a rare skill, one that overrides Loki's own control. Then he hits him with a final jab, telling the god to bring out a plan C if he's got one, because time's almost up. Dragging himself out of the crater, Loki spots Thor again. He tries to play it off, saying his playful prank really went too far this time, while laughing like Thor and him are all buddy-buddies. He even suggests that they patch things up over drinks. However, Thor is done. Loki, realizing that his charm isn't going to work this time, drops the humor and begs. He pleads with Thor to spare his life. It's desperate, it's pathetic, and it's entirely earned. Thor takes a second to actually appreciate Damduk's efforts. The big guy admits he's always surprised at how much stronger the hero keeps getting. He swears he won't forget what Damduk did today, then grabs Loki and drags him away. Our boy watches that, and he thinks Thor's being way too chill about this whole thing. After all, if Damduk was in Thor's place, Loki would be a bloody pulp by now. Before the group can enjoy the awkward peace, the reincarnator drops a new problem on their heads. Etten fell off the cliff. Damduk wants to double-check that information, while Cloud starts complaining like it's expected of him. He stares at the wise girl as if she's the crazy one, and he demands to know if she's really planning for them to jump down after that guy. Moreover, he's not convinced Etten is still alive after that long fall. Soil brushes off the panic. Right then, Etten climbs back up like it's no big deal, dusting himself off and very much not dead. Also, he is no longer under Loki's control. Cloud, either blind or oblivious, still thinks Etten is looking for a fight, and he starts mouthing off about making it fair and using swords this time. Our boy rolls his eyes because Etten's definitely not in the mood for another fight, especially now that he's free. Etten looks genuinely thankful. He thanks Damduk for pulling him out of Loki's manipulation and for taking down the ice dragon, which apparently was a nightmare beast that has been tormenting every soul in the ice fields for thousands of years. As a thank you gift, Etten offers Damduk one wish, anything the hero wants. Naturally, he perks up at that, thinking he might actually complete his goal here. But of course there's a catch. He asks what it is, and Etten explains that the wish has to be something doable in Niflheim because he's stuck staying behind to protect his people. Apparently the dragon isn't gone for good. Damduk is confused, since he was pretty sure they just nuked that ice lizard. But Etten drops the bomb. The dragon doesn't stay dead. It always comes back every time. The frost giant says his people are basically trapped in this never-ending cycle. Damduk wants to know if there's any way to end this cursed loop. Etten says maybe. There's some ancient Niflheim prophecy that's been around for centuries. It says a warrior will one day appear at the peak of white ice and black flames, someone who wields the coldest ice and the darkest fire. That person is supposed to finally slay the ice dragon and save the snowy lands once and for all. Immediately, Damduk thinks about the black flames Loki used, and also about the ones he himself can summon. He conjures them on the spot and shows Etten. The frost giant is shocked, because those flames match the prophecy a little too well. Still, Etten points out that Damduk hasn't mastered both elements yet. He asks if Damduk can control his circle aura. However, our boy gives him a blank stare as he clearly has no idea what that even means. Etten mutters something about the prophecy also predicting that the Chosen One would be kind of inexperienced. So, he offers to help Damduk fill the gaps and train him properly. In the next scene, the hero and the gang are back with the little fairies, also known as the chaotic snow pixies. They're already annoyed and want to know why Etten brought these people back. Etten is confused too because he apparently didn't realize they were already friends. He figures he should have expected that from the guy tied to a literal divine prophecy. He also remembers that these pixies are some of the few creatures in Niflheim who can manipulate mana freely. Etten tells Damduk that if the pixies help him out, he'll learn how to use circle aura in no time. One of the pixies, acting annoyed, says she has better things to do, like finding food. Then Soilju steps up, holds out a candy, and asks if she wants it. The pixie licks it, and instantly becomes obsessed. She thinks it might be some legendary golden apple. The mysterious Soil promises the whole bag if she helps Damduk, and that seals the deal. The pixie then explains circle aura. It's basically an advanced way to push your mana to the limit. In her case, she can channel it into ice. She clarifies this isn't like just punching with an icy fist, it's deeper than that. However, combining two elements, especially opposing ones, is almost impossible and takes serious talent. Etten chimes in and says being under pressure can make even doable things feel impossible. Therefore, he tells Damduk he doesn't need to rush and can take his time. The pixie immediately disagrees with that. She says Damduk is very capable. If she didn't believe in him, she wouldn't have accepted him as her student. The hero starts trying, and although he struggles a bit to combine black flames and ice, he feels like it's definitely possible. Then the unexpected happens. His aura stabilizes. Just like that. Etten is shocked. He didn't think it could happen that fast. The pixie smirks and reminds the frost giant that she told him so. Damduk's sword now glows with black fire and icy white light. The pixie tells Etten to keep watching, because this guy is very skilled at learning quickly. Damduk activates a new skill thanks to his God of Swords title. The move is called Black Flames and White Moon. Our guy swings once, and just like that, he slices clean through the frost dragon. It's destroyed. Etten stands there amazed. Something frost giants have dreamed of for centuries, Damduk pulls off in a single slash. With the ice dragon properly handled this time, Damduk absorbs its essence and gets a major boost to all his abilities. Now, there's no more holding back. He turns to Etten and reminds him that there's still one thing left. It's the wish. Damduk asks if Etten is ready to lock in the deal and sign the contract. Etten's contract wraps up clean, and just like that, the boy now has a literal frost giant priest on his team. With Etten joining the squad, the whole roster is starting to look broken. Damduk is thrilled to have someone this powerful at his side, and thanks to Etten's strength, the guy's divine power spikes. That boost lets him dive deep into priest profiles, checking out all the stats. Etten is a little stunned that this is all Damduk wants, especially after everything the hero did for the frost giants. But the guy sticks to it, and that's all he came for. Now he's casually scrolling through Etten's stats like he's reviewing a list. Meanwhile, Cloud is still being a whiny little brat. This dumbass doesn't shut up. He starts crying about the cold and says he's ready to leave. The guy flicks his gaze to the little brat's profile, but of course Cloud reads way too much into it and acts like Damduk just started judging his whole existence. Adele jumps in real quick, scolding Cloud to put some respect on Damduk Yu's name, seeing as he is a god. However, Cloud doesn't give a damn. He says there's no point worshipping someone he plans to beat up soon anyway. Adele snaps back, reminding him that he gets defeated every day by the guy. While they're busy arguing, Damduk Yu is just reading their data, calmly ignoring the priest drama. Eventually, though, he decides enough is enough. It's time to leave. And just like that, they return to Earth. But as they reach Earth, they see that it's in chaos. They land right in the middle of screams and panic as a tree-like monster is attacking people. One of the hunters is yelling into a device, warning that the gate's gone unstable, jumping from a D rank to an A rank in seconds. But before he can even finish, he gets attacked by none other than Jung-ak Cheon, the one who thinks asking for help is unacceptable. This man stomps the hunter's face and demands to know what he thinks he's doing. In his reasoning, asking for backup ruins the opportunity to gain more monster kills for personal benefit. The hunter tries to explain they're probably not going to make it out alive at this rate, but Jung-ak Cheon isn't listening. He hits him again and rants about orders and pride. While he's busy giving orders, fire bursts in the distance. Jung-ak Cheon is all confused, but it turns out it's Adele who's attacking the monster. She complains about the cold in Niflheim and seems happy to finally burn something. With a single strike, she eliminates the monster that had everyone terrified. The local hunters stare in disbelief, clearly shocked that someone like her, someone they've never even seen before, just defeated an A-rank beast so easily. They start whispering if she's some foreign hunter, maybe from overseas. But Jung-ak Cheon throws a tantrum and tells them to chase her off. The other hunters try to talk sense into him, saying they need to wait for proper support if they want to keep civilians safe. But he sticks to his ego and tells them they're getting paid to follow his orders, so they better call the gate bureau. One of them reaches for her phone, but before she can even blink, Cloud slices it in half. He says Adele might be annoying, but dealing with the gate bureau would be worse. Jung-ak Cheon loses control when he sees Cloud. He knows what's coming next. If Cloud's here, then that means Damduk Yu must be right behind him. And sure enough, the guy walks in. Jung-ak Cheon, already angry, glares at Damduk and demands to know why he's interfering in a raid he said he wouldn't touch. The guy doesn't even flinch. He just says too many people have died, and clearly the current hunters aren't capable. Then he calls Jung-ak Cheon weak. Instead of fighting, Jung-ak Cheon smiles and accuses the guy of using corrupted powers. He asks him how it feels to rely on abilities he didn't earn properly. Damduk Yu, completely ignoring what this man is saying, just asks what he's even talking about. But Jung-ak Cheon won't stop. He keeps talking about finally figuring out how the guy got so powerful, claiming people are going to start noticing how strange his strength is. For a moment, Damduk Yu actually thinks this man might have realized the truth, that he's a god. But no, that would require better reasoning. Realizing the douchebag is just guessing, Damduk Yu walks right past him. However, the bully doesn't stop. He's still talking in the background about working hard for this opportunity, and how he won't let Damduk walk away. Meanwhile, our guy continues walking when a group of Hunter Association officials approaches him. One of them steps forward and says our guy is now officially a suspect in a potential case of monsterification. The guy says Damduk Yu is going to be placed under surveillance by Hunter inspectors, and if he acts suspiciously, they'll stop him. The head of the group announces that Damduk's under urgent protective protocols and tells him not to resist. Jung-ak Cheon is in the back, clearly pleased. He says it's the end for Damduk Yu, says there's no way out, and that the boy's finally trapped. His expression shows satisfaction. Flashback time. We see Jung-ak Cheon asking his dad to stop Damduk Yu once and for all. The old man clearly doesn't want to be involved, asking when his son is going to stop being jealous of Damduk. But Jung-ak Cheon comes out with a new claim. He says he's sure our hero is going through monsterification. That actually gets the old man's attention. Cheon Jr. brings up last year's Iris monsterification case, where one of the 5-star hunters lost control and left 300 people dead. He calls it the Iris incident, and yes, it sounds serious. The old man remembers it, and admits they're still recovering from the losses of that incident. Still, he calls Jung-ak Cheon's theory weak. Nevertheless, Jung-ak Cheon continues, saying it makes no sense that Damduk Yu went from no powers to immense strength so suddenly. He reminds his dad that nobody awakens after their growth plates close, and yet Damduk Yu's power appeared out of nowhere. He asks if that doesn't seem suspicious. And to be fair, the man goes quiet. The logic might be questionable, but it raises concerns. Eventually, he says that if monsterification is happening again, they need to respond early. Therefore, he makes a call to the Hunter Correctional Department, asking to meet their head tonight. Back to the present, and the lead inspector repeats his warning. No resistance, or they'll stop Damduk Yu immediately. Damduk decides it's time to get Adele out of here, just in case anyone realizes she's not from Earth. He orders her to return, and she clearly doesn't want to. But the guy isn't taking chances. He sends her away before anyone can interfere. The inspector yells to stop her, but it's too late. Adele's already gone. Back in the chaos, Cloud draws his sword and scares everyone by slashing the road. A massive crack opens up, and he tells them directly, anyone who crosses the line dies. It doesn't matter if they're inspectors or authority figures. He'll stop them. The investigation head is already tired of this brat. Just as things start escalating, someone new steps forward. It's an elite hunter dragging a sword. He calls out to Cloud, saying he's just as rude as the rumors say. Then this person steps across the crack. Cloud reacts immediately, reminding him what crossing the line means, and lunges. But the elite hunter moves quickly, dodging the attack without effort. Back in the past, the old man gives Jungak Cheon a direct order. He tells his own son to go and capture our hero. The asshole doesn't take it well, and he straight up asks how the hell he's supposed to pull that off. Deep down, even this insecure bastard knows he doesn't have what it takes to face the one person he absolutely hates losing to. He reminds his father that Damduk has gone through monstrification, and there's just no way he can deal with that level of power. However, his dad stays calm and tells him not to stress. He says he's got just the right person for the job. Cheon looks confused and asks who he's talking about. Then, the old man tells him to watch closely and observe the #1 hunter in the world. Back in the present, Cloud is already on the ground, completely beaten. Standing above him is Leo Lux, the #1 ranked hunter. Leo doesn't look pissed or anything. Instead, he calmly says that since Cloud protected someone going through monstrification, it's only fair if Cloud doesn't blame him for what comes next. He's about to finish him off, but our guy arrives fast and lands a solid kick to Leo's face, sending him flying. Meanwhile, Soil wastes no time. She grabs Cloud. Leo shifts his attention to her, but our boy stops him again, telling him with a calm voice that taking his eyes off during a fight is not exactly smart. Soilju checks on Cloud. He's messed up bad. She knows she needs full focus if she's going to use her regeneration skill on him, so she tells our guy to stall Leo for her. Now Damduk Yu and Leo stand face to face. Leo swings that massive weapon of his and calls our homie Monstrification Boy. Damduk dodges without much effort and he starts wondering what monstrification even is. Leo pauses, confused whether Damduk is faking or actually clueless. He explains that monstrification is a strange condition where someone with abnormal traits suddenly gets overwhelming strength. At first it feels like a blessing, but eventually the person loses all sense of humanity and turns into a mindless, flesh-eating monster. Moreover, Leo adds that these monstrification cases have been showing up more frequently ever since the gates began hitting their explosive stages. He points out that Damduk used to be just some average dude, and now he's suddenly one of the strongest around. The timing adds up a little too well. Our hero immediately denies it, but Leo clearly doesn't care. He's seen this pattern before. Sudden power spikes, wild abilities, no real explanation. He accuses Damduk of having powers that feel like a mashup of different monster types. Leo says Damduk is even more shameless than he expected, and assumes he's just like all the other monstrification users who never admit anything. Lux says he knows what happens when the process finishes. Once it's complete, there's no going back. The world would be in danger. Some officials from the Hunter Correctional Department try to step in, but Leo shuts them down. He says Damduk's too dangerous for them to interfere, and the head of the investigation agrees and tells the officers to back off. Leo charges toward our guy. The hero matches him, holding his ground. However, Leo quickly notices something. Damduk isn't using all of his strength. He mentions it out loud, almost annoyed. Then he says he's going to use full power. Our guy stays calm, still on defense. He keeps trying to reason with Leo. He says there's no benefit in this fight. If Leo wins, nothing changes. But if he loses, it could seriously damage his reputation. Leo says he doesn't care about his ranking. He just wants to protect the world. Still, Damduk keeps explaining that he's not the enemy, and that this fight is unnecessary. Nevertheless, Leo doesn't listen. He says he's taken down every single one the monstrification users, and our boy will be no different. Damduk knows that if he wants to stop the coming apocalypse, hunters like Leo are too valuable to lose. So even though he's more than strong enough to end this, he holds back. Soon Leo prepares his final strike. He tells Damduk not to hold a grudge. He shoots up into the air, gathering everything for one final attack. Damduk Yu, without wasting time, says sorry for what he's about to do and equips the Hercules Neon Lion armor. Leo doesn't even get the chance to react before our hero hits him with Black Flame's White Moon. The attack connects, but Damduk makes sure not to use the full force. He's not here to kill Leo. He respects him too much for that. When the smoke clears, Leo's still standing. Barely. Damduk is honestly surprised. He didn't think anyone could take that hit. He wonders if Leo managed to absorb some of the impact. If so, it means he has high-level mana control, especially on Earth, where mana quality is poor. Leo looks like he's about to collapse. At that moment, Damduk sees now that Leo really is #1 for a reason. He remembers something Belmod, the god of magic, once told him. Belmod mentioned a hunter from America who paid him a visit. Now Damduk starts to think Leo might be that person. Since he is from America, he decides to ask. He looks at Leo and asks if he knows about the system. The job notifications, the status windows. Leo hears him and snaps back, asking if he means the status window that every hunter has. Leo stays locked in on the monstrification theory. He says Damduk Yu is too dangerous to be left alone, but his body is already shutting down, as that last hit drained everything he had. Finally, Leo Lux falls to the ground, completely out of energy. Our hero thinks that Leo might be hiding what he really knows. If he does know about the god system, then they need to talk properly next time. But that's a problem for later. Right now, there's one more person to handle. Damduk calls out to Jungak Cheon, who's lying on the ground. Damduk Yu mutters to himself that this jealous person really crossed the line this time. He calls him a pathetic piece of trash. Damduk Yu's done holding back. The scene cuts to Leo Lux, who looks severely injured. The doctors hover around him, listing off the damage, fractures, ruptures, and a wide range of injuries. However, somehow none of his vitals are messed up. The doctor notes that while the attack was scarily precise, the guy's overall condition is just bad, really bad. Jungak Cheon's dad, who is trying not to panic, asks if Leo's life is in danger. The doctor says no, but getting back on his feet won't be quick. If he wants to return to active duty, it'll take around 6 months. That catches the Iris Guild leader off guard, since he didn't expect his friendship, or whatever it was, with Damduk Yu to end like this. Deep down, he worries if Damduk has become a monster. Meanwhile, Cloud is getting patched up by none other than Adele. He says he legit thought he was going to die because of Leo, but Adele just calls him dramatic and smacks him on the back. He almost faints from the pain, yet she's grinning like she's proud. To her, Cloud's injuries were a noble act, and she thinks he sacrificed himself for the pride of his god, which earns him a gold star in her book. Elsewhere, the protagonist is sitting with Soil Ju, and he throws her a question. He asks if she's ever met someone like them before. She's confused, so Damduk Yu explains what he means. He wants to know if there are others doing part-time god work like them. Then he brings up a theory. What if Leo Lux is one of them too? Soil Ju looks like she's thinking, and asks what makes him think that. Damduk Yu shares some backstory. He says that when he last visited the magic world, Belmod, the god of magic, told him another god had visited recently. Importantly, this god wasn't from Olympus or Asgard like usual, but from America. That grabs Soil Ju's attention. The protagonist points out that Leo Lux is also a hunter from America. And not just any hunter, he's highly skilled with mana. As a result, the clues are lining up in a suspicious way. Soil Ju nods and agrees that it's strange, but says it's not enough to prove Leo is one of them. Damduk stays firm, for he wants to know how she can be so sure. The reincarnator doesn't give much, but she says one thing for certain. She and the protagonist are the only ones on Earth using this god system. That's it. Damduk presses again, since everything about this makes him suspicious. Nevertheless, she tells him he'll figure it out in time. For now, he just has to trust her. So the hero backs off, not because he understands, but because she's always been right. If anyone's ending this apocalypse, it's going to be with her by his side. Right as he's about to think more about Leo, a job notification comes in. Granny Samshin wants babysitting help. However, the calm ends there. Another alert drops. The Hunter Association announces that a nearby C-rank gate has just evolved into an S-rank threat. And yes, it's the same village where the protagonist and Leo fought. He realizes they never closed that gate properly. Now it's his responsibility. He blames himself and decides he can't wait around. The protagonist rushes to the gate. First, he clears out some of the weak monsters in the area. Then he hears a scream. A hunter stumbles out, clearly terrified. Damduk Yu checks on him, but the guy's barely holding it together. He keeps gasping something about an old woman trying to kill everyone. That's the last thing Damduk Yu needs. He notices a thick fog spreading, and he immediately realizes something is wrong. His instincts tell him this might be a forgotten god. That's when his sixth sense activates, and he dodges just in time as a monster lunges at him, the same one he thought he had already killed. The protagonist quickly figures it out. These things regenerate, so they're not as harmless as they appear. He wonders if he needs to use mana, even though it's risky inside a gate. Still, these monsters aren't going to be defeated easily. Then our guy sees something unexpected. It's none other than the Kakashi-looking ass Leo Lux. It seems that the number one has somehow removed from that ass-beating Damduk gave him. Damduk wondered, what the hell is he doing here? However, Leo speaks first, saying he still doesn't trust Damduk Yu, not even a little, but right now his only mission is to protect the villagers. That's it. No alliances, no drama, just survival. Lux barks out the order. Nobody leaves, and nobody lets those wooden freaks escape. The hunters scramble to block the exits. One of them gets jumped by one of the monsters, but before it can even land a hit, Lux erases it from existence. He calls everyone into formation, and his voice is sharp and focused. His priority is clear: keep the creatures from spilling into the outside world and putting civilians at risk. Like a true leader, he tells the non-mana users to focus their attacks on the monsters' bodies. He keeps encouraging distance. Consequently, the squad takes that to heart. Up until now, Lux has always dominated, no matter how cursed the gate or how messed up the dungeon is. However, lately, that's been slipping, as these gates are evolving, getting more chaotic and more dangerous. An army of those twisted wooden things marches forward. One of them snatches a female hunter and yanks her straight off her feet, and she starts screaming. Lux is ready to spring, but before he does, Soil's hand shoots out. She tells him to chill, since her gut is telling her that something massive and terrifying is lurking inside the black fog. Lux hears her out, and even he admits that stepping into that mist might be a death sentence. Meanwhile, our boy sees the girl about to lose her head. He doesn't wait, and he doesn't ask. He just dives directly into the fog to save her. Soil's already muttering that he's a dumbass for rushing in like that, but Damduck is gone. The second he lands, he's disoriented. His first guess is that this is the dimension connected to the black fog. And yeah, he can feel it. The place oozes danger. There is no sound and no signs of life. Then a creepy voice echoes, calling him an interesting child. Damduck Yu spots her, an old hag that instantly puts him on edge. Her presence alone confirms what everyone feared, that she's the one behind the wooden monsters. Right away, the hero's sixth sense starts screaming. He freezes for a second. Actual fear, real and raw, creeps across his face. It's been a long time since he's felt this. The hag stretches a hand toward him, slow and deadly. Damduck Yu doesn't stick around, as he manages to slip out of her reach. He starts wondering if this is the same old lady that had the other hunter trembling. Even though he's never seen her before, every part of his instincts tells him she's a damn threat. The granny chuckles, clearly amused that our boy is scared. She mocks him for lacking manners and launches another vicious strike. The guy dodges it, but barely. Still, it's enough to make him realize that this old witch might be ancient, but she's fast. The hag catches on too, and she comments that he's nothing like the kids she's devoured before. She comes at him again, trying to grab him. Damduck Yu keeps slipping away, but it's not enough. All that experience she's racked up? It kicks in hard. Eventually she catches him. Now he's stuck. However, he's not done. There is still hope on his face, and strangely, the hag notices. She finds it refreshing. Apparently, hope makes the struggle more fun. She says that she wants to see his real expression. She starts name-dropping her past victims, describing how they looked when they were scared. Then she gives him a glare so cold and heavy that it freezes him. The guy's stats plummet and he feels it hard. Panic hits. This is the same gut-wrenching fear he felt when he was face-to-face with Asmodeus. The hag feeds off that fear. She actually says Damduck looks better like this. She stretches out her hand again, ready to finish him off. Just when it feels like this might be the end, the part-time job application kicks in. His fear melts into pure relief. He doesn't waste the moment, and he activates his transportation ability, ready to bail. He even throws a jab at the hag, saying there's no way he came here without a backup plan. However, the hag isn't done. She casually shatters the notification window, like it's nothing. The homie stares, stunned. The one exit he had is now gone. She tells him his fate was sealed the moment he stepped into the fog. Now there's only one thing left, and that our hero's death. And she's all too happy to be the one to take his soul. The old hag begs to see our boy's scared face again. She's craving that look of pure hopelessness. But Damduck isn't in the mood to play this psycho's game, and there's no way he's letting her win that easily. He fights back with everything he's got, fire-type mana blazing as he sets her creepy wooden limbs on fire. She obviously isn't thrilled about that. However, instead of backing off, she's even more hyped now, eager to see him break. She calls our bro a bad kid, which only makes her sound even more deranged. The hero, finally free thanks to his mana, grabs Excalibur and is ready to go another round. The old bitch is still obsessed, waiting to see the exact moment his spirit shatters. Yet Damduck Yu tells her it's never going to happen. He says that monsters like her stepping into the world would mean the end of it, so even if he dies today, he's not giving up. The hag's patience come to an end. She's sick of hearing his voice and is more than ready to watch him die. She grabs him again, choking the life out of him with one of those nasty limbs. Blood pours from our guy's mouth, but for once, luck decides to take his side. Out of nowhere, a soft voice cuts through the madness. Just like that, the hag's powers start to unravel. She's stunned. All of a sudden, a tiny girl stands there. She casually roasts the granny for being stuck in the past and says that young people don't follow their damn part-time schedules anymore. The nether granny isn't having it. She snaps at the girl, asking if she's here to steal her children again. The old hag charges with full-blown rage, but the little girl doesn't even flinch. She waves her hand, and the granny's attack fails. The girl calmly says that she can't just sit around and let this mess up the timeline. With just her presence, the old witch starts to dissolve. The girl commands her to go back to the nether world where she belongs. Even as she disintegrates, the granny throws one last tantrum and swears she'll be back for revenge. The girl doesn't care. She just shrugs, mumbles something about why this witch even returned again, and moves on. She finally notices our hero. He's on the ground, alive. Relief hits her fast, so she starts healing him, gently calling him a child as she works. Off in the distance, Damduck's friends are shouting his name. The girl hears them and knows she's got to leave. Before vanishing, she promises to meet Damduck Yu again. The goat's injuries are gone, but he's still unconscious. Cut to his apartment. The boy finally wakes up, and he has a headache. Soil Ju is the first thing he sees, and she is not feeling forgiving right now. Damduck Yu groggily asks where he's at, which is strange considering he's literally in his own living room. The reincarnator hits him with the reality check. This is what he gets for acting like a reckless dumbass. Damduk tries piecing things together. He remembers the fog and getting attacked by the nether granny. Soil freezes. Just the mention of that name makes her look like she's about to throw up. Damduk Yu tells her that the old hag was so powerful, he couldn't do anything. The wise Soil confirms it. This witch isn't some ghost. She's a forgotten god, the type with enough power to challenge Asmodeus. She is one of the most terrifying relics in Korean myth. So yes, Damduk Yu surviving that is a miracle. Our guy apologizes and drops another fact. She broke his god system. Soil Ju's face drains of all color. She completely loses her mind. Damduk Yu wants to know if this is actually that serious, and Soil almost explodes. She tells him that the system isn't just tech or magic. It was made by the mother of beginnings herself. It's what connects all life forms and keeps universes from interfering with each other. Breaking that isn't just a problem, it's unthinkable. And now Damduk Yu finally gets it. The reincarnator says that they have to fix it immediately, but she has no clue how. She doesn't even know if magic or divine power are enough. She's panicking. However, Damduk Yu tells her to relax, and that's when she remembers something. It's Hephaestus. If anyone can fix this, it's the god of blacksmiths. But of course, the god ain't available. He's on a trip. Our guy can't catch a break, and Damduk figures Hephaestus probably doesn't take his job that seriously anyway. While they sit there wondering what to do next, a voice suddenly speaks up from the flower pot on the table. It says its consciousness is inside the plant, so nobody needs to worry. It turns out it's the little girl who saved our boy. She tells Damduk to listen up. If he helps her out in her flower garden, she'll repair his damaged system. Honestly, it's not the worst deal. But something about the voice makes our homie uneasy, since it reminds him of that terrifying moment he almost died. He asks who she is, but she avoids the question. She just says that they'll talk in person. For now, she wants him to stay safe. And then the voice fades. The scene kicks off with our gang teleporting straight into a new world. They land on unfamiliar ground, and Adele blurts out that she has no idea where the hell they are. Before anyone can answer, a soft voice cuts in, asking them whether they find the place beautiful. It's the same kind little girl from before, the one who saved Damduk from the nether granny. The moment the boy senses her aura, everything clicks into place, as this is the girl who rescued him from that fog. She confirms his hunch with a smile and casually drops that her name is Samshin Granny. She seems genuinely happy to see them there. The boy is ready to thank her properly, but Cloud, being the certified dumbass of the group, interrupts. He points at the girl and loudly asks what the hell she's even going for. Some edgy aesthetic calling herself a granny. Then he tells her to go play house with her daycare buddies because they've got real stuff to handle. Miraculously, the little granny doesn't seem offended. In fact, she doesn't even register what the kid means. She calmly reintroduces herself, brushing off the nonsense, and then turns back to Damduk Yu. She notes how well he's grown since their last encounter and is clearly proud of her work. Cloud still doesn't shut up, so our guy finally steps in and delivers a mild dose of violence before apologizing on behalf of his priest. Even Adele's a bit thrown off by the fact that this tiny girl is a literal god. Trying to smooth things over, Damduk Yu explains that both Cloud and Adele are his priests. Granny Samshin instantly notices Adele's energy and calls her a good-hearted soul, even if she's not from this world. With the introductions done, Samshin switches gears and says it's time to talk work. Now we follow the god and the hero as she guides him around the garden. She explains that this sacred space is built for infants who are about to enter a new life. His job is to water the flowers, which seems simple enough. Adele thinks the whole place is stunning and says she's down for chill therapeutic work. Meanwhile, Cloud is already tired of this and just wants it over with. He almost says something again, but the bro warns him with a glare and a tight fist, reminding him what happened last time. Samshin doesn't seem to care about Cloud's grumbling. Therefore, she hands over a jar and tells them to head to the cliff where they'll find a Zelkova tree behind her house. That's where they'll get the water. The crew sees the steep cliff and collectively regrets everything. Still, they push through. By the time they make it, they all look exhausted. Damduk says it's almost like he signed up to die for a broken system. However, Samshin hits him with some wisdom, saying nothing good comes easy. If he wants that system fixed, then he better work his ass off. She leads him into another realm entirely. As they walk, she explains that watering these flowers isn't just a chore. It's a ritual meant to purify the unborn souls. The hero zones out almost immediately. At the top of the dimensional cliff, they finally reach a pond glowing with energy. It wasn't glowing before, so Damduk Yu gets confused. Samshin says the light means he's worthy. When he hesitates, she straight up shoves his confused self straight into the water. Under the surface, the hero opens his eyes and sees something strange. The pond leads to a familiar realm, and flower petals float through the air. One of them starts flashing, and the next second, it transforms into a puzzle piece. Then he is suddenly a little kid. Granny Samshin appears in this strange vision, calling him the child of the beginning. She starts spouting philosophical stuff about the universe being his parent, and hands him a flower that represents humanity's essence. He stares at it, completely caught off guard, and asks if he's really allowed to hold it. The granny pats his head, confirming it, and just like that, the guy is back to his adult self. Samshin notices that the hero is back in one piece. He tries to ask what the hell that vision was about, but she tells him to shut up and check his system window. The guy looks and sees that not only has the system been fully repaired, but there's a shiny new update too. He finds out he's now been synced with the memories of the beginning. From this point on, he can view memories from all 1868 of his past lives. Damduk wonders if what he saw when he fell in was actually one of those lives. So he opens the menu and finds only one unlocked so far, Episode 1. It's marked as the beginning memory. The rest are still locked. He figures he'll check it out later and turns to the granny, giving her a genuine thank you for everything she's done. Samshin looks pleased, saying it's nice to see how much the child of the beginning has grown. Then she tells him it's time to go, because she still has one last thing to give them. Granny Samshin serves them all a strange tea brewed from a rare netherworld flower. It's bitter, but the granny explains that it strengthens willpower and helps with fear. The guy gulps it down, and he instantly feels something building deep inside. Still, every time he thinks about the nether granny, it feels like pressure tightening in his chest. As Adele sips the tea too, the boy asks if they can maybe get a little extra. Granny Samshin picks up on what he means, and she doesn't blame him for asking. But sadly, the tea doesn't get stronger just because someone drinks more of it. She straight up apologizes to the hero, even after everything she's done for him. That kind of kindness nearly makes Damduk Yu cry, but instead he just thanks her again, fully sincere this time. Right then, another job alert pops up. It's from someone named Alaya, and the mission's target is Medusa on Gorgon Island. The name doesn't ring any bells. However, when Damduk Yu sees that the reward is literal fear immunity, his eyes light up. It's the perfect job, and he's about to go for it when Soyeolju grabs his ear like she's his angry older sister. Her glare is intense. She tears into the guy without holding back, as she says he acts like he's immortal. She demands to know if he thinks his arms will just grow back after being chopped off. Moreover, Soyeolju criticizes him harshly, going on about how he didn't learn anything from getting defeated by that old nether woman. She criticizes the boy so intensely that even his priests are visibly uncomfortable. The reincarnator accuses him of being reckless and not listening to what anyone tells him. Consequently, Damduk Yu's entire demeanor shifts mid-scolding. He lowers his head and apologizes like he just committed a divine crime. Soyeol eventually calms down and admits that the job itself isn't bad. However, she makes it clear that he needs proper gear if he actually wants to survive it. She lays it all out. The first thing he needs is Hermes' winged boots to even reach the island. Next, he'll need the helmet of invisibility to sneak up on Medusa without catching a stone gaze. Lastly, he'll need a mirror shield to see her without looking directly. The angry girl says she can get the mirror shield through a job, and since the helmets are basically everywhere in the magic world, Adele can easily fetch one. Adele confirms that she's got it handled. That leaves the boots. Hermes is usually agreeable about handing them over, since he's always scouting for new warriors. So, Soyeolju tells Damduk and Cloud to go to Hermes' arena and deal with it. Cut to the post office. It's disorganized. Someone's lost a package, and workers are scrambling. Meanwhile, Cloud takes in the size of the place and the floating letters. It's divine real estate. Some worker spots the boy and rushes over. It turns out it's Hermes himself, welcoming them to his divine post office. He tells Damduk that he's his boss for today. Hermes asks if just the two of them can really handle all this grunt work. Damduk Yu and Cloud assure him they're the right ones for the job. The hero reminds him that instead of cash, they're taking boots as payment. Hermes is fine with that, and he tells them to get moving. The guy sees a large pile of letters waiting for him. Hermes claps him on the back and tells him to run fast. Meanwhile, the scene cuts to Ares' arena. Ares spots the hero and is excited. He's immediately ready for a fight. But Damduk Yu tells him he's too busy and volunteers Cloud instead. Ares agrees and drags Cloud off with him. Jump cut. The hero is now in the underworld. He casually hands Hades a letter. Hades is not happy to see him, and he's still upset about what Damduk Yu did last year. The death god burns the letter and tells him to leave before there's trouble. However, Damduk Yu calmly informs him that the letter wasn't for him. It's for Persephone. Right then, Persephone appears behind Hades, staring at him intensely. The expression on Hades' face shows regret. Time passes. Damduk and Cloud finish most of their delivery job. They've handled gods like Hestia, Achilles, Artemis, and even the god of pebbles and sand. Now they're at their final stop, Prometheus, the god of foresight, who is located on top of the Cautious Mountains. The guy reaches the summit, and some large eagles fly overhead. A system notification pings. He's unlocked a new memory fragment. It's episode 1002, Prometheus' Prophecy. Damduk Yu watches the memory play out. He sees himself in a past life as Asmodeus, killing his ancient nemesis after going through many battles and gaining more power. But even in that highly powerful life, he still fails. Apocalypse wins. However, right before the end, he manages to get a cryptic clue from Prometheus, something involving Pandora. The memory ends. Back in the present, the bro collapses under the pressure of what he just saw. Cloud rushes to him, clearly worried. The hero just mutters that it's a headache, but in reality he's overwhelmed. He wonders what that was. He remembers killing, remembers winning, but even that didn't fix everything. The prophecy is clear. He still couldn't stop what's coming. Therefore, the next step is obvious. He has to find out what Pandora is. Prometheus stays chained to the mountains, looking like he's got barely any strength left in him. Our guy steps up and hands him a letter. The god stares at it for a second, then quietly asks Damduk to read it out loud. The letter directly calls Prometheus out, accusing him of screwing up and pushing the blame onto others instead of owning his mess. Damduk doesn't even get halfway through before Prometheus cuts him off. He says he's heard enough and he already knows how this goes. More thinking about what he did wrong and more begging for forgiveness from gods who probably don't care. Our boy's not sure what Prometheus is talking about. The chained god tells him to leave if Damduk's done, since he's nothing more than a joke to the other gods anyway. Damduk doesn't respond immediately. Instead, he just stares, sympathy starting to show on his face. Then, he activates his healing ability and starts mending Prometheus's wounds. That shocks the old god. He glares at Damduk and demands to know what this is about. However, the hero keeps it simple. He says he's just healing him. Prometheus calls himself a sinner and asks Damduk if he even realizes what this action means. The guy shrugs it off and says Prometheus doesn't need to stress over him. It turns out Prometheus did everything for humanity's sake. So if his reward is eternal torture and zero recognition, then Damduk figures humans might as well be the ones to honor him. To Damduk, this is just paying proper respect to someone who gave up everything for the sake of humanity. Prometheus stares at him in disbelief. He reminds Damduk that healing a god like this is reckless. But the guy just says he likes humans too. That's it. Prometheus calls him a weird dude and asks for his name. Damduk introduces himself. Right then, Cloud interrupts the scene with his usual annoying energy. He says it's about time they leave, clearly thinking Damduk job here is done. Prometheus notices the kid has zero divine energy and asks Damduk if the brat's supposed to be human. Damduk confirms and explains that Cloud is his student, tagging along for training. Surprisingly, the chained god actually shows concern. He points out that this place is crawling with both humans and gods, and it's not exactly the safest area. Cloud doesn't appreciate that. He gets irritated that the man called him weak and fires back by calling him food for eagles. Damduk gets frustrated hearing that. Prometheus doesn't react though. He just watches as the guy hits Cloud for mouthing off. Cloud yells that he was standing up for himself, but the hero tells him that kind of disrespect deserves a beatdown. The two go at it, shouting like siblings, and Prometheus watches in silence. He wonders if the younger gods nowadays are more into treating students like brothers. He sits there chained to the rocks, thinking he's missing out on how much the world's changed. If he were born in this era, then he figures he might have been like them too. That last part seems to be about someone specific, and it sounds more like regret than nostalgia. Damduk catches that and asks if he meant Pandora. The name surprises Prometheus. He asks how Damduk knows about her, since she existed at the dawn of time. The guy tells him the story of Pandora is famous among humans. Even Cloud admits he knows about the Pandora's box. That stuns Prometheus, and he asks what's been going on back on Earth while he's been out of the loop. So he asks Damduk to fill him in, and the hero agrees. The hero explains that Pandora looked like an immortal, but was human. The gods blessed her with beauty, skills, and all the good things. She married Epimetheus, Prometheus's brother, but later on, her curiosity caused a massive disaster. Prometheus admits he had feelings for her, even though she was with his brother, but she didn't believe in his prophecy. Damduk perks up at that and asks if this was the same prophecy he heard in his 1002nd life. Prometheus gets a little disappointed, thinking maybe Damduk only stuck around for the prophecy. The guy tells him he would be lying if he said he wasn't curious, but healing him had nothing to do with that. Prometheus actually respects that honesty. He says the guy knows how to use his words, so he decides to share everything. He says the physical pain is bad, eagles eating his guts and all, but what hurts more is knowing there's only misery ahead and having no way to stop it. He's tired of waiting for doom. So talking to someone for once is a strange kind of relief. He asks Damduk to listen closely as he explains the prophecy of Pandora. Cut to the guy and Cloud walking away. Job complete. Cloud complains about how dumb it is that teleportation is shut down. Apparently, teleporting makes stealing too easy, so the system's been locked. Damduk thinks about his job defeating Medusa, which has been a huge pain. But now he's got Hermes' boots and another memory fragment. He knows Prometheus' prophecy now, but the Pandora part still doesn't make sense. He reflects on what Prometheus told him. Pandora isn't just some mythological figure. In fact, the real Pandora's box, the one containing disasters, still hasn't been opened. Damduk wonders what that even means. All he knows is that to beat whatever horror he saw in a past life, he needs Pandora. So he says he's going to follow the process and be back soon. He tells Cloud not to cause trouble. Cloud, obviously annoyed, grumbles that Damduk may be a god, but he isn't his babysitter. Cloud's attention shifts to a little girl being cornered by two grown gods. They're trying to take something from her. They tell her to drop it. They're angry because the package was supposed to be delivered, and now they'll get penalized for her picking it up herself. They try to act reasonable, but the girl stands her ground. She says what she has belongs to her, and no one should stop her from taking it. The gods see she's not backing down, so one of them warns her not to cry later when he gets aggressive. Cloud watches this unfold and starts laughing, saying this place is just as bad as Earth. The gods hear him and call him out for running his mouth. One of them tells Cloud to get lost quite disrespectfully. Cloud's had enough. He draws his sword, ready to fight, but he suddenly remembers the hero's warning to stay calm. With gritted teeth, he turns to leave. However, the gods start mocking him for backing down. That does it. Cloud reacts and hits both of them, knocking them to the ground. One of the gods, very angry, says Cloud threw the first punch, so whatever happens next is fair game. Meanwhile, more gods show up, surrounding him quickly. Cloud, the blue-haired fighter, is wide-eyed. He can't believe how many of them showed up. The original god smirks and says this is what happens when a mortal speaks carelessly in the wrong place. Cloud tries to play it cool, but deep down he knows he's in real trouble now. Cloud is boxed in by quite a lot of gods. He's freaking out, wondering what our boy will do once he finds out this whole mess is Cloud's fault. But surprise, surprise, the one and only Damduck Yu is already right behind him. There's a dark glint in his eye, and you can practically feel the judgment in his stare as he asks Cloud what he did. He reminds this dumbass that he was told not to stir up trouble. Then Damduck grabs Cloud's shiny blue head. Cloud panics and starts pointing at the kid nearby, the one who was getting bullied. He swears he didn't start anything and insists the kid can vouch for him. According to him, those gods were messing with the girl and trying to rob her. The hero doesn't look convinced, but just as they're talking, one of the gods lunges straight for Cloud, aiming to end him. Fortunately, Damduck Yu casually blocks the attack. He tells the god to calm down, reminding him there are way too many people watching this unfold. Therefore, the hero promises to deal with Cloud himself. The god looks confused, asking what Damduck means by eyes watching. Then he shrugs it off and says, nobody cares as long as the mail gets delivered on time in this realm. He swings again, aiming for our guy this time. However, the hero shoves the god's hands back to him. The hit lands hard, and the god realizes not to continue. Finally, the god's eyes catch sight of Damduck's armor. That's when it clicks. He's up against the Damduck Yu, the one who picked a fight with Hades himself. Our hero's not exactly thrilled to see what people remember him for. It pisses him off, and now the hero is ready to return the favor with a beatdown. But right before he can act, someone throws sand at his face. It's the little girl, the one who was getting harassed, and now she's throwing dirt at the guy. Damduck wipes his face and stares at her, baffled and pissed. She says his earlier sword move tore open her package. She wants to know how he's planning to fix this. If the contents are wrecked, is he going to take the responsibility for it? Now, the bro is still trying to process how this girl turned on him after he just saved her. He asks why she'd betray him like that. She shrugs and says she didn't even ask for help. Meanwhile, the gods take the opportunity and leave. They're not staying to see what Damduck does next. Damduck's already dealt with people like Cloud, but this kid? She makes Cloud look polite. She introduces herself as Aaliyah. Our guy reminds her that nobody asked. But then it hits him. That name, Aaliyah. It sounds familiar. That's the name of the person who posted the part-time job about killing Medusa. Damduck Yu can't believe this is the same Aaliyah. Consequently, he considers walking away from this job. Right then, a notification window pops up confirming it. She really is the job poster. She says she's been trying to meet him for a while now, and this worked out. The guy wonders why she wanted to see him. She asks if he's still going to take the job. What stuns the hero more is how she somehow knew he was the one interested, even though he never officially applied. Aaliyah tells him to follow her so they can talk somewhere else. The scene shifts. Now it's just Damduck and Aaliyah having a conversation. It turns out she's a prophet. That's how she knew who he was. But the guy still doesn't fully believe it. She doesn't give a shit whether out guy believes her or not. But she at least acknowledges that they should stop wasting time and talk about what actually matters. The hero wants to know what she means, and she reminds him, the Medusa gig. She asks again if he's going to take it. Even though he doesn't trust her completely, he at least knows she's not a god, which helps a bit. He's curious what her plan is, so she lays it out. First step, learn to fly without dying. It sounds manageable, especially since he just got Hermes' shoes during his part-time jobs. But Aaliyah shuts that down fast. She explains the shoes aren't some magic shortcut. They're gear, not a free pass. In other words, you don't get to skip practice. According to her, most people spend a full year just learning how to stay airborne during a fight, and it's very dangerous. The boy's overwhelmed. He asks what he's supposed to do with that info, and the Prophet Jay suggests getting wings instead. The hero wants to know how much that'll cost. Apparently, it's about 2,000 Hermes, which is way out of his budget, so he immediately starts thinking of alternatives. And that's when he gets an idea. She asks what he's scheming. Damduck Yu pitches the idea of an advance payment, not in cash but in name value. He wants her to front him 100 points of it. Aaliyah can technically do that, but there's a catch. Her name doesn't carry much weight. She's not famous, so even low-level warrants might be out of reach with that amount. The goat doesn't care. He's got a plan and tells her to send it anyway. As she transfers the points, she warns him not to screw her over. If he vanishes, she'll behead him instead of Medusa. The next thing we see, the guy is flying. He used the points to buy a flight skill from the Emporium of Gods. While flying, he wonders why gods focus so much on warrants when skills like this exist. He tests how far he can go, and he goes even higher. Meanwhile, Aaliyah watches from below, surprised. Flight is hard to learn, and Damduk Yu just managed it in minutes. Now Aaliyah seems confident that Damduk Yu's got what it takes. She asks Soyeolju if she agrees. That question hits hard. Soyeolju's been hiding nearby this whole time, and she asks who she is. The girl responds by introducing herself as Elia, and expresses her gratitude to meet her.